Can't hear anything.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, it's back after an 8-year hiatus, or could it be the last hurrah? We don't know. It's the Champions Trophy 2025, the last time the top 8 teams took part in a competition like this. It was 2017. We didn't know about COVID. We didn't know about Mad Vlad. We didn't know about Mad.
Yeah, we knew he was going to be mad.
Well, we kind of knew about him. We just didn't know
what.
We just didn't know that he was going to invade the rest of Europe. But there you go. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I am Nigel Henderson, Gorilla Hendo on Twitter. I've just realised I've had no followers on Twitter for about 11 years. So if anyone fancies following me at Gorilla Hendo and on Blue Sky, that would be quite nice.
Wow, you get a bunch of nutters these days, don't you?
Well, you do you certainly do on Twitter, for sure. Anyway, the news is that, 5 of these teams are actual champions. They have won the Champions Trophy. And guess one of the teams that hasn't. It's England, funnily enough.
Got to the final twice.
That may be true. But England, we can relax if you're an England fan for some time, because England don't take to the field until Saturday when they play Australia. Gentle loosener. Well, it might be. Who knows? Who can tell? Who can be sure? It's a very strange Australian team. But for the opening game here in Karachi, we have Pakistan versus New Zealand, and they've already played each other about 8 times in the last week. There have been lots of runs around. Williamson's got 100. Phillips has got 100. Mohammed Rizwan and Salman Aga shared an incredible stand in one of their warm-ups as well. So there've been quite a few runs around, although should the final end up being in Dubai, which is, I would say, more than likely, it may not play into the hands of either of these two teams. Anyway, the news is Pakistan have won the toss and they have elected to field. I should say that alongside me I have partners in crime, big beasts of guerrilla cricket in so many ways. Where was my lift this morning, Tony? That reminds me that Tony is there. He's advertising somewhere that he used to work
for.
No,
I've changed the background.
Oh, he's changed his background.
And I'm also, I might point out, we're now contractually obliged to refer to Kane Williamson as the great Middlesex's Kane Williamson.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, for goodness sake. Well, at least someone's showing some faith in the longer formats, that's all I can say. And on my right, he's fresh from a new haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking streamlined.
Fresh spring haircut.
Yeah.
I got attacked by a dog yesterday.
Oh, right, okay. It's the bear. A bear versus dog.
Was you rather sniffer dog?
Well, it could have been a sniffer dog. I've been attacked by a sniffer dog.
No,
but there you go.
the dog was a fucking bully.
Ooh.
Where was that?
I went down to see my tenant who hasn't paid me rent for 3 months. It didn't tell me he had a dog. Didn't answer his door because he was playing really loud rock music. Opened the door to shout his name, and there's a fucking bully in there. Fucking legged it at me, bit me in the stomach, bit me on the hand. Yeah.
What?
I could. Yeah, I'm fine. I could have phoned the police and had the dog destroyed, but
well, have the bloke destroyed, have the owner destroyed. Even more to the point. Anyways, I say Pakistan. We'll come back to the Bears' tribulations at the hand of an XL bully.
It wasn't an XL. It's just a bully.
Oh, just a bully. What's the difference?
Size bully.
Well, it's a standard bully. Okay, New Zealand are out there taking to the crease. It's very sunny. I think they said a top temperature of 31 degrees. There's almost nobody in the ground. Well, that's a vote of confidence for the Pakistan Cricket Board, isn't it? Anyway, hopefully it will fill up as the day goes on. We are in day-night territory, aren't we? 42% humidity, I believe, is also expected. Not expecting rain. Right, I'll bring you the teams and then we'll say hello to people on YouTube. For New Zealand, Devon Conway, Will Young, Kane Williamson, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, who's now, of course, captain of the one-day team, Nathan Smith, who we got a glimpse of during that series that England took part in just before Christmas, Matt Henry, and the mighty Will O'Rourke. I love Will O'Rourke. He's fast. He's good.
Kingston, from Kingston, remember?
Oh, he's from Kingston in Surrey. Yes, that's right. That's true. Kingston upon Thames. I'll bring you the Pakistan team in a moment.
Shall I play some jingles?
Play a jingle or two.
The bowler is...
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. No, not that other guy, that Shaheen. It's always time for...
Into Will Young with 2 slips waiting for an edge. They don't get one though as he comes very confidently onto the front foot and defends up towards mid-off.
And the batsman facing is...
Looking at this Pakistan team, I get the feeling that Shaheen Afridi, if he really is coming in at number 8, that's quite high.
He thinks he's a batter these days.
Does he really?
When he was captain, he was bringing himself in at 6 and 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Shaheen in, bowls, that's wide and it's driven. Although not particularly well timed, he does find the gap Young. He's going to hurry back for a second. He's actually gone further than you would have thought. It's taken 2 men to more or less haul it in. And Young has got back for a 3rd, surprisingly enough. Oh, and there's an injury already. Is that Fakar? I think that might be Fakar Zaman, which would be a massive blow for Pakistan, wouldn't it? Their pinch hitter at the top, if anything, and he's maybe done a calf as he went down to gather that and then relay it to his teammate. So
The
he's
kid in the crowd knows already.
Oh goodness me!
It looks like his side actually. Doesn't
Oh, it does.
Rather
It does
than
look
his
like.
calf.
Yeah, maybe that was. It was the effort of throwing while off
But
balance.
he's holding. It's hard to tell because he's holding his right ankle and his left side. Hopefully, he just took a bit of a knock when he fell. This will tell you more. Did he slide? That's all.
Really? Not really. I mean, it's more likely to be a twist, isn't it, of some sort, rather than a
He
than a
said
sort
he
of
didn't wind
impact
it. He said
injury.
he didn't wind himself, did he? So
Anyway, Devon Conway comes down to face for the first time.
he has a jingle that goes like this.
Left-hander, of course. I think I saw him getting a few runs recently, Devon Conway. He was out of form in that Test series against England, wasn't he? Terribly. But I saw him getting some runs, I think, in the South African T20 tournament. Here comes Shaheen, left arm over the wicket, a left-handed batsman. 2 slips also in position. He goes onto the back foot, gives that a bit of a crunch into the ground, and it bounces up quite comfortable height for the man at backward point, and there is no run. Now, let me bring you this Pakistan team. Well, it was due to have Fakhar Zaman in, but we don't know what's happened to him now, that he's injured after the second ball. Babar Azam, Saud Shakil. Oh, I do like Saud Shakil, what a player. Mohammed Rizwan, who's been getting runs for fun. Captain and wicketkeeper. Salman Ali Aga. Tayyab Tahir. Kashidil Shah. And then we've got a lot of bowlers. Shaheen in again. Hits him on the pad. Appeal. I don't think that's out. Going down the leg side. Quite comfortably, I would say. So Shahan Shah Afridi starts the tail at 8. Nasim Shah at 9. Harris Ralph is always good value. And Abra Ahmed. So there we go. Those are the 2 teams. Anyone joined us yet, Tony? I think you're on socials, Tony, aren't you?
I am indeed, and yes, they have. A Mr. Handjob says that the beanie you're wearing never fails to depress.
Depress? Why?
More importantly, if we've got a jingle handy, there is one of these amazing super chats.
Hey!
Woof. Guess who that's from?
Super chat.
Onto the front foot comes Devon Conway.
Me up early, as the delivery means I'll stay awake, love and sausages.
Thank you very much.
Maybe Bear had
Mutters.
sausages in his pocket.
Yeah, that could be true. That could be true. Shaheen then to complete the first over of the tournament. Coming in to Conway. Conway, again, has to be watchful. Good pace, good bounce, but well defended. Certainly hitting the deck hard there. Shaheen hitting the bat hard as well. Young 3, Conway yet to score. First over completed. New Zealand, 3 for none.
There's more. Mutters says good morning to Mark. J. Grover, hey up.
Hey up.
No booze, just noodles. Expect quiet. Oh, well, we don't like you when you're quiet. Well, we like you when you're quiet, but we prefer you when you're not quiet. Brian in Brisbane, good morning to you, because he's saying good morning to us. So far it's very much the usual gang for a 9 o'clock Wednesday start. If you can't do it at a 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, when can you do it?
Well, we're on all day. You can join us
in
later.
Sydenham. Nasim Shah, the right arm. You can't really call him a youngster now. What is he now? He's 22. He's been around for 6 years now. Goodness me. You'd think he'd have a better ODI ranking than 45 in the world, but there you go.
He's only played 24 matches.
Only played 24 matches. He's going to be bowling to Will Young. Will Young's a player who's come on in the last year or so, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't really rate Will Young, got to say.
Hang on. He won. He almost single-handedly won New Zealand's Test series in India, didn't he?
Yeah, but not with great scores.
In he is, bowls. Little bit of a way swing. And 86 miles an hour. Nasim, let's go, left alone by Young.
Let's have a jingle.
Let's have a jingle.
When the sea shut and told, he said to his dad that you're the man of the house now, because Nazim Shah is just that good.
Oh, GPL, presume.
Oh yeah, GPL's open till 10:15, an hour and a quarter.
From the very start. Nasim in again. Oh, now he almost produced an edge from Young. That was good pace, and it did seem to just keep moving away from him. And it was a horrible little fiddle by Young, and could easily have just caught the top edge or the shoulder of the bat there. Just manages to stay inside it. But a good start from Naseem. Be happy with that. Pakistan, of course, beat India in the last final, wasn't it? Was it India they beat? Most surprisingly?
Yes, it was.
The Oval,
It was the first time they'd ever beaten India in an ICC tournament.
That was fun that day, wasn't it?
It
That was a
great.
really good game. Naseem in bowls onto the front foot is Young, defending squarish into the covers, and there is no run. 3 without loss.
Important toss, do we think?
I'm not so sure in Pakistan. Did I get due at night? I don't know.
Karachi, I think Karachi's less pace friendly and more spin friendly. I think Lahore is traditionally more pace friendly.
There doesn't seem to be any swing in the air, and the pitch looks pretty bloody flat. And this could be a run-heavy tournament, except for Dubai, of course.
Yeah.
Where if India get to the final, they would have had 3 or 4 practice matches by then as well.
Naseem bowls, and Young drives at that one. It takes the inside half of the bat and is mistimed rather horribly into the onside, but they do have time to run through for a single towards mid-wicket.
New Zealand have got a bit of an advantage in some ways. I mean, they played 11 ODIs here since 2019. They played 6 in 2023.
Yeah, but they've lost
series.
4 out of 5 of those, didn't they? And that,
gaining experience, then.
yeah, the other thing, of course, is that that was at a different time of year. That was sort of late April, if I remember rightly. When I say if I remember rightly, is I just looked it out this morning. I'm trying to convince you that I keep all this stored in my memory, whereas I keep very little in my memory. Naseem in bowl to the left-handed Conway, and he's going to get a 4 for that, but I'm not quite sure how.
It's a very quick outfield.
It's a very quick outfield. He didn't seem to be completely in control of it, but he got it away through square leg, and away it goes. Is that the first boundary? I believe it is.
It is indeed.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Bottom hand came off the bat. He was really not there, was he?
No, and it's nowhere near a half volley, and we've seen this quite a bit from Conway, and when he's batting well, it doesn't seem to matter, but when he's not... Oh, now that's lifted on him as he goes back, looking to cut. Well, it's saying only 85 miles an hour, but he looks quicker than that, Naseem, I would say, from those brief pictures. End of the over, 2 gone, 8 for none. Tony?
Can I say some hellos on Blue Sky?
Of course you can.
I'm going to say hello to Rich Turner. I'm going to say hello to Dorian Gray, Alice808.
Yep.
Daryl Simmons, Not a Scooby, which is a fabulous name. Forward Defensive Podcast. Are liking a lot of what we're doing and have been discussing our Bishop and Bear, so that's pretty good. There is once you've watched this game, there's a fabulous... Oh my god, the cat's walking across the computer.
Oh, good.
Yes, but it means that I've lost all vision. Right, there we go, I've moved her. And we've got the wrong umpire in. He wasn't predicted, he's not even listed. What's going on there? They've already sprung a surprise, the ICC.
Yeah, well, we've got Richard Kettleborough out there, standing in his 109th ODI. He gets around, doesn't he? Just a 1 slip now, as Shaheen starts his second over, bowls to Young. Young defends a straight, foolish delivery into the onside. No run.
Oh, that's better. It's always been very loud. The headphones are very loud.
Yeah. It's still really cold in here.
I'll put the heating on. It takes a while to warm up.
Cool.
Getting old, mate.
Thing is, I put on
you need to bring your slippers like me.
Well, I did put on my really big coat today because I thought it was going to be cold when I first went out, and expected to find the car all frosty. But then I didn't bring my hoodie, which I could do with now. But the coat is too hot for in here, so I can't really wear that. 8 for none. I'm sure the listeners don't really care, do they?
No, not really.
Sheen then to Will Young. The slip is standing quite wide. He goes back to that one, dabs it down, looking to go to third man, gets it too square, straight to the backward point. Again, no run. Both openers on 4. New Zealand 8 for none.
I have to say, Shaheen looks back to kind of what you expect of him. I thought in the last World Cup he was just come back from injury and was a bit poor when he wasn't up to speed.
He was down in pace, wasn't he?
Very much down in pace. He seems to be up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I say a happy birthday, or a slightly belated happy birthday, to Jamar the Statsman? It was his birthday on Friday.
Oh, happy birthday, mate.
Day.
We used to have a happy birthday jingle, but that kept getting fucking dinged on bloody
did that
YouTube.
get dinged? How could happy birthday get dinged?
Oh, apparently it's owned by somebody, Disney, isn't it? I mean, there was a big fight.
What did they buy it? Did they buy it?
Something like that, but I think there was a big fight in court about that. I can't remember if there was an outcome to it.
Well, there's two. You can always play the altered images one. Do we have the super chat jingle?
We do. It goes like this.
Shaheen in again, finds a thick...
Yeah, go on.
Well, I'm going to say thick outside edge that turns into a half-decent drive through the covers. Skewed off the bat that quickly. Must have good edges. He's going to get 3 more. 11 for none. What's the super chat, Bear?
The super chat is from a Mr. Handjob.
Oh, him.
Yes, he says, not like you need this now, but now that you've found your new broadcast hive, but whatevs. Oh, we need it more than ever. We need it more than ever.
Maybe more than ever. We got to maintain a commercial space is a little bit more expensive than here. So, anything. Well, we'll tell you about it later, I'm sure.
We will. Through the tournament. Many times.
Many times, indeed. We'll be begging. The begging bowl is out.
Shaheen in again to the left-handed Conway, who gets a little bit cramped for room as he tries to pull that. Does pull it, and the long leg is very square, and so actually maybe Conway deliberately manipulated it down there. He's picked up 4 runs. I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
Now, I don't know my Karachi, and I don't know my Lahore. So we were talking, weren't we, that all these grounds were being remodelled and brought up to scratch. There do seem to be more bucket seats than I've seen before in Pakistan grounds. In comes Shaheen, bowls, and that's a nice little dab down to third man. He hurries off down the other end, does Conway, but he won't get back for a second. He moves to 9, 16 for none.
Any news on PAK as a man?
I don't know.
I'm asking the people out there who can also look at computers while they're listening.
Indeed they can. Maybe Tony could get his cat to have a...
Well, I have just noticed somebody's got a higher score of about 3,333, and I think that's because the cat stepped on the 3s as it wandered across my laptop.
Shaheen in again, bowls, and he's into the onside. Going to have to hurry. It might have been in trouble had the mid-wicket got across. But he started the dummy run and then gave it up. It was the man at mid-on who ultimately came in. But a good single then for Young, who will keep the strike at the end of that over. Tony. Hello, Tony. Earth to Tony.
Yes, Earth. I am here, Earth. Let me see. Brian Brisbane saying hello. Muttley says, "Oh, is it all done and dusted? The hive, nearly. We've just, unless the Bears heard something this morning, we're just negotiating one last bit of price. We want something included that they want to add on top.
I'm not sure we're going to get that one, Tone.
I think there's money coming on the deposit once they confirm it one way or the other. Asim Hands, will any side have any advantage today, or is it the same for both, considering these sides played each other just recently, using knowledge on matchups, players in form, playing conditions? I do think possibly an advantage to be bowling first, which is why Pakistan have done that.
Well, you'd think they'd know their conditions, wouldn't you? This is full on leg stump, and it's whipped away by Young. Fine enough that it'll go for 4, and he's into double figures. He goes into 12. 21 for no wicket as we start the 4th over.
Yeah, I've never, I think
Line was wrong, wasn't it?
tournaments are funny things. You often see teams deciding that they should bowl first. But as the competition goes on, getting scoreboard pressure, if you can get a score, when it's a must-win game, does funny things to sides.
Right, Nassim, none for 9. In again, bowls. And once more it's tucked away off his legs. This time squarer. It really is speeding off the bat, isn't it? And across this outfield, he gets back for 2. Good running, decent throw, although slightly difficult to pick up on the half volley, but was delivered quickly by Shaheen.
Yeah, it was interesting as well in that tournament. I mean, looking at this pitch, you'd think 350 at the moment. First look in the first few overs.
I do think that the batting power plays can be massively misleading. Really,
Yeah,
you
true.
can get great scores or really good scores, but fail to go on.
Well, England do that often.
Yeah, indeed. Nassim bowls, and this one jumps a little bit on Young. At least that's what he thought as he took the bottom hand off the bat in playing that defensively into the onside. 23 for no wicket now. He has 14 from 13. Conway has 9 from 8. Halfway through the 4th over. Lots of things to talk about in cricket. 100 franchises.
27 million for most counties, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Things to talk about.
Someone explain this to me. Nassim in again. That's a better ball on the line of off stump, just outside perhaps, and bringing Young forward in defence. I was trying to discuss this with Annie, but she kind of said, sort of, in reply to my question, which was, weren't they getting 46 million, the non-host counties, up until now, and now they're only going to get 27 million? So how is that benefiting?
Yeah, that's the bit I haven't figured out.
Is
It
it?
does sound
Surely
it's
it's on
dodgy
top.
accounting.
Sorry?
Surely it's on top of what they were originally.
No, I don't think so. Well, someone can correct me on that, but I didn't get that impression. Nassim, this is full, and finds the edge as Young aims quite a big booming drive at that one. It speeds down to third man, and they get through for 1. 7 off the first 5 balls of this over. 24 for none. Yeah, so that's did I see this this morning or last night that the 100 investors are now demanding an IPL style auction show at the beginning of each 100. I think I saw that in passing.
Didn't they try that though?
Well, I don't think it was as. Yeah, but they weren't involved then, were they? Onto the front foot, defended square on the offside.
Yeah, but sure. I mean, this is the thing. Unless it's all well and good. All these Indian, IPL teams buying English teams. But if they want it to be something in India, they need to let their fucking players play in it. Then. And that would generate. I mean, if you want to.
Oh, that one. I mean, that's surely going to cut. Well, is it going to?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
you'll get a whole load of Indian guns for hire who are never going to play on a test side, presumably, and they're pretty big names in their own right. So.
Yeah, but they would still have to get no objection certificates.
Yes, well, that's my point. Until that happens, surely some sort of show like that isn't really going to register. It doesn't register in England, really. No one gives a shit.
No, not yet. But I mean, all these things can be hyped up, and we've seen that over the years. That if you keep on hyping something,
yeah. But I think the only way to get real hype is to have real big players in their names. And the problem is, as Messi's been spouting on WhatsApp, not spouting, but go on.
It's not Nassim. It says Nassim, but it isn't. It's Shaheen. And he's on the money, really. Gets Young onto the back foot defensively, and there is no run.
I mean, as Messi said, the BBL this year was more successful. They basically shortened it, and it's more local than everyone thinks, really. And I think the English one is as well currently. How many really big names are in there?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
And therefore, to generate any interest in England, you'd need much bigger names, I think. I mean, the cricket.
Nassim bowls onto the back foot. Sorry, Nassim. Why is it saying Nassim when it's Shaheen?
I don't know.
Defended again by Young. And there is no run. Yeah, but I mean, How many Indian IPL teams have bought up franchises?
Well, this isn't
In
my
the
area
100.
of speciality. I have to say.
Messi will know. Messi will get in touch and tell us.
Tony, you might know that.
Tony might
you?
know. Without looking, I can't.
I
Off
think
the
it's
top of my
three or
head.
four. I mean, they wanted to buy some others. I think they were outbid, wasn't it? I mean, fucking Todd Bowley's bought one.
Yeah, he has.
I know.
As if Chelsea's not enough to keep him
Yeah.
occupied.
In comes Shaheen, bowls. This one is clipped off his pads. That's a lovely shot. And it's going to take all of the quick feet of the man out at deep square leg. Running around to his left to
I know London
catch
Spirit
that.
went for a lot more than the oval beatables.
Yeah, but that's because of
why was that? I don't get that.
It's because it's
because of
Lord.
Lord.
It's just Lord.
And don't think that's entirely unconnected to Kane Williamson arriving at Middlesex, because he's also captain of London Spirit. So you suspect there's a bit of smart manoeuvring by Middlesex, 100%. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I'm delighted to have a player like that playing for
Yeah, I mean, having Kane Williamson in a county side is gold, isn't it? Jesus.
But I suspect there was a link of the bringing together of all of those things, which may not have happened before.
Shaheen in again to Young. Young defending a probing ball just outside the line of off stump into the covers. There is no run.
Am I right in saying that Kane, unlike Trent Bolt, is getting picked for the Test side without having a central contract anymore? Weren't we discussing that in the Test series?
We may well have been.
If anyone Kiwis
Yes, I think
out
that's
there,
right.
I think that's right. He hasn't got a central contract,
Yeah.
I don't think. So he is kind of freebie. But do what he likes.
He can, but he's so good. He can
Well,
dictate. He can dictate, really, can't he?
Well, that's what was surprising about when they decided not to use Trent Bolt in some of these things as well, I thought.
Yeah, I feel like he left the arena a little bit too early. But now, of course, we've lost Tim Southey as well from the
Well, he needed to go.
international arena.
He was getting a bit Tommy Trundler.
He wasn't bad for a Tommy Trundler.
He related to Tommy Tippy, the famous baby mugs.
Yeah.
26 for no wicket. Shaheen in, digs this one into the pitch. Defended past mid wicket, but some uncertainty, some hesitation from Young, as if he thought maybe the mid wicket would grab hold of that. Saud Shakil, and so they don't get through for one. One ball remaining in the over. Looks a pretty good surface to bat on so far. And, well, one hopes that this ground is going to fill up. I don't know what the capacity of Karachi is now. I don't know what it was before, to be fair. But
30 odd, I think. 30
just the 30 people. That's not very many, is it?
And their dogs.
Shaheen in, giving a bit of width to Young, and he doesn't have to overhit that. He just lets that come on, opens the face, runs it away past backward point, and picks up 4 runs, 30 for none, or 5.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
4 runs.
Catch up, Tony.
Yes, a few on Blue Sky. Hello to Tim the Ranga, who's saying, lovely to see you. It's lovely to have you with me, and it's good to see you finally got the new studio, finally investing in property. No, we're renting it.
I'll tell you what, though.
Quality space, I can tell you.
I still might put that proposal up on Patreon if anyone's interested in setting up a property fund in London and you're all abroad and want to invest, because that's what I do on the other side of things, so I can help you out.
Or I suppose if someone was moving to London and they fancied having a cricket commentary service in their house / flat, we'd be up for that, wouldn't we?
Yep.
Yep. Right, change of bowling.
William Ryan too.
Sorry, come back to you in a moment, Tony, but we've got a change in bowling. Abra Ahmed is going to come on in the power play, so a little bit of spin.
He must be wearing contacts. He hasn't got his Harry Potter glasses.
No, it's true. I don't know why I didn't recognise him. I'll give you his jingle after his first ball.
He's bowling to Conway. He doesn't seem to face the ball for about 4 overs. This is down the leg side, and it's signalled as a wide by Richard Kettleborough, showing absolutely no mercy.
Well, let's have his jingle.
Abracadabra,
Oh, I do like this song.
I wanna reach out and grab ya. Abracadabra,
And that's driven by Conway. Did that hit Kettleborough and then rebound into the offside? I think it did. It was hit dead straight. It may have come off the bowler, but I thought that it was evasive action was being taken by Kettleborough, or did it hit the stumps? I'm not sure. Anyway, they got a run, and Conway's a little bit unhappy about missing out. He thought that might run all the way up to the boundary for 4, but there were things in the way. Legs or stumps, we do not
Bra
know.
looks suddenly 10 years older, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he looks smaller than I remember. Oh, that's short and horrible, but he gets away with it. Dies in the pitch a little bit, and Young was lining that up to smash it through the offside. In the end, was crouching almost to keep it out. He's on 21 from 22. Conway 10 from 10. 32 for no wicket.
Does wearing glasses make you look taller?
I don't know, could do. Or looking through
Ben Duckett.
looking through glasses could make someone else look taller. Defended down into his pads this time by Young. And maybe pace off the ball is the way to go. Based on 4 balls that I've seen from Abra. Anyway, he's in again. And he gets almost front on by the time that reaches him, Young. As he was trying to force off the back foot. He does, through mid-off, picks up the single. But, yeah, he was almost through the shot, really.
Slow left arm has comfortably the best economy rate in ODIs at Karachi over the last 10 years, about 4.7.
Abra in again, whilst Conway, that's on the money, brings him forward. There's something about Conway sometimes when he comes forward, doesn't look that comfortable. He gets a stride in.
He does a
But
bit of that,
yeah,
doesn't
the bat. I mean, even when he was scoring that double 100 on debut in tests, defended again, he's almost reaching for that outside the leg stump, and then he's almost gone too far by the time he actually makes contact with it. Anyway, no run, end of the over, 33 for no wicket, 6 have gone. Tony?
Yeah, I'll just finish that. By the way, the second most economic form of bowling with an economy rate of about 5 is off breaks. So that does suggest your
So
pace off theory
Yep.
tends to work, Hendo.
Yep.
Mr. Henderson, the glasses make you look taller thing really didn't do Harry Corbett much good.
Do you mean Ronnie Corbett?
I think he means Ronnie Corbett, yeah. He's got Steptoe and Son confused with the 2 Ronnies somehow. But there we go.
Talking of Harry Corbett, I was watching a YouTube video of Sooty and Sweep the other day.
That was Harry. Oh no, Harry.
No,
Corbett
it was Matthew.
Steptoe, yeah.
It was Matthew by that point.
I'm intrigued why the fuck you were doing that.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because my partner has been getting these Instagram videos sent to her of Sweep, and it's been driving me crazy. And I just thought I'd surprise her while she was sitting doing her jigsaw by calling up Sweep, and it was
to Ben Duckett. That's his only shot.
yes, could be. Naseem in again. Has he changed ends?
Yeah.
Yes, I think he has. This is driven by Young. Straight back to Naseem, who stops it with his boot. Young 22, Conway 10, 33 for no wicket, 6.1 overs bowled, but wickets still in the hutch as far as New Zealand are concerned, and they've got some hitters to come in the shape of Mitchell and Phillips. Great power.
Here's a question: if the final is in Dubai, do you think it's an unfair advantage to India?
Well, I think it is, yeah, but you know, well,
Since when has that stopped the BCCI or the ICC bothering? Let's be
Well, that's
a little wider, a little shorter, crafted defensive shot into the offside to square cover. Tayyab is just rubbing his tummy. He took it in the 6-pack. There is no run. Run rate 5.2. Yeah, I think it. Well, are they going to be the only team that plays all their matches in the same place?
yeah.
Potentially. Now that's a slower ball, a bit floaty from Naseem, and I think it fooled Young, and he got drawn into the drive, then tried to check his shot, but managed to chip it over extra cover and pick up 4 runs. So he was completely done by the bowler. But, well, there's no justice for bowlers, is there?
No, not in this form of the game. I mean, this is just a flat track, isn't it?
It looks quite flat. I mean, until you play on pitches that are meant for professionals, you don't really know what a flat pitch is. Even in the top levels of club cricket, you rarely get a really flat pitch. Onto the front foot, defended down towards gully. They're going to hurry through for 1. Young moves to 27, 38 for no wicket. I mean, certainly those times that I've actually,
the best wicket I ever played on was that one at Wormsley. I mean, that was as flat as a fucking flat.
Right, I didn't actually get to play on that, but we played at Fenners, didn't we, a few years ago?
Oh, I didn't play in that game.
Did you not play in that game?
No.
Oh, that was glorious. Glorious.
That pitch at Sunbury was pretty fucking good.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
Flat.
But, yeah, Sunbury had been I think at the time were a very good side at that point.
They were Surrey Premier League.
Well, they were Surrey Premier League, but they were doing very well
are.
in that. Yeah, they were. I mean, they have had some fallow years. Onto the front foot comes Conway, defends square on the offside. There is no run. Fenners, I mean, I've been lucky enough to play at a few nice grounds, such as the home of the Oval Invincibles on a few occasions. And back in when that would have been in the very early 80s, I mean, that was just glorious to bat on. Yeah. I mean, you put the bat there and bing.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few. I mean, even in we played at Valley End. Fuck me. I mean, the guy who was the groundsman.
Naseem in again, onto the legs. Ridiculous appeal because that's pitched way outside leg stump. But they are going to hurry through for a leg bye. So well spotted by Young to call his colleague through, his teammate through. End of Naseem's third over. He's gone for 17 after 7 in the power play. New Zealand having been put into bat, 39 for none.
Yeah, so that pitch, they had a boundary that was about 20 yards on one side, and they were both pretty decent batsmen, the opening kids, and he was the groundsman. He just rolled this flat thing, and it was as flat as flat can be. And they scored about 380, and we chased it down at about 35 overs. It was absolutely stupid.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, if you do get really flat-looking pitches in club cricket, they can still be terribly dead, and so it is still quite hard to score runs. But when you get one that is of reasonable pace and flat, then that, you know, your Christmases will all come at once. Really,
I agree.
So 39 off the first 7. Still looking for the breakthrough. Abra Ahmed, the leg spinner, will continue to the left-handed Conway, who's received exactly half the number of balls that his teammate Young has, and just a couple of extras to add to the score. Here he is waiting for Abra. He's onto the front foot and lopping the bat, almost dead batting that bat really into the bowler. I miss the dead bat. The dead bat of a tail ender trying to survive. Was always one of the great sights of certainly club cricket.
Or Geoffrey Boycott in his first 20 overs.
He wasn't a dead batter, was he? This is forced out to backward point. You know that thing where they just let and the ball just dies. There is no run for that delivery. 39 for no wicket, and then of course when it's the team's 9 wickets down, and you end up with about 8 men round the bat, but none of you can get near it because it just drops completely. Bowled him with an absolute beauty, or maybe he played inside it, maybe it was the googly, but Abra has made that breakthrough. Conway surprised by that one. He goes for 10, and New Zealand are 39 for 1.
The crowd says, you're out.
And that has brought the Pakistan crowd to life. That's a cracker.
That was out the front of the hand.
He was out the front of the hand. He's maybe played for a little bit of turn back into him.
And it's gone straight on.
And it's just gone straight on. Beaten his outside edge, hit his off stump.
Ooh. I was just about to say, how the hell are they going to get a wicket?
Well, that's how. Shall we have some socials, Tony?
We certainly can. I can. Well, hello to Fidelma Nicherbal. I probably said that horribly wrong, Fidelma, and I can only apologise. Farong says, Champions Trophy greetings to all. I hope everyone's well. Host nation has to play an away game as their opponents don't want to come to the party. Tigers in Australia to give points to the opposition. Perhaps a breakthrough tournament. The bowling debut of you-know-who. He's not even playing. England are not even playing, and he's on the duck it must bowl bandwagon. I don't think it's going to happen. Don't get your hopes up. Honestly, it just won't. Mr. Henderson, I think all dead bats are in China now. Which is possibly true in some dodgy wet market.
Very good indeed.
Oh, look, it's our Middlesex Superman.
Oh, stop it now. Stop salivating, you pathetic fanboy.
This will probably get us dinged as well.
Oh, will it?
Really great, but tell me, I want to know.
Which is criminal, because it's a wonderful jingle.
I know.
Laying strokes every which way.
Interesting, the Kiwi perspective. Jim was pretty down on him, wasn't he? Even though
Oh,
he's the
well,
best batsman. They're really kind of.
How many of you were on that podcast? About 12 of you.
There was 6 of us.
Abra then into Williamson. Now, if he could get rid of Middlesex' new star batsman early on, not only will he spoil the day for poor old Tony, but he will put Pakistan in a very good position. As it is, he's stroked that down to long off for a single. He's off the mark straight away.
Immediate difference there, wasn't it? Gone out to the ball, single, boom.
A little bit of indecisiveness, I suppose, in his footwork from
Yeah, they all want to play off the back foot.
They do. They want to see what it's going to do, and I understand that to a certain extent because.
Oh, there's nothing worse as a batsman, as a bowler, as a spinner, getting hit off the back foot.
This is hit off the back foot by Young to backward point. Again, it was one of those balls that seemed to just die in pace. So he was waiting for it, having got into position.
Because the thing is, if you constantly getting played off the back foot, you just push it further and further up, and then a good batsman will notice that and then immediately punish the one that you put up too far.
Squeezed out off the front foot into the mid-wicket region. Throw comes in, and Mohammed Rizwan does Will Young a favour by stopping the ball thumping into his chest. That's the end of the over. It's 44 off 8. Tony.
Yes, right. Mr. Handjob. Oh, well, first of all, Wiltron 6 says, John Wright, your boy in capital letters. Are we talking about New Zealand batsmen in some capacity?
I think we must be.
Mr. Handjob says, how the fuck does a re-recorded version of a song get skull-fucked by YouTube? If we knew that, Mog,
it's
we'd be richer.
It's production, isn't it? It's not production. What am I talking about?
I don't know what you are talking about there.
Publishing. It's the publishing, because it's who owns the actual music, and therefore any reproduction of it. Sometimes they let it get away with it, other times they don't. Like that Shreyas Iyer jingle, which I love so much. Dinged.
But that's the ELO. That is very much ELO, isn't it? Iyer and Iyer,
yeah.
baby.
Oh, I'd love to have the original Maximum jingle back, but there you go. Nassim will continue. He's going to be bowling to Williamson for the first time.
Maybe we should get hold of Jeff Lynn and actually complain to him and say, look, mate, come on.
Well, that's you can
made enough money out of this song. It's our turn.
You can do. I mean, that's what I suggest you do, or cut it out of your video, but that's got to go and find it.
Nassim in. Oh, he's beaten him. Or has he got the edge? I think he's found the edge. Well, he thinks he has, and he has. What a wicket that is for Pakistan. The thinnest of edges. Williamson through to the keeper. And Nassim has struck at the beginning of his 4th over, and Kane Williamson, the new star of Middlesex cricket, is obviously well past his best.
He did have a little tentative.
Another one bites the dust.
I don't think he did much
That is
wrong
going to be
there.
out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
He just,
That's
just
a
played.
feather.
It's an absolute feather, and it's not really moved, has it?
I mean, I'll be interested to see a snicko on that. Hasn't he gone before when he had a shirt and hit it? Didn't review it?
No, he's on his way. He didn't even think about that one, did he?
No, it looked very, very close. I mean, mind you, when they do look very close, it's often the finest tickle, and he probably did know.
Pressure is on in this competition if you lose the first game, isn't it, really?
Yes. Winning the first one's quite important.
Yeah.
You've only got 3.
This is true. Daryl Mitchell coming in a little bit earlier perhaps than he would have hoped or even expected. Out to the crease to face Naseem. And Pakistan are a little bit on fire. 2 wickets for 1 run.
Sounds like this.
Son of an old black Fernie and Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
New Zealand just seem to be cruising along nice and comfortably, then suddenly bang bang, and it all looks a bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's cricket. That's cricket.
That's cricket.
That's
That's why we
cricket.
love it. And it's not a T20, so there's time for it to switch around again. Thank God.
Yep, absolutely.
Please remember to smash the like button and subscribe,
Yeah, tell your friends we're on YouTube because the more of you that come in, I think, it's only marginal, but we get a little bit more money, don't we?
Yeah.
Tiny bit more money. And in fact, if millions of you were to watch us on YouTube, I'm not saying that there aren't already millions of you, but if millions more were to watch us on YouTube and listen to us on YouTube, we could get an even bigger studio. But there you go. 40 for 2. Young 27. Mitchell yet to score, yet to face. And the Pakistan crowd is much happier than it was 2 overs ago. In he comes, bowls to Mitchell, on to the front foot outside the off stump, coming across his stump slightly. To guard about against the ball coming back into him, which is not really threatening to do. He's just played inside that.
He did look back, though, didn't he?
Oh, he did look back.
Oh, yeah. Quite healthy in the end.
It looked like he tried to just pull the bat in a little bit, but just didn't do it quick enough, I suppose.
Well, I don't.
Daryl Mitchell is in good nick, by the way. And he's 81 and 57 in Lahore and Karachi in the Tri-Series endo.
Well, Kane Williamson was as well. He scored a ton, mate.
Yeah, sort of ton.
You super fucking Middlesex dude has fucked it up.
Well, even allowing for the fact that Daryl Mitchell hasn't played as many ODIs, he's actually averaging a smidgen more in this format than even Kane. Naseem in, bowls shorter this time and played in front of his breastbone by Mitchell down into the sort of short leg area.
Still in the
no run.
Powerplay as well.
Still in the power play. Still 9 balls of the power play to go, and this is, well, it's turning out to be a pretty good power play for Pakistan. Run rate has slipped beneath 5, and so they'll be pretty happy with their work so far. Mitchell, no hair on his head, but lots on his chin. Who was that jingle we had? That was Hashim Amla, wasn't it? Another short one. This one actually gets up higher. He plays it more in front of the grill, but he will get a single as he manages to turn the face of the bat and ease it behind square leg. So he is off the mark. He's trying to get down the wicket to Naseem, and Naseem is saying, "Hang on a moment, I'm quite quick." So he's pitching it in short. The last 2 balls, and just to remind Mitchell that he was once a young tyro of 16, now at the age of 22, and he's got 2 balls remaining in his 4th over, 1 for 18. He's into Will Young, and Will Young has a little poke at that one. That one was given a bit of width, and not sure that Young should have been. Well, if he was going to play at that, he needed to play with more determination. That was
flirting, wasn't he?
Just a nothing shot, really, wasn't it?
Didn't nip away a little bit.
He might have just been trying to ease it down to third man, but having lost that wicket already in this over, the last thing they would have needed was their one-set batsman to have gone as well.
They bat quite deep, don't they?
They do bat deep.
I mean, Nathan Smith's an all-rounder. He scored some runs against us in a 10. Matt Henry. Matt Henry's a 10, I suppose. But Nathan Smith at 9 is...
full and whipped away off his pads. That's really good timing for Young. He prefers it there. And he picks up 4. the end of the 9th over, the run rate back up to 5. It's 45 for 2. Tony.
Yes, right. Well, I have I won't say an admirer, but I was getting acknowledgement from Fidelma in the Cheerbile, who'd said a very good effort, and I think that was my sort of rather clumsy, bumbled attempts to pronounce Fidelma's name.
Right.
Perrong says Black Caps will be cursing Tony Bishop due to his reference to Captain Kane playing for Middlesex. Brought his middle form today, won't make double figures when playing in the county championship. Well, that's a bit harsh. Early days. And actually, he's only playing the back end, I think, of the championship season. He is playing all of the blast, from my recollection of how the deal.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, so he won't be coming over in April then. He won't be for the first. He won't be sort of in the freezing cold.
I think he might still be engaged in franchising somewhere.
Oh, he'll
else.
be IPLing, won't he?
IPLing.
Did he get picked for the IPL this year? I'm not sure he did.
I think he must have done.
Well, you'd have thought so, but there were some names that didn't get picked.
Abra into Mitchell, who prods forward, a mere defensive prod, because there is no mid-off, brings him a single to the man Harris Ralph, who we should see before too long. Up at long off, 46 for 2. Mitchell moves to 2, and Young needs to go on here, doesn't he? 31 or 32. Abra in, he goes on to the back foot. There is a little bit of turn, good piece of fielding. But they will get through for another one. It was a man running around from extra cover who stretched out a right hand and then sort of tumbled over in stopping that. And we're looking at the highest dot ball percentage. Is that? Oh, for the batting team. Well, that's not good. England.
At top of the list.
Top of the list. Or near the top of the list anyway. This is defended back to Abra. They're also trying to get a statement about the dog attack. So Abra is in again. Oh, no, pops up a little bit on Mitchell. Strikes quite high up on the bat, around about the splice, but he's not trying to do anything adventurous with it. 47 for 2. 2 balls remaining in the 10 over power play. Tony is going to come in and do some ball by ball. He's not actually going to come in because he's at home. Getting a single behind square leg. Mitchell moves to 3. He will be joined by Messi on the socials. And do I spot the lesser spotted David Brooke?
Well, I hope so. If he's there, waiting.
I can't see him at the moment. This is defended back to the bowler by Young. It's the end of the power play. 4.8 runs per over in that power play. But maybe more significantly, New Zealand have lost 2 important wickets. One of the most important in Kane Williamson. But Will Young is still going strong. Well, I'll hang around here on the jingles while you take over, Tony, and and I can see David. There he is.
Hello, Hendo.
Yay!
Here he is.
Great to hear you.
And Hendo, seeing as there are 3 remote people, somebody's going to need to change the screen settings too.
Oh, that was my mistake. I'm sorry. I have had certain time slots I could do, and I rather bungled that. 48 for 2. 10 overs gone. It was all going very well for New Zealand. They looked in good order. They were ticking along, not exactly at express rate. I mean, 4.8 and over is not exactly ducket and salt style attack. But they were looking good. And then those 2 quick wickets, losing Conway and then Kane Williamson into a bra onto Nazim Shah, has set them back on their heels a bit. And it is Nazim Shah who's going to continue. Defended back to him by, well, another former Middlesex man, although he's gone on elsewhere, of course, since then. Daryl Mitchell, he defends that pretty well. There's no run. There is a slip in place, I think.
I should point out, for those not watching, that David Brooke has joined us wearing a very nice Pakistan cap.
Ah!
It's the hosts. What can you do?
Are you lamenting the absence of your West Indies? Sorry, I shouldn't be talking, should I?
I am, particularly in the way that it was, worked out.
In comes Nazim Shah. That slip goes down. That kept a bit low and was left by Daryl Mitchell outside of his off stump.
If you remember, it was only when
No
Shakib in his press conference let slip that the World Cup was a qualifier for the Champions Trophy. Anyone seemed to know. I don't even know if West Indies knew they were excluded.
Defended again. No, we're watching a replay, aren't we? No, we're not. No, we're watching good running by New Zealand, who have taken their ones and twos very well, it must be said. Daryl Mitchell, as we said, 81 and 57 against Pakistan in Lahore, 36 against Afghanistan here in Karachi in the warm-up game. It's a bit confusing following that tri-series, because there was the tri-series with South Africa, Pakistan, New Zealand, but then there was a warm-up game which wasn't an official ODI. So the 3 tri-series games were absolutely in the record books as official ODIs, but the warm-up game, because you basically could have as many players as you want, all the squads were there, were able to get a workout in that. 48 for 2 still. Nazim Shah over the wicket, bounces. Has he got a top edge? Rizwan thinks he has. Nazim Shah thinks he may have. Sagar Alman coming in, and he thinks he may have. Not, crucially, the umpire, who says no. And I think it looks to me, David, like Rizwan and Nazim Shah are considering reviewing this. Although Rizwan seems to have lost enthusiasm.
I think Rizwan, the skipper, put a calming hand on Nazim's head and said, "Look, don't get too excited.
Cool your jets, lad."
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed to be high over his clear daylight between the top of his glove. However, it does show Pakistan are on their toes here, buoyed by those 2 wickets, and looking in pretty good order, I would say, at the moment. The run rate about 4.5.
As you were saying, Tony, or someone was saying, they do bat very deep, New Zealand. Mitchell still averages over 50, doesn't he, in ODIs? I don't really think of him as a Middlesex player, Tony. How many years did he play?
Daryl Mitchell, just the one season. Forward short leg is in place, but has left. He had a fabulous season for us, but he went through a period which he's arguably not necessarily out of, Mitchell, where he just seems to make runs all the time, everywhere. I mean, he is such a class act. He's a terrific player. Bit of verbals here and there. Is that when he ducks under that one? Again, there is no run. Mitchell gives I would describe that, David, as a schoolmasterly look back towards Nazim Shah. Something along the lines, although you don't say anything, you're basically saying, don't try that with me again, young man. But he's about to face 4 dot balls this over. They're still on that power play score. There is that forward short leg in. And a slip. So Pakistan hunting here for wickets. That's again slightly short. Not as much pace. Dies quickly. And Mitchell, I think, David, has a reasonable claim that could have been a wide. I don't think it's going to be given thus, do you?
Well, it hasn't been given, and I think he has got a reasonable claim, Mitchell. This is sort of situation with a couple of wickets falling quickly that Mitchell kind of relishes, doesn't he? He seems to excel when it's needed, when it's most needed for New Zealand.
Yep, he certainly has. Will Young has looked very solid. Who was it? The Bear, not a Will Young fan. I don't think he was referring to his musical talents on this particular occasion.
Well, as Hendo said, he did win that. Yeah, as Hendo said, he did win that series against India virtually single-handedly.
Yeah, he's been in very good order. The man from New Plymouth, in place for Central Districts, had some time with Durham Northants and Notts, of course, last season. I think that one is worked off his hip by Mitchell. Fine leg has to come jogging in from the boundary, and then it was fielded by someone else, and they come back for 2. Only 2 runs though off that Nazim over. The 50's up for New Zealand there. 50 for 2 after 11. Messers, I think Mutters was next on them.
Yeah, well, I may have misinterpreted something. He said 72 today, Hendo, so not far off. To which I said, happy birthday, Muttley, and he said, well, wait, what? Since when is today my birthday? I step away to answer the door, and Mog says you don't look a day over 25, Muttley. So obviously the 72 is in relation to something other than his age. I'm
Does
sorry,
Muttley look... Sorry, I've got to interject here. Does Muttley look anything like 72 to you?
Well, you know, it can be well preserved.
I must admit, I read that and I thought, hang on, if I was Muttley, I would have been going, you what? Wait, hang on. Someone's reckoning you're 72.
What's the 72 about then? I just saw it.
I always work out his age from the first appearance of the Wacky Races.
Right, well, Abra's going to be continuing from the university end. He throws this up. That is a leg break, and it's defended by the admirable Will Young. Very tall. New Plymouth, which I'd never heard of in New Zealand. Apparently it's the major city of the Taranaki region on the west coast, on the North Island of New Zealand. You know, normally when you see where players are born, you kind of have a sense of where they are. I had to look up New Plymouth. I had no idea. That's defended back by the man from New Plymouth to Abrar Ahmed, who, talking about looking older, conversation we were having earlier, you know, when was it? He took plenty of wickets against England in 2022, although a bit expensively, didn't he, Abrar Ahmed? But then I don't think he had so much of a beard, and he had his glasses Harry Potter look on. That one's a little bit uppish, off the splice on the bounce, taken diving to his right. But all of a sudden, by taking his glasses off, he looks a completely different young man, David.
He had plenty of time to grow a beard waiting to get a bowl in the recent Test series.
Well, he did. And against England, of course, we'll wait this one. Onto the back foot, kept low. Young was hoping, I think, that was going to bounce a little bit more than he did, because he looked to cut. In the end, he just dabs it to short third. And it will be another dot ball. So 4 dot balls, pace off. Still looking the way to go.
I mean, he had a couple of games, didn't he, Tony, as the third spinner?
That's pushed away down to fine leg. He might get 4 runs, though. Welcome 4 runs for New Zealand. That rather gets them shifting again after being in the doldrums for a while. Signalled by the Kettler.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Well, I may have been a bit overtimed in saying he worked that around the corner. He actually got an inside edge, nutmegged himself, and then it found its way down to fine leg. Thrown up by Abrar Ahmed, defended by Will Young. They will take a sharp single. There's another example of fine running. It means that after 12 it's 55 for 2.
Farong says Captain Kane was unsold in the IPL auction, so he's going to play PSL with Davey. Richard Kamiz says, good day, all the way from Namakwa land, South Africa. Thanks for the stream. I seem to only get Pakistani or Indian streams. Graphic scorecard is brilliant, but I don't understand a word. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is.
No, I think it's the Pakistan streams that he doesn't understand the scorecard.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant
ours
us. Oh, right, yeah. Wiltron 6 says, what's the New Zealand team, please? Well, very, very quickly for you. The New Zealand 11 is Will Young, Devon Conway, Kane Williamson, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Nathan Smith, Matt Henry, and Will O'Rourke.
Well, there's a change of bowling. The surprise in that one possibly was no room for Rashin Ravindra, although he had taken a knock on the head in one of the Tri-Series games, I think, so possibly taking a bit of time to recover. But the new bowler, very familiar face indeed, Harris Ralph. Shall we jingle him? We are. He's going to be bowling to Will Young, facing Nazim Shah from the pavilion end, I think, if my recollection of Karachi ends is right. Now, Mohammed Rizwan appears to be not at all happy with something here. He's gone and had a chat to the umpire. He's now jogging back to his station. Well, that's actually listed as the Karsaz end that he's bowling from, which I thought was the pavilion end, but that's up in the air. Is there a man down there? It's going... No, there isn't, because it's gone several rows back. It's a deep backward square. So there might have been a man there, but it wasn't one that's actually playing in the match.
Yeah.
And it's a terrific shot. Goodness me, you got hold of that, David.
There's plenty of men there, but all top 10 rows back.
That 6 is on fire.
It had, as they say, plenty of hang time, but it was a real top edge, wasn't it? He definitely didn't get it off the middle, and that's what made me think it had gone higher than he intended and not as far. But it really carried, and never, in retrospectively, looked like it wouldn't cross the boundary. Right, in comes Harris Ralph. So he's conceded a 6 off his first ball. This one's worked away more legitimately off his legs by Young, and they should take a single. They do. So 7 off the first 2 balls for Harris, which is not the best of all starts for him.
I mean, no, Pakistan will just be so pleased to see him back. He's been out, hasn't he, injured, and there's some doubt about his participation in this tournament. So it's good, the home crowd will be delighted to see him.
Yep, indeed. He's didn't he have a back problem? Wasn't it? Is a back issue that kept him out for quite a long time. 66 for 2. They moved that run rate up to over 5, so scarcely express. I think South Africa? I'll just hold the thought. That one is defended into the onside by Daryl Mitchell, son of the former New Zealand rugby coach, of course. No run. I think South Africa made about 350 odd in the tri-season.
352 for 6. Yes.
352 for 6, but then Pakistan beat that.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at first innings scores, I think over the last 10 years it's more modestly around about 240 something in ODIs, but it's so difficult to judge as the pace of the game and the scoring rates have increased so much. That's down leg, taken on the dive by Rizwan, signalled as a wide, and Harris Ralph I think is
rusty.
A little bit licorice all sorts here, isn't he, David?
Rusty, I'd say.
Rusty,
yeah.
Yes. 6, a 1, a dot and a wide is a fair mix. There's a backward point cover, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, deep point, a deep square leg and a fine leg and deep third for Harris Ralph.
I mean,
Did he play in
feature
2017?
Yeah, and he didn't feature in the Tri-Series. Did he play in 2017? I don't think so.
I'm going to have a look. That's defended. No. I don't think he did from my
No, he didn't.
memory.
There's only 2 survivors for the Pakistan team that won in 2017.
Fakhar Zaman
Baba
would be one of them.
And Fakhar Zaman, yeah. And Baba, yeah.
That is correct.
Is Fakhar back on the pitch? Because he had that injury, didn't he, in the first over?
He did take a ball, yeah.
Yeah. Is he back on?
Good question. I don't know.
That would be a big blow if he can't bat. But he walked round the boundary with the coach, so it looked like he wasn't too serious.
63 for 2. We're in the 13th over. That run rate's leapt above 5 and has just crept down below it again now by a shade. But there have been 8 off this over with still 2 balls to go. So quite an expensive start from Harris Ralph, that's a better ball, but they will get a single, just pushed to mid-on by Daryl Mitchell. And as they have been doing very proficiently, they just jog an easy single and keep the scoreboard ticking along. We move on to 64 for 2. Will Young going very nicely. Not rated by some of my colleagues. But to me, he looks in pretty tidy order to me. Took 1 for 23, Harris Ralph, versus New Zealand in the Lahore match. He didn't play in the Karachi games and didn't play against South Africa. He has had a couple of first-class games recently in the President's Trophy. I find first-class cricket in Pakistan hard to follow, or structurally, not generally, and that one's pushed into the offside, no run. Best bowling there of 2 for 42, where he was playing for Khan RL. Would that be Railways, do you think? An abbreviation for Railways?
No,
quite probably. seeing as the gas works, the electricity power station, and the water board all seem to be first-class teams in Pakistan. Right.
Well, makes a nice
30 complete, 64 for 2. Messers.
Alec Payton says, "Hi fellas, lovely to see you all." Eric J says, "Looks smog-free." Well, yeah, it does look very clear, actually. Richard Cammy says, "Good day." Oh, no, we've done that. Sorry. Jamal the Sats fan says, "Hey, David, Brooke. Hey, messages. Hey, Tony. And
hello.
hey, Hendo." He also says, "How are you?" Eric J says, "Hi, Rich. Is there a water park in Namaqualand?"
Very good. Abra is in. 2. Will Young steers it down too long off and takes a single. New Zealand move on to 65 for 2. It's hard to call. Wow, I think the 2 wickets will probably leave, and the fact that the run rate's scarcely stellar would probably leave Pakistan thinking that they're in a decent shape here, David. But they also bat pretty deep, New Zealand, so it's very hard to say who's on top at the moment, isn't it?
Well, exactly. One has to get used to the different pace of the game in the 50 over. We just don't see it so often now.
Onto the back foot goes Abrar Ahmed, works out to mid-wicket and takes a single. Does Will Young takes a single.
I mean, in the World Cup, the 50 over game was sort of closer to Test cricket in a way at times, wasn't it? Because the way they had to build the innings, and England suffered from playing a sort of T20 game in that. So you can't really tell. As you say, New Zealand bat deep, and if these two put in a partnership.
Mitchell guides this off the back foot to deep point. That'll be another 1 to the score of Abrar Ahmed. We're just going to have another look at the Devon Conway wicket, which was an absolute beauty. It just straightened a tad. At first I thought it had gone on with the arm. That beats the outside edge. That was a ripper from Abrar Ahmed, and suddenly we do see a bit of bounce and turn.
Well, he bowls at a decent
Young,
pace.
I think, left it.
Yeah, he pushes it through, doesn't he, when he's on song, Abra, and that came off the pitch quickly, and decent rip on that.
That's certainly the most turn we've seen, I think, from Abrar Ahmed. And, caused a lot of excitement over a young gentleman in the crowd who was wearing a pair of glasses. That one was pushed to mid-on, well, probably short mid-wicket really. 52 dot balls we've had so far in this innings. So yeah, if you're looking for an average first innings score, you're looking at somewhere around 300 being highly competitive, I think. But this one is steered down to long off, and again they'll take an easy single. It means there have been 4 off that Abrar Ahmed over, and New Zealand have moved along, not in an express fashion at all, to 68 for 2, Messers.
So nothing new on socials at the moment, but I think David is dead right. New Zealand have been very good at working out how to play ODIs, a complete contrast to England. But they know it's a game that lasts more than 20 overs, which is quite refreshing to see. They don't actually have to go berserk to score 300 runs.
Absolutely. Right. The key thing at the moment, Mess, is these two stay together and rebuild the innings.
Well, yeah. Latham's, Phillips, Bracewell, Santner, even Smith, as I recall. Nathan Smith can smack a ball from my memory of his one Test appearance against England. That beats the outside edge. Harris Ralph, maybe he's found his range, because that was a super ball just in the famous corridor that left Young somewhat uncertain when he prodded forward, and it was past that edge and through to Rizwan in no time.
That's the Ralph that we know and love. It's quick, well directed, and far too quick for him.
His nicknames apparently are Bamsey and Harry, and Bamsey. 150 I've written here.
Harry I can understand, Bamsey less so.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where that goes. He was apparently more interested in football than cricket as a youngster. Was a very decent footballer. That one is guided to backward point by Young. There is no run. He seems to have been becalmed on 46 for a while, in sight of his 50, but not yet getting there. He didn't take any wickets, Harris Ralph, in the ODIs and T20s in South Africa, which would be a concern for him, I think. Because certainly one or two of the Pakistan players, didn't they win that series and do pretty well, Pakistan, from memory? I know South Africa have had a bit of a shocking run of form leading into this tournament. Ralph in, clipped off his toes by Will Young, down to deep square. And again, it will just be a single and move New Zealand onto 69 for 2. David, it seems like forever you and I were on doing something together. What have you been up to?
Well, I did make a brief appearance during the T20 series.
You did?
Yeah, mainly sort of academic matters, Tony. Nothing fantastically exciting. But no, it's great. I got very excited though this morning hearing the name Jeff Lynne. Did I hear you correctly?
You did. I'll tell you about it in the context for that in just a moment. As Harris Ralph is in over the wicket, it's defended again, nudged, nurdled, worked around the corner down to fine leg, and they'll take a single.
This is the jingle.
Yes. Let me see. Who was the jingle before? Shreyas Iyer. Shreyas Iyer, and we used Living Thing.
Right.
Iyer and Iyer for that, and it gets us dinged. So we were talking about jingles that get us dinged, and that was. And my suggestion was we should write to Jeff Lynne and basically point out, come on, Jeff lad, you've made enough money from that song. Maybe let us make a little bit more innocently promoting you. That one is worked nicely by Will Young, but straight to mid-on again. No run.
I've spent my whole life waiting for a reason to write to him. He does like cricket.
Well, if he does, I mean, you always don't want to take a risk. He might suddenly go, right, how many times have you played it? That'll be several £1,000s, please. So I'm not entirely sure we want to take that risk. But if he likes his cricket, we might be worth it.
You might like his royalties more than his cricket, that's the thing.
We could be like a cricketing travelling Wilburys, but we'd have Jeff Lynne on with us. It'd be great. Right, Harris Ralph, that's clipped off his toes again by Young, down to backward square. Two fielders converge, and it will just be a single. It means that Harris Ralph over a lot tidier than his first has gone for just 3. Number 12 off his 2, 71 for 2. We can have a drinks break, and Messers, you can have the floor for an extended period of time.
I was just thinking that Trevor and Wilburys may have had a couple of things we didn't have, like capacity to sing and to play instruments. Well, I'm not speaking for all of you. I'm just speaking for me. Sorry.
Bob Dylan. Richard, who was it? Bob Dylan, Tom Petty, the great Roy Orbison, of course. The great Roy Orbison. Not that Bob Dylan isn't great. Jeff Lynne, and of course George Harrison. So sad. That they've now depleted. Anyway, Messers, sorry, we digress.
I think we'd be more like the Highwaymen, to be honest. So in response to the question about Namakwaland, I looked up Wikipedia, which said it's an arid region of Namibia and South Africa, so obviously not suited for a water playground. And Richard says here, sorry, been away for a couple of minutes, and no, we don't have any water parks. Closest to Cape Town, 500 kilometres away. And Wiltron 6, for no apparent reason, says, never mind the blockheads.
As in Ian Dury.
Isn't that supposed to be the Buzzcocks?
Yeah, it was originally. Yes, it was the Buzzcocks. The blockheads was Ian Dury, formerly Kilburn and the High Roads.
Oh yes.
Ian Dury, if you can remember back that far.
Kilburn and the High Roads and Hatfield and the North. Of course, Jeff Lynne, isn't he going to be playing his last ever gig? It's not. You mustn't call it Electric Light Orchestra, or he gets sued. It's now Jeff Lynne's ELO. It's hard to say. But it's being supported. Sad when that happens. Yeah, being supported at Hyde Park by the Doobie Brothers.
Really?
Yes.
Oh wow. When is that? Because
in July.
Oh well, I shall look out for that and see if I can get a ticket, because I'm a big fan of both. Certainly a big fan of the Doobie Brothers, China Grove and the like.
Yeah.
Well, I was also looking at the playlist for the Fox and the Firkin for the next couple of months. I'm sure there'll be things you enjoy there as well, Tony. We'll got more water park news from South Africa. Klaas Zaman and the Nieresen Reserves says there is a water park in Langebaan, 445 kilometres away. Coincidentally, I just booked there this morning. And Mayank's with us says, morning all, forgot you were on for all games, thank goodness. And Wiltron 6 says, yeah, Ian Dury was the bomb.
He most certainly was. There was a great film about it, was sort of a biopic of him. Who was it? Was it Andy Serkis played him, didn't he? And played him quite superbly from my recollection. I can't remember the title of the film. Anyway, remember, I think we're looking back while this is happening. Is that back to the Oval, I would imagine, what we're watching there, isn't it?
That was Fakazan's great innings there at the Oval.
Thumping win it was. It was a crushing of India in that game.
But yes, Tony, I haven't been on too much recently, but I have been listening, and I have to say, I thought the coverage, Gorilla's coverage of the White Ball series against India was excellent, and really enjoyed that. Much more than the UK listeners having to put up with TalkSport.
Yeah, it was. Well, it's always fun to do. I mean, we should be focusing here on New Zealand and Pakistan, of course, but I worry for England in this tournament. Let's just leave that there. I just think the paucity of spin and the inability to play spin is a real worry. Now, Harris Ralph is going to be replaced by Kustil Shah, 30-year-old slow left armour. Got an economy rate of about 6, and he's going to be coming on, and he's going to be bowling to Will Young, who's on 48 with his landmark in sight. Should we jingle up Kustil Shah?
I'm wishing I was sure.
Yes, we shall. Cut straight to point, no run.
Looks good in one-day green.
He's replaced Abrar Ahmed from the university end, so spin very much from one end, pace at the other is the Pakistan approach. That one will net a run for Daryl Mitchell. For Will Young, who'll move on to 9 as he cuts it past point. 72-4-2, he moves on to 49, and Daryl Mitchell will be back on to strike. I mean, he's more of an occasional bowler, isn't he, Kustil Shah? I need to have a look at his...
I was surprised that they didn't find a place for the destroyers of West Indies in England.
Well, we discussed that in the Bishop and Bear preview. That one beats the outside edge and through to Rizwan.
Yes, he does have a ODI bowling average of 83.33. He's only taken 3 wickets.
That's rather what I thought. So it's an interesting move to bring him into the attack. Oh, but look at he gets that to turn and bounce. It was a terrific.
He must have heard us.
Well, he must have done. It's an occasional bowler. I have one of these apples, because he's absolutely ripped that past the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell, and it turned, bounced. I think it surprised Mohammed Rizwan as well. It surprised everybody, to be honest. Most of all, perhaps Daryl Mitchell.
And it was quite a quick turn too, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was indeed. Just trying to find some Kustil Shah key facts for you. Yeah, well, we're going to watch that several times because it was a great ball. He's coming very wide of the crease. And it enables Mitchell just to lean forward, push towards cover. They take a single, they think about coming back for 2. So it means with just 1 ball left of the over, Will Young, who's on his 49, will have the opportunity to move on to 50. He's from Banu in the northwest frontier province, is Kustil Shah. Around the wicket he comes to the right-handed Young, who defends, doesn't get to his 50 at the end of that over. Just 2, occasional bowler he may be, but just 2 off the over. 73-4-2 after 16 for New Zealand.
So Richard in Aqualand says, but the Gariep River between South Africa and Namibia is popular for canoeing and multi-day rafting downstream. Eric J says Kane should have hit it with his rhythm stick. Dan de Castro is with us. He says, a fire at a sea park? Quoting from the IT crowd. C'est bon, c'est fantastique, says Dan de Castro. And Mike says, Kustil means happy heart in Urdu Hindi. There you go.
Does it? Well, he's been a bit of a run machine over the years in limited overs cricket, but certainly on the domestic front for Pakistan. That's defended by Mitchell, moves him on to 10.
And sorry, no, just to answer your question, Richard, New Zealand beat Pakistan in the final of that tri-series competition a week or so ago.
They certainly did. And I think Kustil Shah played in all of the 3 tri-series games and only took a wicket against South Africa. I think he took 1 for 39 against South Africa, none for 66. That one's top-edged straight by Daryl Mitchell, he was looking to pull. He's just simply lumped it, clothed it really.
That was a brain fade.
Mid-off.
Yeah.
Well, it was a brain fade in an attempt to try and move things along a bit, which possibly you could argue they needed to do. But it has cost him his wicket because he's been caught at mid-off. Daryl Mitchell has gone for 10. Harris Ralph has a wicket. He sort of pushed, he dunked that into the turf, didn't he?
The crowd says you're out.
Yeah, it was dug in by Ralph, a bit more pace and bounce, but even so, it was an atypical shot from Mitchell. He didn't get out like that. It was a pretty unattractive shot.
Yeah, it was a definitely attempted ball. It's what I think they call in cricketing circles a
swipe.
A heavy ball.
Oh, a heavy ball, yes, and a swipe.
Heavy ball, which is
a
fine.
duff shot.
Fine in cricket, but not what you want to go to the doctors with.
No.
This wicket isn't easy though, is it? I mean, it's not got a lot of pace in it, and sometimes it's holding up a bit. So it's, unless it's pitched up, it's quite hard to find the right pace to bat with, as it were.
Right. Well, it's going to be Tom Latham, and I can already hear his jingle in my head. But here it comes for you.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
It's made messes. So I think that must be an age thing, messes. You and I both chortle when we hear that, and I can't actually explain why. It does always make me chortle. We'll have another look at that ball. Yeah, he really does try and take the pace off it by bowling it into the pitch, and just the fact that it was slower meant Mitchell was just on it a little bit too quick. Top edged it, clothed to mid off, and he had to go for 10. That is a big wicket for Pakistan, who will definitely be feeling that they're in a decent place now with 3 down for 73.
Yeah, they will, and it's slightly different complexion on that innings from Daryl Mitchell, doesn't it? 10 off 24 balls. You'd say, well, that was justified if he then went on to score a big one, which he usually does in those situations. But as it is, probably put them behind the rate.
Indeed. Well, we're in the 17th over. It's 4 balls a bit left. Harris Ralph has picked up his first wicket to the delight of what does appear to be a growing crowd. We were a bit concerned when we looked at the beginning, and there seemed to be more empty blue bucket seats than people. But it's
definitely a
day-nighter.
sellout, Tony.
That much I don't know. This one is just dabbed to backward point. No run. Latham cautious at the off, as would probably be the right thing to be, I think.
I don't think there'll be a spare seat once Pakistan bat. I believe it's a big sellout this game. That's what.
I think most people are trying to sit in the shade for the moment too, I suspect.
Indeed. Well, Harris Ralph is going to be continuing from I think the university end, if I've got my ends right, but he's had to stop halfway through his run-up. Tom Latham looks vaguely apologetic, but there was something going on over the shoulder of Harris Ralph that Tom Latham didn't like, and he's well within his rights to go, hold on there, Harris lad. There's something going on that I don't is putting me off. So it's still 73-4-3. Tom William Maxwell Latham, to give him his full name, son of course of Rod. Left-hander, a slip in place for him, clipped nicely towards deep mid-wicket, and he will be off and running with a single. Will they come back for 2? Yes, they have. So he's off and running with 2. The score moves on to 75-3. What's his form been like? He's certainly had a decent run of scores for Canterbury in the Super Smash. Did Tom Latham. Got 46 against Wellington as a highest score. Then he 56 versus Pakistan in Karachi in the Tri-Series, and 15 in the other ODI against Afghanistan. So he's got a 50 under his belt here.
2 consecutive ducks in Lahore, though, against Pakistan and South Africa.
Well, there we go.
First, in fact, golden ducks, I think.
What, 2 consecutive golden ducks? Good lord!
I'm not sure. Sorry, no, there's no.
I don't think so.
No, I'm probably wrong there.
I don't think he played in Lahore. That's the thing. Right, as this one is nudged away again to backward point. And Will Young... oh no, that was Latham, single. So Will Young has another chance at the last ball of the over after that single to finally get to that 50 landmark. Will he be finally able to do it? He seems to have been on 49 for an absolute age. We're watching the most solid of defences.
So it was a golden duck against South Africa. It was third ball against Pakistan.
Ah, somehow I missed that. Okay, maybe for some reason I was only looking at his Karachi form. Okay, in comes Harris Ralph. 2. Young on 49, and he will finally get that 50 down to deep backward square. He moves on to 50 of 56 balls. Well batted him.
Yeah, that's one of the eyes of the bear.
With your 50.
Yes, well, if we learnt anything, if England learnt anything in that ODI series against against India, is that the team who has at least one batsman that can go on and convert into a big score that the others build around tends to be the team that wins. Have New Zealand, David, got that player?
Well, I think, I'm sure they will. One of them will go big, I'm sure. But, it's interesting that it looked like a good batting wicket to begin with, didn't it? And now beginning to doubt that. But, maybe
a bit of variable bounce, bit of turn.
Yeah, it is.
Not traditionally a pacer's paradise by any manner of means in Karachi.
Eric J says... Oh, sorry.
Take 51. Yeah, you were taken as Kusadil back into the attack. We were all taken by surprise, most notably the cameraman, who was either picking his nose or eating his sandwich. I'm not quite sure what, but he missed the ball. Thus, so did we. Sorry, Messers.
I would just say, Eric J says there's lots of people still outside the ground due to stringent security checks.
Oh, what after?
And I did notice the Indian flag was actually flying at the stadium today, even though India aren't there.
Well, I'd say that's a gesture on Pakistan and ICC's part, and I'm sure with the PCI as well, a blessing. So well done them for doing that. Be the bigger man, as they say. That one's pushed back towards Kusadil Shah by Tom Latham.
The India flag is flying, Tony, is it?
Yes.
Yes, that's what Messers was saying. I haven't seen it myself. And it's 78 for 3. That much we definitely know. We're about to be 3 balls into the 18th over, which is bowled by the left armer Kusadil Shah, and he's tickled by Tom down towards mid-on, and we'll get a single. What else do we know about Tom Latham? Test captaincies, I think 113, 1-8, lost 7. They played 8 for Canterbury in the Super Smash. High score of 66. Played all of the World Cup games, as that one's defended by Young. Down to backward point, there'll be no run. He averaged 26 in the 23 World Cup. High score of 68 versus Afghanistan. Onto the back foot goes Will Young. Thinks about a run. Rizwan's very quick to jog across and make sure he doesn't get it. I'm not sure. Did he get anything on that? It's a dot ball. I think he must have got a little bit of bat on that rather than pad. 79 for 3. 1 ball of the 18th over left. There's a ring on the offside for the left-handed Kusadil Shah. A kind of gully short point and short cover, but none of those are needed because it's worked to leg. It's taken a single. He'll keep the strike, will Tom Latham. It's 80 for 3 after 18, Messers.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just distracted there a minute. Arthur Henry bemoans, as does David, the lack of the West Indies. He says it's such a shame. They bring so much excitement to the game. It is indeed a shame, but hopefully that won't last for too long.
Well, the whole
Richard says
was weird.
Yeah, it was a bit. Richard says, may I ask, I'm new to the stream, and it reminds me of the old style broadcasting of the 70s and 80s when I was young. Could you, if possible, please introduce yourselves? Thank you. Well, I'll start. I'm Jeremy, better known as Messages, and I am in Perth in Western Australia.
Harris
And I'll
Ralph,
leave
most
it to that.
importantly, right now is in Karachi, and he's in to Will Young, who defends. I am Tony Bishop, at Tony Bishop 1 on Twitter, if you want to find me there. And I'll let David introduce himself, as if he needed any introduction.
Well, probably do if you've not heard us before. Dave Brooke here, all the way from Oxford, in the UK.
Tim Southey. Tim Southey is on the mic, next to more recognisable and rounded form of Ian Smith. Right, that one all slower ball, clever slower ball from Kusadil. It still says Kusadil. So not only is the cameraman missing deliveries, we still think it's Kusadil Shah when that is quite obviously Harris Ralph ball, which is really ridiculous.
These ICC productions.
Yeah.
They netted
Not like when
all
you were producing at Channel 4, David.
Wow.
Head of strategy. You were a strategist for strategic growth at Channel 4, weren't you?
Indeed, and head of sport for 2 years.
Head of sport. Well, there you go. What credentials, indeed. Right, Will Young is facing Harris Ralph, and he defends. Harris Ralph jogs somewhat indolently out towards cover to field off his own bowling. Yes, the qualification for this tournament was it's so strange. Well, it's the top 8 teams in the preceding World Cup.
Nobody seemed to know that.
But nobody knew that. And then when England got caught, I said, "Is it?" I mean, the great Matthew Mott said, "Oh, blimey, is that the way it works?" And then we suddenly had to it looked like we wouldn't make it. The ICC then said, "Yes, of course, it's always been like that." But I bet you there weren't that many people, including some of the teams participating in that World Cup, that did realise that.
That's right. Only Shakib, Bangladesh, seemed to know, and he was the one who spilled the beans.
Shorter and pulled by Will Young. Is that going to beat the man at mid-wicket? It is. Will Young's unshackled himself a little bit, and the fourth ball of Harris Ralph's over has gone for a boundary.
It's me, says she.
84 for 3, and Will Young is ticking along very tidily indeed. Well, of course, conceived originally the Champions Trophy to raise money for non-test playing nations, to sort of filter money down. I mean, the rise of T20 has sort of more arguably done that, but that's the original reason for it. That's past the outside edge, although I think Young just played down the line and was happy enough to watch it past. So he'll stay on 56.
Now it's, of course, there to raise money for the ICC as part of their TV rights packages.
Yes, which are worth was it 100 something million, did I say? It was a lot of money. It was a lot of money.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fair enough. You've got to, it's where the money goes that's important. I never complain about people making money, it's what they do with it. As this one is a little wide of the right-handers off stump and is driven, but defensively driven, if you can imagine that, sort of out to deep extra. And he'll take 2. It's the end of Harris Ralph's over. It's 1 to 22 for him. It's 86 for 3 for New Zealand. Young is on 58. Tom Latham on 4, Messrs.
Eric J says David is actually Don Mosey in disguise. If Tom Mosey was still with us, he'd now be 101. Well, he'd be 101 this year. So you're looking good, Don, I've got to say. Richard Kramer says thank you, but what I am a bit more interested in, what's your connection with cricket? I've just loved it since I was a kid, and I find it's a wonderful means of connection with really nice people. That's what guerrilla cricket does for me. It's about connection as much as it's about the cricket, and I just love being in that discussion.
Right, Kusadil Shah, the left armour, is over the wicket to the left-handed bat of Latham, who I think was trying to work him to leg and ended up getting a bit of a front edge, forward edge, leading edge, pushing it back towards Kusadil Shah. Now, the bowling, incredibly, and I'll explain in a minute, seems to be 10 minutes behind, which is weird given there's been so much spin from one end. That's worked down to deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single. How does that work, David? Yes, we've had pace from one end, but you've had a Brar Ahmed, you've had Kusadil Shah, all operating a lot from the other, which would mean that you're getting through overs pretty quickly. How can they be so far behind?
Wasn't the length of the national anthem beforehand?
Oh, he could have been dabbed around the corner by Will Young. I think he's going to get 4 for that because there's no fine leg. There was a man at backward square. He's not going to get there. It's 4 more for Will Young, who continues to tick along very nicely indeed.
Yeah, well, they're bowling about 12 overs an hour at the moment, which is pretty ordinary if you've got spin on.
Yes, I'm not sure. I haven't... there was a delay, of course, for Fakhar Zaman, who went down.
Not for long, though.
But it wasn't huge. Right, around the wicket to the right-hander comes Kusadil Shah. Will Young steps back, guides to point, and will get himself a single, I think. Yes, he will. So 6 off this Kusadil Shah over, number 11 so far for him. He's got 2 balls left of his third over, and it's 92 for 3. The left-handed Tom Latham is in his sight, so he's back to over the wicket again, and Latham defends back to him. The run rate, not canter, it's not barely a canter at 4.6. Brandon McCullum would be looking at that and looking to try and get the afterburners on, even if it meant they were all out for 120. They would have got there quickly, as that one was pushed to long on. Nazim Shah fields. They take a single, and it's the end of that over. It's the end of our spell, I think, chaps. It's been a delight.
It is, although Hendo's disappeared from the studio temporarily.
Well, it's 93 for 3. Hopefully Hendo come back to us. David, you're taking over on ball by ball. You should be joined by Will. The only problem being if Hendo's left the studio, no one's going to change over. We've got no. We're all stuck with no capability to change the buttons.
I'll hang in here with you, David, until Hendo and Will turn up.
I need to move, so I will be back a little bit later via having had my shingles jab, which is massively exciting, I can tell you. Probably not.
Tony.
See you in a bit.
Shingles
worth
jab.
getting. Yeah. Parrot Badshaw's with us. Hello. He says, ahoy, old salts and sea dogs. And over to you, David.
Shaheen Afridi coming into Latham, who plays that solidly defensively forward. 93 for 3, New Zealand.
And I did see some movement in the studio just then, but it seems to have disappeared again.
Just watching.
Here it comes.
Yes, back Hendo taking a comfort break after being on jingle duty and commentary duty earlier, and now finds himself in the socials chair, and but also, I hope, summarising as well.
So no sign of Will.
Are you able to let Will in, Hendo?
Sorry, yeah.
That's driven out to extra cover, no run. So Shaheen Afridi coming back in. His 4th over, new wicket for 18. And Will Young is on 63 not out. Hit 6 earlier, 7 fours. Slightly slowed up in the 40s, didn't he? But he's managed to accelerate again now.
Okay, I shall leave you now that Will, you come in now, and I shall bugger off.
We welcome Will. Thanks, Messers. And we welcome Will. Hello, Will.
Hello. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Shaheen comes in, and that's played out by Latham out to cover point for a single. For a new listener, Will, we've just been asked to provide our cricketing credentials, and you've got some very interesting cricketing credentials, haven't you, Will?
I guess I have. It feels a bit weird sort of talking about it. It was a long time ago, but I played for the Somerset disabled team and the Warwickshire disabled team when I was at uni, and I've got a couple of England PD caps as well. But this was sort of like long before it got ICC backing. And
defensively played by Young, back to the bowler for no run. Well, England cap's an England cap. I mean, Hendo, you got any England caps that we don't know about?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I had to take my headphones off for a moment. Just let me catch up again.
Well, you should have played for it. I was just wondering whether you had any England caps to match Will's. Could have played for England.
I mean,
probably not. Hello?
yeah.
Almost certainly not. In fact, never.
Now, we had that listener who was asking about our cricketing credentials, and Hendo's cricketing credentials. He's the best broadcaster on the radio on cricket. That's played down nicely by Will Young. No run. I can say that, Hendo. You're too modest to say it.
Well, funnily enough, I was actually going to put out some stuff on LinkedIn today saying that I could do with some commentary work this summer in between Guerrilla commitments, if anyone was willing to give me any. But, being the wrong side of 60 and, it's not looking good.
Well, still the best as far as I'm concerned, Hendo.
Well, best isn't what they want,
agree.
is it? Best isn't what they want. They just want ex-players, mostly.
Here's Shaheen plays, and that's played out by Will Young. So a tidy over from Shaheen. Only one run off it. He's 0 for 19 or 4 after 21 overs. They're 94 for 3, and Hendo's on the socials.
I am on the messages. Where did we get up to? Pirate Badshaw, ahoy, old salts and sea dogs. Have we had Pirate Badshaw popping in yet? Stephen Kelk says, I've escaped the boss man temporarily. I don't think the boss man is actually a man, if I'm not mistaken. Messenger says, good work, Steve. I guess I should have a little look at Blue Sky if I can possibly find it, but I'll do that during the next over and see what I can come up with.
It's Salman Aliaga into the attack for the first time today. He's played 16 wickets at ODI level. He comes in to bowl now his off spin and bowling round the wicket to Latham, who plays it out into the offside. Salman, one of the all-rounders in this Pakistan team. Latham on 7. He gives that some air, and Latham plays that out too long off for a single. I mean, it's a nice change. Sorry, Hendo.
I was just going to jingle him up.
Oh, yes, please.
Wouldn't it be nice if Salmon could be given just a game or two? And after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew. Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
It would indeed be nice. He's had 33 games before this in the ODIs, and he bowls now, and that's, again, given some air, and it's just guided down by Will Young for a single. He goes on to 64. So Salman, he's had 33 ODIs. He's very much an all-rounder, and averages the bat in ODIs 45 average with the bat. There's no run there, so 2 extra cover, and he's taken 16 wickets in ODIs, rather less impressive average of 45. Best bowling 4 for 32. He bowls now again. Nice loop to this bowling that's just comfortably played out by Latham. I have to say, guys, it makes a change to watch a game of cricket in Pakistan without the sort of the Bunsen burner and the heaters being on. The wickets we saw in the Test series were ridiculous towards the end.
Well, I thought maybe when I saw that ball spin from Shah, I thought perhaps they had the hairdryers on.
This one is there's no spin on this. It's a bit shorter, and it's played out by Young to deep cover point. So it's steady, unspectacular progress at the moment from New Zealand. Their current run rate 4.4. But the contraptions that they had on the pitch during both the England series and the West Indies series. I mean, did you see the way they prepared the wickets? I mean, there was everything on there, wasn't there?
Oh, you mean after the first test? Yeah, I mean after England had scored that enormous total to win that game. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It seemed like they were just throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Absolutely,
at that point,
they were.
And of course, the two main protagonists not playing in this Pakistan team, the two main spinners who took all the wickets. Agra, who was the third spinner, is obviously playing in this game. He didn't get much of a bowl. Shaheen bowls, and that's just dug out. That kept low, and Young had to sort of jab his bat down on that. So, a bit of variable bounce.
Yeah, there has been. I think it's a quite an interesting pitch actually, because we were saying at the outset, ball's coming on reasonably well, and it looks very flat. But as soon as Abra came on, and he came on in the power play, there was a little lack of pace on the ball. I mean, a couple of times that Young had to get down like that to the spinner.
Shaheen bowls, that's guided down to third man by Young for a single. Yeah, we did see some pretty ragged turn from Abra, and a little bit also from was it Crystal, wasn't it? Crystal Shah, who spun the ball quite powerfully on occasions. 99 for 3, New Zealand 22 when the 23rd over, so run rate just 4.4 at the moment. And they'll be relying on one of these two getting a big score batting through, I should think. Shaheen looking for a wicket here, bowls, and that's right on the legs of Latham, who drills it out to deep square for a single. That brings up the 100 for New Zealand, 100 runs, and DP World very kindly supplied 10 cricket kits for grassroots cricket on it's very nice of them. And you know that came up on the scoreboard, Will.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with those sort of things, they could just give them the cricket kits.
Yeah.
Don't bother scoring the runs. If you've got the stuff, give it to give the things to the children. You know.
Yes. Not going to give them away, but didn't score the runs.
Yeah.
Young waits for Shaheen now, and that's nicely played off his legs. It's beaten mid-wicket. It's going to go to the boundary. Yes, it is. Nicely drilled through by Will Young for a 4.
Well, I mean, you look at this score on 104 for 3, and well, without Will Young, I mean, he's on 70. I mean, he hasn't tried to do anything too ridiculous, but especially once he realised that pace off the ball was making it a little bit difficult. I think they've recalibrated what will be a good score on this pitch.
Yeah.
Is Shaheen, that's driven out by Young straight to extra cover. I think that's right. Sorry, Will.
I was just going to say he's just sort of clicked into playing that anchoring role and sort of hoping that he's going to have enough people to stick around him and just let him go about his business. But I feel a bit sorry for Will Young, really, because he's sort of always the kind of next cab off the rank in the New Zealand setup, and I think he's an absolutely class player and just doesn't quite get the game time.
Absolutely, and that's also tucked nicely off his legs. This time it's going to be fielded out on deep mid-wicket just for a single. Yes, well, Bear, of course, would disagree with you. He wasn't too impressed by Will Young at all, but you and Hendo, I think, are on the same side. I'm with you. He's a very valuable player. End of the over to Hendo.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's one of those players. I didn't particularly think he was going to be one of New Zealand's go-to players, but I think he's improving and taking strides, really, and this sort of innings will help him make those steps. Anyway, on Blue Sky we have Mad Old Bat 3 minutes ago said, "Morning Hendo and all. I'd forgotten you were on today, but YouTube kindly reminded me. Well, we're grateful to have you along."
Salmon bowls, and that's played out to mid-wicket, and they'll run by Will Young, and now we were talking about. He's in 71. Yep, not everyone knows that Guerrilla Cricket's covering every game in Champions League. That's reverse swept, and they're going to run through. They run through for a very quick single, I think. There. Young gets off strike.
No, did they? Oh, yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yep.
The boss man is a very different person to the vicar, who is a woman, says Stephen Kelp.
Salmon, and that's swept in a conventional manner by Tom Latham. Found the nice gap, and that's going to go for 4 runs.
Very nice shot. you see so many ugly sweeps these days. It's actually really nice to see one played with such fluency and such smoothness.
It was a lovely shot, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Beats the reverse sweep that Will Young played the ball before. Latham is on 14, he's moved on to now. I think that was his second boundary, I believe. I will check that. And here's Salman bowling to him now. Bowling his off spin round the wicket. That's played back to him by Latham. Ben Phillips next one in. He'll want to come in when there's slightly fewer overs to go, I'd say. This one is think about a single to squirt it out into the offside, but wisely turn that one down because Sal was in very quickly. That's the end of that over. 24 overs gone. New Zealand being put in by Pakistan today in the first match of the Champions Trophy. New Zealand 110 for 3.
Right, some more contributions. Love to listen here as Dave's... sorry, I'm going to have to say Rajesh. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say there. Mayank says they give 10 kits. So who is the unlucky bastard who shows up ready to play cricket but doesn't get a kit? Poor lad had to play in his underpants, I guess. Very good point. Messenger says DP World are not very nice. That's absolutely true. They are the Bradmans who sacked all the P&O workers and when they bought them out. Absolute bastards, P&O, he says. The roll-on, roll-over ferry group, says Eric. Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully we won't have any more rolling ferries. One per 40 years is more than enough.
That was actually Tom Latham's first boundary. Just to correct myself there. Shaheen Afridi is going to start resume his second spell. Last over, and he went for one, and he looked threatening, I'd say. He's going to bowl to Will Young. If he can dislodge Will Young now, that would be important for Pakistani bowls. On the pads of Will Young, plays it out for no run. Who's your money on, Will, then, for the tournament?
For the tournament, so many teams are undercooked. I think Afghanistan will go quite far.
Oh, 33 to 1 I can offer you on that. They're not...
Oh,
yeah, they're very big guys.
I would actually very much take that if you can point me in the direction to put something on that.
Yeah, I can bet 365 and down to one bet fair. Most bookmakers, in fact, it's down to the third man for single. I was surprised when I saw those odds because, you'd say they were right in the frame. Everyone else is 10 to 1 or less, and Afghanistan 33 to 1, Bangladesh 250 to 1. They've been completely written off. But Afghanistan must have a chance after the way they played in the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I see them. They're definitely sort of. For me, they'll definitely get to the semis. I could see them sort of as an outside chance for the final. I can't really see past India winning it though.
Well, we'll ask Hendo in a moment. I know he's more parsimonious than the rest of us, but we might have a flutter on this. That's down to mid-on, and there's no run. Hendo, if I was to give you the money, where would you put it?
Well, I suppose if I was going to put it on someone, I would at least make it worthwhile. I'm not if I do have to bet, I'm not really into your 2 to 1s, and
no.
It's got to be something worthwhile.
8 to 1 South Africa.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think South Africa are going to be up there. I was saying before this match, or before the tournament got underway.
That's short from Shaheen. It's dug in, but Latham gets on top of it, and plenty of time to play that out to mid-wicket. They go through for a single, 112 for 3. I
think the win's going to come from India, New Zealand, and South Africa, to be honest. I saw that Australia are second favourites and England are third favourites, and I find that hard to believe based on what we saw from England in India and the number of dropouts that Australia have had. They're going to, some players are going to have to announce themselves, really, aren't they?
Absolutely, especially on the bowling front. That's right on the money from Shaheen, and Young has to be pretty watchful as he plays that back for no run. England no value at all at 7-1. I mean, based on their form under Joss Butler, you wouldn't go anywhere near that.
Yeah, I mean, England have got to think a little bit more about the way they play. People are probably sick of hearing me say it, but I do think.
Here's Shaheen. That is just short of a length, played out, nudged out from single. Might think about 2 here. No, they're going to settle for 1 to Latham. Goes on to 15, and the score to 113 for 3. Hendo, just a mini rant, please.
I've said it over during the one-day series in India, in particular, and the T20s as well. They just don't seem to be learning. I mean, everyone could see, and I went to the comments beneath the reports of matches on the BBC, and apart from one nutter who called himself Sir Baz, who can see nothing wrong with constantly losing matches, and actually the notion of consolidating in a 50-over match when you've lost 3 quick wickets was really insulted him. But England have just got to back with more intelligence.
Absolutely. This is short from Salman. New over. It's drilled out nicely by Young, but there's a man down at long on, so a couple of bounces down to him, and just a single, but it's nicely played by Will Young. Signs of aggressive intent from him now. I
suppose one thing in England's favour, perhaps, is that most of the players were in such poor form, so most of the batsmen.
This is swept nicely by Latham. There's a man down there now at just behind deep square for a single.
You would hope they've had their blip. Certainly someone like Harry Brook, you would hope, had his blip, really, and would start finding some form.
This one is straight from Salman. It's just pushed out by Young for a single. So 1 off every ball so far. 3 balls, 3 runs.
With England, though, there was that stat. Somebody was saying it the other day, where sort of Roy and Bairstow have had the best average. Or
this one is driven pleasantly out to long off for a single. So 1 off every ball. No, they've come back for 2. Decent running there, and New Zealand showing a bit more urgency. 2 runs to Latham.
Of sort of any ODI opening pair ever around 2019.
Right. Ooh, going back a bit there. That's no run to Latham.
I mean, I wonder about the
and.
It's away from single. You don't like the Ben Duckett and.
No, I like them. I'm just saying. I think a lot of people are kind of comparing them to that kind of weird, anomalous kind of blip of kind of having 2 openers in freakish form that could sort of adjust to the sort of tide a bit. And also, I think a large part of it is that you don't have the sort of engine room players. Do you know what I mean? So like the Morgans that sort of come in and just sort of, I don't know, settle everything down. And I think there's a kind of distinct kind of break in the England side at the moment.
A number of times they were bowled out. Hendo, you were particularly severe on that, quite justifiably, in the white ball series against India, both 20 overs and 50 overs. A number of times they were, and just got so used to seeing Archer and Rashid batting at the end. This is a new over from Nassim, who's come into the attack, back into the attack. He took up the early wicket.
He said to his dad that you're the man of the house now, because Naseem Shah is just that good.
I mean, I actually think that you can play at 2 paces for a little while in T20, and even more so in 50-over cricket. You don't have to belt every ball, and
exactly.
You know, it's just, if you give England kept getting themselves into positions of authority and then just handing back the initiative by losing a bunch of wickets and doing something stupid. And you just didn't understand that, or I didn't understand it, put it that way.
There's definitely been a swing to the kind of wicket clumps.
Yeah, I mean, there was some. They've also got to look at the way that they play spin. I think they've had a lot of success in Test cricket by employing the sweep against spin. Well, in so much as they've had any fortune against spin in the subcontinent, but they've got to find a way of picking up runs when they're not hitting boundaries. I think Mark Busher might have said that the same thing this week, that they've got to find a way of picking up runs when they're not hitting boundaries, and it seems so much in their DNA now that they've got to hit boundaries the whole time that they miss out on those other runs.
Indeed, 119 for 3 New Zealand. Naseem bowling his second ball of his second spell. He bowls, and that's a decent ball, just short of a length, played out for no run. Naseem took the early wicket of Kane Williamson, got him out third ball. So Kane Williamson out for second ball. He was out, caught behind by Rizwan off Naseem Shah. The other early wicket was Devon Conway, who was bowled by Abrar Ahmed, the spinner, for 10. But Will Young still there on 76. Darryl Mitchell played a kind of slightly laboured innings for him. 24 balls, looked like he was going to bat long, but then played an unattractive shot out for 10. That's the 3 wickets that have fallen so far. Naseem bowls. And that's played out into the offside by Latham, and there's no run. Pakistan will be pleased with the form of Naseem and Shaheen. They both look like they're bowling well.
Yeah, I thought Naseem looked good today. I mean, he's actually he looked quicker than the speed gun was suggesting, and he looked nippier than that, I thought. It was only suggesting he was bowling about 85, 86, but I thought he was bowling a decent lick.
And he's moving it, wasn't he? He was swinging it nicely.
There was a little bit of swing,
Swinging it nicely in his first spell. And he's prepared to bowl now to Latham, who's on 19. Playing second fiddle at the moment to Young, but he's keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Latham, hardly any dot balls for him. Another single down to third man. And he moves on to 20. But yeah, the number of times, going back to what you were saying, the number of times England were bowled out in 20 overs, you have to ask yourself what was going on there. And Livingston so often flattered to deceive, didn't he? Finds a way of getting out. Very rarely, so only occasionally plays an innings of any substance.
My theory about Livingston is that he's a massively good hitter, but he's not a very good placer of the ball.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Shah bowls. That was squared up. Young. There's obviously a bit of swing there because Young was looking to turn it on the leg side, but suddenly it was on him, and almost a caught and bowled chance, but it went in front of the bowler, so he gets away with that. But Shah looking dangerous. I mean, and the bowling is not too smart either. Sort of McCullum's changed the tactics, hasn't he? And he's brought in the quick bowlers from the Test series, and that's not necessarily, you get the feeling that he's picking the players he knows.
Well, a little bit, although let me come back to that in a moment.
Naseem to finish this over. That's a bit leggy, and it's placed very nicely by Will Young. There is a man who knows how to place the ball, Hendo. It goes to the deep square round the run.
I just think, if you were being charitable to McCullum, you would argue that he knows we haven't got the spinning talent beyond Adil Rashid to compete with what India have got. So he thinks, I better use the talents that I have got, and those talents are the extreme pace and bounce, particularly of Archer and Wood in terms of pace, maybe not quite so much bounce. But it became obvious that these guys were just so good. I mean, the likes of Abhishek Sharma, who came in, and Tilak, was it, who came in as well. These left-handers, they were picking up the ball so early, and they were they were mishitting the ball occasionally, but they would almost always go for 6 because of the pace. And they didn't try to change that. Maybe those bowlers, I mean, I don't think that Mark Wood has ever had a really good slower ball or much in the way of variation in pace, and perhaps the same for Archer.
Yeah. Return of Kushdil Shah into the attack. First ball is driven down to long on by Latham for a single.
Yes, I mean, we were sitting here, and you will have probably heard us, Dave. We were just sort of saying, pace off,
Yes.
Because we saw that. I mean, I think the first T20, Hardik Pandya opened the bowling. He was bowling quite quick, and he was getting smacked all over the place. The next 2 overs, he took pace off the ball, and he was like that throughout the rest of the white ball series.
Yeah, Kushdil bowling his slow left arm very wide of the crease, and that's drilled out by Young for a single. Kushdil, I don't know whether you want to jingle him again, Hendo. It's the second spell. Do we jingle people on the second spell?
Well, we sometimes do, but I'm not fussed.
Depends on the quality of the jingle. No, we're fine. No, nothing wrong with the quality of the jingle. I wasn't getting at you, Mog, or Jeffrey Perkins, or anyone else, because they're all excellent. That's driven down for a single to Young, who's playing a very significant innings here. He's hit 3 ODI centuries. He's possibly looking at a 4th here on 81 not out. Another thing England didn't do was there were no centurions, were there? In the whole of that time. Got that wrong.
I can't think of one.
There was one.
Was there one?
Yeah.
Short again. Young on the back foot. This time finds the deep extra cover fielder, and they think about 2, but just as well they didn't go for that. Just a single.
Well, the problem with those sort of games is that it was effectively a meaningless series beyond just the enjoyment of the game, or lack of enjoyment of the game in England's case. But it was. I'll come back.
Kushdil bowling this leggy, played out by Latham. This time he doesn't get a single. Rare dot ball from Latham that goes to square leg. For a single. New Zealand rebuilding here, 128 for 3. Last ball of the 28th over from Kushdil, and this time he does find the gap. Latham showing his customary ability to keep the ball, keep the scoreboard ticking over. 129 for 3 off 28 overs. Hendo.
Well, I've lost my train of thought, so I'll. I might as well just go to some contributions on YouTube. Eric says, I like PC World, not DP World. Rajesh says, I put the TV on mute and listen to the commentary here as it saves me to listen to stupid commercials in India. Or it saves him from listening to stupid commercials in India. Eric comes back. Eric J says, Will's a lovely fellow, but I'm still trying to work out where the hair ends and the beard starts.
Yeah.
It's mainly hair, isn't it? I think it's mainly hair.
It's hair and then beard to cover up a load of scars down the neck.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough.
And he is a lovely fellow. It's a weird, scraggly beard that doesn't grow. Cause
it looks very good indeed from here. Anyone listening to us on TuneIn or the website, you're missing out on a tremendous beard from Will. That goes out to deep square leg for a single to Latham, 130 for 3. So it's good to hear where people are listening to us rather than the Indian cricket commercials. So in a way, we are disrupting India's delicate cricket ecology.
Yes, it's true. I'm just looking at Tim Southey's international career. Average of 33. Best figures of 7 for 33. That's tremendous. That was probably against England, wasn't it? 2015 World Cup.
Oh well, yes.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Nassim.
Oh,
and that's lofted by Will Young. Nicely placed. That's going to go down to the long off boundary. So Young taking his chance there, but very well placed by Will Young for 4 runs.
I love
4
like
on
that.
the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And I think
Will, tell us why you enjoyed that so much.
Yeah, go Will.
I just love those kind of lofted shots that you kind of get a little bit anxious about, because it could be that there's a man underneath it, but they just sort of plink over and then dribble to the boundary. It just pleases me.
Yeah, it was pleasing to the eye, absolutely. This next ball is just dabbed down to short third. So Young getting off strike, getting a single there. He moves on to 87. Very good knock from him. 135 for 3 New Zealand. They'll be pretty happy if they get to just 3 wickets down after 30 overs. They'll be showing England how to play an ODI.
Yeah, they will in a way. I mean, the thing you've got to point out about Will Young is he hasn't really tried to go for it yet, has he?
No.
I mean,
No.
even that shot over the top was controlled.
It was.
And
very
yet,
much.
he's going at nearly a run a ball.
Yep.
Yeah. Latham playing a really nice little second fiddle here because it gets off strike so easily. That's played out to deep mid off for a single. He moves on to 25 again without taking any risks at all. So decent partnership this. Rebuilding was necessary after Mitchell's dismissal, and well, yeah, as you say, Hendo, Young hasn't taken any risks really, and did get bogged down a little bit in the 40s, and I wonder whether the 90s will slow him down again. These landmarks, if you're fighting for your regular place, tend to be important. Nassim coming into him now, and that's nicely connected, but there is a fielder at mid-on. It's gone straight to him. Did he hit the stumps?
He has.
The hill for run out. It's a direct hit, so this could be trouble for Will Young. Normally direct hits are out. The umpire's going upstairs to have a look, but Will Young's already taking his gloves off. What a shame. What a way to end.
Oh no, is he really?
Straight to mid-on. It was a wonderful piece of fielding, and it's some way short, I think. We're going to see this on the replay now. Did he get in?
I thought he got there.
Oh, I don't know.
No, he's got there. He's got there.
He's got there.
He's well in.
Yeah.
Okay, he's taking his gloves off because he probably enjoyed the air on his fingers. So still there. So the decision is pending. It's going to be not out. Sorry to disturb New Zealand fans, Kiwi fans. It's not out. So Young remains on 88, and the score is 137 for 3.
I think this New Zealand pair particularly have been showing England how to build an innings, because England do that thing that it's like they kind of calculate the boundaries as a way of keeping the run rate up, which I think is kind of dangerous, particularly in ODIs, because they just kind of go, oh, it's fine because we'll get sort of 10 off boundaries this over, and I think that just doesn't really work, particularly in on South Asian pitches. It just doesn't fly.
Well, it may just be, you never know. According to Baz, they didn't want to peak too early with all the issues, so we'll see what happens in the tournament. They play their first game on Saturday against Australia. You can enjoy that here on Guerrilla Cricket. Every match for the tournament. Of course, it's a short tournament, short and sharp, just 2 weeks. Everyone plays just 3 games. So, interesting to hear from listeners, Hendo, who they fancy for the tournament, because I've got £5 of my own money here ready to put it on, depending on what people say, really. Thinking about South Africa, but New Zealand, from what I've seen today, could be a good bet. Here's Shah, and Latham's going to face the last ball of the over from Shah. He plays that again on the leg side. It's beaten mid-wicket to chase on, and they're going to take 2 runs. And one of Pakistan's left-handed players, which is Shaheen, throws the ball into the boundary, gets to 139 for 3 off 29 overs.
There's lots to talk about DP World and various things that DP can stand for. Deep Purple is one of them. I won't tell you what the other is, although Mayank says if you know, you know. Linux gets in touch and she says, are you lot already whinging about England's performances before England have played a game? Well, no, but, I think, once bitten, twice shy. We've been bitten a lot more than once, to be fair. This is some quite England doom talk indeed, says Stephen Kelk. And Messages says, he just says, the last century scored for England in any form of cricket was on December the 8th by Joe Root in New Zealand. There you go.
Thank you, Messrs. Yeah, so no centuries in the 8 matches against India, white ball matches. Let's see whether Will Young can move towards his century today. It's Kushdil who bowls to him. This will take him to 89 as he drills it to deep extra cover for a single. And
did I completely dream Duckett getting about 110 in an ODI then? Well, I must have done. But that's weird.
Didn't he? But we've got to trust Messers here.
Oh yeah, no, I completely trust him. It's just weird because I sort of have a very vivid memory of it.
Right, you got me thinking now. Let's bet down to mid-on for no run. I'm sure Messers will come back to us. And maybe he was out in the 90s. Could he have been out in the 90s? Here's Kushdil bowling.
Maybe, I don't know.
First arm, and that's swept nicely by Latham. Has he placed this one? Yes, he has placed it well. They've moved the field around behind deep square leg, so he placed it beautifully just in front of square leg. It's gone down for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Silencing the Karachi crowd. They're looking for a wicket, and decent partnership. Show you how many in a moment. Kushdil comes in and bowls that drill back to him, and there's no run, which is unusual for Latham. End of this over, we're going to be a change. I think the Bear is going to be coming in with Messers, who will no doubt tell us about Ben Duckett's knock. Let's play back to bowler no run, and Forthy is also going to be joining us in Melbourne, I believe. Was it Sydney?
Melbourne it is, 40.
Yeah. And
it's been a pleasure to talk to you both, Will, and especially Hendo. Forgive me for saying especially, because well, it's so enjoyable listening to Hendo. And that's nicely played by well, it's enjoyable to listen to you as well, Will, but Hendo is the best radio broadcaster out there. That's drilled out for 4 runs, and Latham goes on to 35 at the end of 30 overs. The New Zealand are 148 for 3, and taking over from me will be the Bears shortly with Messers and Forthy. But last word from you, Will or Hendo?
Yeah, well, I mean, a couple of lovely sweeps there by Latham. He does play that shot really well, all the way along the ground as well. It's all about the placement and the technique. There you go. 30 overs completed. We've just had, just before I go, just one more of these. It's
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Stephen Kelk has sent us a super, what's it called? Super Chat.
Euro. €2.
He sent us €2. Duckett should be bowling for England. Discuss. Oh, do we have to?
Nah.
I just glanced up and I thought there was a Smurf in the studio. It's a new look from Hendo.
It's a tea cozy top, isn't it?
Okay. Probably what all the youngsters are wearing these days in Sydenham, I imagine. Hello, Messi. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Forthy.
Hello, Forthy.
Hello there, Bear. How are you?
I'm very well. Very well. This flat is very cold. It hasn't been. No one's used it for 10 days. Sort of walls are all bitterly cold. It's been very cold over here. Bra comes in, gives it a little bit of air. It's defended into the leg side by Latham, and there is no run. New Zealand on for 300 plus here, aren't they? They lost a couple of early wickets, but they've stabilised. Got plenty in the hutch.
Oh, they battle all the way down virtually to 9, if not 10.
Yeah. Well, Henry can give it a slap. Latham paddles that around the corner down to long leg, and he'll get himself a single. Yeah.
Yes. Conversely, our air conditioning's on the blink, and we're due for some 30 plus degree days. So we would.
Oh God. Well, you know.
Sorry about that.
Well, by the end of the week, apparently, it's going to be up to a whopping great 15 degrees in February, which is nice. Nicely driven by Will Young, but straight to cover, and there is no run.
So it's an easy studio air conditioned, Bear. That's the question.
Well, that's one thing I haven't asked. It's got it's all electric, so there's electric heating and stuff. Oh, now there's an appeal for OBW. I think. Yeah, it's hit him in line, but I think it's turned, probably bounced, and it's going to miss off stump and maybe over. I don't think there'll be a review. It didn't look very convincing. He certainly held it back though, gave it a little bit of air, and I think Young threw a shot.
Sorry, I just got to take a step back there. You said the new studio's all electric. It's good to know that we're not going to have to power it by pedalling hard on the bike.
You know, that's the only thing we have to pay for. Actually, it's driven down to Long Off for a single to Will Young, who's on to 91. Yeah, everything's included apart from the electric. It's cool. We can get a sky dish on the roof apparently, which is all handy. It's all going swimming. I mean, it's just a complete right find at the right time.
Brilliant.
It was a bit of a lucky find. I'd looked at so many bloody things beforehand that just didn't work, and I was getting a bit despondent about the whole thing. And then this popped up.
What's total floor area?
308 square foot, which is pretty good for the price. To be fair, I mean, I've been looking at a lot of stuff that was marginally more expensive when you included in service charges and VAT, and they were like 260 square foot, some even smaller than 250, and really,
and it's all one room.
All one room. Yeah, there is. I mean, the green room will be kind of at the back, but I mean, we use these mics. You don't really pick up background noise anyway. And it's not. It adds to the crowd noise, you know.
I do have to tell you that the sound coming from your new mic on the headsets is actually really good.
Yeah, well, they are professional broadcast ones. I didn't go for some cheapy shit. Well, I think we still prefer the ribbon mics. I'm going to get them all repaired. If this new place I found repairs them for less than 200 quid, then I'll probably get them repaired over the next couple of months, and we'll probably go back to them because I kind of prefer them. Feels more sporty doing it that way. Although lots of broadcasters use these now. If you wonder why I'm rambling, it's because I presume they're having drinks. 31 over.
Yeah, I think so.
So we are moving to a new studio, and that requires money. Give us some cash. And you know, we do love our patrons, because patrons give us what we need every month. We know exactly what we're getting. We love your super chats, obviously, and any other way that you help us out. But Patreon, you get lots of extras. You get access to archive, and you can go onto the Gorilla. What was that? Discord. That's it. Trying to think of the platform. We've got a Discord channel server over there with lots of little chats on. You can go and have private conversations with other part of the whoop of gorillas on there. You get a mug, and you get early access to the podcast and things like that. But Patreon is the best way to help us out, because it gives us a knowledge of what we're going to get next month, and therefore, can we afford a studio? Currently we can, and we'd like more, because anything left over helps us keep the kit in order as well, because I realise I'm going to have to buy a whole load of stuff when we move as well. I've got to set up a ceiling rig for lights and all sorts of crap moving forward. So yeah, there'll be expenses to move as well. So, you know, please do patron us. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. It's really nice if you do. We love you. We love you all.
Says Stephen Kelk is slightly miffed that there's super chat for €2 didn't lead to a discussion of Duckett's bowling, but he also says
it's never going to happen.
So this is a studio in the sense of a recording studio, right? Not a studio in the sense of a one-room shoebox that you live in.
As in a studio, yeah. It's in a commercial building. It's quite a nice commercial building. It's a pub right next door. In fact, there's a brewery in the car park. Well, it's not car park because you've got no right to car park there, but it's a Firkin pub, and there aren't many of those left, and they brew their own beer, and the brewery bit is literally in the entrance to where we go in. You can see it.
We've had a question, which is, where is it? What is the location?
It's in Lewisham.
It's in Lewisham, right?
It's in Lewisham, bottom end of Lewisham High Street, in an old Sainsbury's depository building that has been converted.
Oh. And not far from Ladywell Station.
Really near Ladywell Station. It's literally probably less than 5 minutes. Yeah, Ladywell's on the line down to Sevenoaks. Come down from London Bridge, I think, through Catford. Goes that way. Lewisham Station's about a 15-20 minute walk, similar to what Sydenham is from here. You've got to walk the whole length of Lewisham High Street to get there. But Lewisham Station is really well connected.
Hopefully you don't have to take crampons and pitons like you have to when you get to the city.
No, this is the flat end of South London, yeah, out of the hills, heading out towards Croydon. Finally, we're going to get back to some cricket, and Harris Ralph is coming back on. He's got 4 overs, he's bowled, he's got 1 for 22. Pakistan have bowled all right. They need wickets, don't they? This pitch looks awful flat. A bit of pace taken off does help, but the outfield is very quick.
I'd say though it's in the balance, in the sense that there's due is due later, which will help Pakistanis as well. It's very much. I mean, the top 5 for New Zealand are solid without being spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, you need people like Glenn Phillips to get. Darryl Mitchell can be quite spectacular when he gets going, but he didn't last very long. And Kane obviously is the guy who sticks it all together, and he got bugger all. Harris Vale, first ball, new spell, pretty full. Will Young jabs down on it, keeps it out. There's no run.
They were just showing on the TV that there's variable bounce depending on which end it's from, and significant variable bounce as well. But I'm not sure I've really seen Pakistan exploit it too much, or New Zealand get into too many difficulties with it so far.
Not really. University end is lower, isn't it, than the other end? I don't know what the other end's called. You need it's the kind of thing that Tony makes sure he knows. He loves that, guided by Will Young down towards third man, get himself a single. It's slowly creeping towards 100, although he's got 92 off 100 balls, so he's doing all right.
He certainly is. Excuse me. But yes, as you say, you're probably looking for the lower middle order to explode. But there's still 19 overs to go.
Well, exactly that. I think you keep wickets in hand, get 100 off the last 10 and over, T20 styling.
As Margaret Thatcher said when we sank the Belgrano, just rejoice at the news that we've actually got a trophy coming out of Pakistan, I suppose. Just rejoice at that news.
That's a big stretch.
Yeah, it is. Defended to the leg side, and there's no run. I wonder where you were going with that one, Forthy.
Well, she was getting some very critical questioning, and quite right too, about how can we sank this ship. And she said, well, just rejoice at that news. And it just came to mind, because at least we are in Pakistan and we're hosting a tournament, and that's good.
Yeah, didn't we sink it outside of the...
Yeah, that was the problem.
As it was heading back towards Argentina or something, wasn't it?
Well, it's
dodgy.
Yes.
Short arm pull by Latham. Out towards deep mid wicket. When they got 1, they're going to get back for an easy 2. 154 for 3. 32nd over.
That's been a pretty competent bowling performance so far, and I haven't watched absolutely all of it, but I haven't seen any classic Pakistani fielding goofs so far.
No, and you have to say that the pitch is pretty bloody flat.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of turn. This is why I think it's a little bit... Mind you, I suppose Rawalpindi could be different, but I don't think it will be. That one's guided down towards third man, and there is no run. I mean, Pakistan, before they started doctoring pitches, was always pretty flat, I think Dubai, everyone kind of knows Dubai because they've all played there, but they're very slow and low, and it does tend to turn. And I just think it's a massive advantage for India to just be in one place and play all their games in the same place.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if the final goes there, because anyone in this particular, England's group won't have had a chance to test out the pitch. And if you go there and it's India's 5th game on what might be a warm wicket anyway, because they don't have too many squares there, too many pitches. That one keeps low again. Well jabbed down on by Will Young. Slipped off the face under his bat past the keeper, and somehow has made itself down to a very fine third man, and he's got himself 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think the keeper was too far from that.
But I went into the ground. Jabbed it into the ground. It was never catch.
Okay.
And I just think so. If India are playing their 5th game and they come up against, Australia, England, South Africa, or Afghanistan, maybe Afghanistan might have a better chance with all their spinners. I wouldn't expect any side in our side of the draw to probably win that game, to be honest.
I was actually surprised when I had a look at the ODI rankings that England, according to that table, should be in the semi-finals because they're 4th, but it doesn't feel that way right now.
No, but again...
Recent history is not great.
Recent history is not great, but then, someone like Harry Brook loves Pakistan for a start. That's pitched outside leg and just paddled round a corner by Latham down to long leg. It'll be just the one. I don't think there'll be the problem with spin that they had in India. because I
No.
just don't think the pitches will be as conducive. I think they'll be pretty flat, and it might allow. The flip side is it could allow England's belters to actually belt and stay there at the same time.
It'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be. That's swept top edge, I think, over the keeper. It's going to be Will Young's 100. I don't think anyone's going to... well, it may trickle into the boundary. Oh, I don't know. We were the wrong side of the sponge, but Harry Giraffe got down there. I think he got 3 if it didn't go for 4, which will move him on to either 100 or 99. 99. I don't know if they're going to have a look at that one, or maybe it was obvious if you did the other side of the sponge. Of 102 deliveries.
Not the most athletic piece of fielding when it did the job.
Yeah, well, this is Pakistan, And what was it? Fakir Zaman went down in the... Was it Fakir? It was Fakir, wasn't it? It went down in
it was. Third ball.
Third ball, exactly. That's tricky to have a look at.
That's 4. I reckon that's nudged.
Yeah, I think that is 4.
Yeah. I think his fingers brush against the...
He didn't get to the ball very quickly, did he, really?
No, he did not.
It's not a very satisfactory way to get your 100, though, is it?
Don't know. If it went, it went, but they haven't given it anyway.
I think we're ploughing
that's
on.
quite good in a way.
Oh, right. No. Well, his boot wasn't touching it. No, his finger touches it there. You can see a little finger movement on the sponge.
Yeah.
So well, they still haven't given it. That's a bit odd. If they lose by 1 run, I would get really upset if I was New Zealand. That was punched out towards deep backward point by Latham off the back foot. Gets himself a single.
Equally, if Will Young gets out on 99,
yeah,
I'm furious.
Exactly that.
Anyway, he's on strike now.
He is 99 of 102. Bra is bowling, and it's just punched out to the covers. They won't get a single for that. Well, point actually, not cover. And they don't take a single. Stride down a wicket, smack it over his head. Partnership is 91 off 98. A couple of quick wickets went before Latham came in. That's a decent ball by Bra. Gave it a little bit of flight, pulled it back. And Will Young just got right forward and defended. No run.
He's got...
That's not very bad, is it? Will Young's got about 60% of the total score.
He's got 3 previous centuries in ODIs. He's never had a test century.
No. I think he's all right at this form of the game. I said earlier, I don't really rate Will Young. That one is punched back to the bowler, and maybe I've seen him fail too many times. I've heard a lot about him, and a lot of times he's disappointed when he's played in England, specifically, I guess. Wasn't fantastic in that Test series that England played in New Zealand.
Got a 43 average in ODIs, but only 31 in Tests.
Yeah.
Will Reynolds says, so you're paying for the urchin to power the bike for the electricity, are you? Leah wants to know what you paid for the headset.
These were 150. And the reason that's the thing, Leah, right? These are 150 and they're brand new, so I thought I'd try them out. And the microphones, they're 450 quid brand new, so I'm not going to buy one brand new. I keep buying them on eBay for like between 130 and 190, depends on where you bid at. But fucking Coles charge over 200 quid just to fix them and take 2 weeks. And it's just like, for crying out loud, what's the bloody point? That's short, down the arse. Will it be given as a wide? No.
So.
Rajesh Mohan says, you feel it's been a quiet passage of play, but these two are set now. They're playing seaman spin pretty comfortably with the run rate creeping up to 5. And Eric J says, Messi is in Miami, I'm reliably informed. Well, nobody told me.
Oh, well, yes. No, I'd agree. Who was that comment about they're settled in nicely?
Yeah. Rajesh Mohan, yes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they do look pretty comfortable. But I think it'll be the same for both. That's what I mean. I think these pitches will be reasonably high scoring in Pakistan. I think they're generally quite flat. They're not pacey. That's down the leg side. Have they gone off a catch? Have they got the catch?
Big appeal.
Well, there was a big appeal down the leg. I'm not sure he did. Maybe it went off the pitch. Well, they're giving it a wide. Well, I mean, you can... Well, it's been given as a wide.
The bowler looks convinced, and he's pointing to his hand as if to say it definitely went off the glove. So we're about to find out.
Rizwan went up. They are going to review. You might as well. Shit, you're in the 3rd over. You've got 2 reviews remaining. You don't often get the chance to use them in an ODI anyway. I don't understand why people are reluctant to use them. If you really genuinely think he got it, I don't think he did. I think it was. Didn't he wrap his fingers around it? It was a little bit of a offie into the pitch.
The bowler's convinced, but bowlers always are.
Yeah, they are. We're going to have a look. It's coming up. It's nowhere near anything. It's got miles down the leg side. It's a wide.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near.
Missed it.
He missed the bat, and it's a good 3, 4, 5 inches from his gloves.
This does not look. Well, on the other hand, who's the 3rd umpire? You ask yourself.
Yeah, well, the other thing is it gets obscured. It gets obscured by the bat.
Blind Joel.
Indeed.
Well, maybe it does come into his gloves. I don't know. His hands might catch up with it. You see it from the side, and if there's anything there, he punched it there, but he didn't.
He's good.
Nothing.
He is good. I think it's because it went. You were obscured behind the bat, and then it came out, and it looked like it had diverted, but it hadn't. It is not out, so it should be a wide. Now it'd be interesting. Yeah, it does get given as a wide on the scorecard. Sometimes they get ignored after that. And you gain yourself a cheeky run. Yeah, it kind of diverted a little bit down the leg side. He put a lot of effort into it. Harris Ralph dug it in. Good take by Rizwan behind the stumps, diving full length to his right.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
Harris Ralph was convinced. Nowhere near, mate. Nowhere near. Ralph around the wicket, digs it in again. It's pulled. Oh, dropped at mid-wicket. Yeah, definitely put down. It was belted. It was a pretty quick delivery, and Latham didn't get on top of it. Who was it? Was it Salmon at mid-wicket? I couldn't see who it was at mid-wicket. It was quite high. He had to drive up full length. He managed to get 2 hands to it, but it burst through.
It was a leaping salmon.
Yeah, it was a leaping salmon. Would have been a good catch if he'd have taken it. He'll be disappointed, no doubt, that he didn't take it. It was right at the end of his stretch. He couldn't quite actually get 2 hands to it. He seemed to get 1, then the other. And
it's always quite funny, isn't it, if a goalkeeper does that and tips it over the bar, everyone says, "Oh, great work," but if they, I'll let you comment on that.
Well, yeah, that's short, dug in a pitch, and that made Latham uncomfortable. It wasn't the quickest ball of the over either, but it really climbed on him. Latham pulled away. Might have got a top edge into his grill, but he may have just top edged it away. Could have gone anywhere. Fortunately for him. Oh no, it's on the gloves. He looked uncomfortable at that one.
Yeah, I mean, he was quite fortunate in a way that he could watch it all the way and brush it away. We've all seen those occasions when it loops up above your head and you don't know where it is, and it clumps back stumps.
Oh, it happened to Harry Brook, didn't it? One of those ODIs in India. That one's again dug in, and again Latham just defends it into the offside, and there is no run.
So he's now hit 6 balls on 99.
Yeah, he's going to get a little nervous. Who wouldn't? He's only human. I was going to say, if a goalkeeper tips that round the post, everyone says, "Oh, fantastic bit of keeping." But
yes.
The fielder say, "Oh, that's very poor. He's put a chance down there."
Exactly. Much smaller and harder ball as well.
Indeed, yeah.
Anyway, Latham facing up 41 off 54 here. 165 for 3 the Kiwis in the 34th over. Pakistan fans enjoying this spell from Harris Ralph. It's pretty good. He's gloved that one and he's got it away this time. He's not shying away from the pull shot, is Latham. I'm not sure he got all of that. It may have been a bit of glovey, bit of handled high up on the bat, but it's raced away down to fine leg for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's got to be the right strategy to go for your pulls from here on in. The 7 wickets outstanding.
Well, yeah, the angle was right as well, wasn't it? It was always going down leg side. You just got to kind of get anything on it and help it. It should go pretty quick. This outfield, as we said, is very quick. Harris Ralph pulls out from his last ball of the over. If you had bowled a wide, he'd have already finished.
Doesn't feel like a very Pakistani name, Harris. Maybe I'm being culturally insensitive. I can't think of any others.
No. Ralph. Well, I don't know.
Ralph, yes. Yes, Ralph.
Anyway, he's around a wicket. Is that his hair grow? Oh, and he pulled out
And again.
There might be something that's interfering with his run-up.
It's like a horse that's got the jips in the starting stable.
Yeah. He doesn't feel that.
Will wants to know if the new studio smells of hops.
Hops? No, actually, it doesn't, and the entrance doesn't either. You thought there'd be more. I mean, there's like 8 massive vats of beer out the back. One of my questions was, can we? He's pulled out a third time.
3 in a row.
I don't know what is going on here. He's completely lost his run-up, I think, which is really fucking weird.
You don't often see.
You don't.
I remember seeing Sean Tate lose his run-up in Perth once, but it's a rarity. And he could barely bowl. I mean, he bowled off for about 5 paces in the end just to get the over done.
Well, Fakar. Were they showing Fakar back on the pitch? Is that why it was?
Martley wants to know if we'll partner with the brewery to get special Gorilla Ale.
Well, that was a suggestion of Tony's, and I'm not against the idea. Although I do know that particular Fox and Firkin does like club nights and reggae nights and stuff like that. So I think they're more.
They've got a quiz night every Monday night. There you go.
Oh, well, there you go. Sweet. That's turned around a corner. Last ball of the over goes down to deep backward square leg. They hair back for 2 and they make it. Latham will move on to 49. Young is on 99.
And he'll be on strike at least if they've come back for 2.
Over to you, Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, can you negotiate with the brewery to get the beer lines extended into the studio?
It's not a bad
he says
idea.
Gorilla Ale, Hornbot's lewd lubrication, and the duck it off break. Many beers will be possible. Eric says that inking feeling. Sorry. Leah says 130 quid is quite good for those headsets. You should probably look into something from Shure or something. They're reasonably priced, cheaper than the ones with the nose guard. Indian Vlogger says teams like India and Australia would score at least 370 against Pakistan on its pitch. New Zealand is not playing that well. I don't know about that.
I don't know about
Australia
that.
at the moment would be lucky to get 200, frankly.
Exactly. That was the first ball of the next over was cut by Young out to point. There's no run. Sweeps the next ball off a bra out towards deep square leg. He will get his 100. It will only be a single, but well batted, sir.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't like you, but lots of people do, and you got a century.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
He does seem almost uniquely suited to the 50 over format.
Well, he can be quite effective in a T20 as well, can't he? I mean, it's just that I just don't think he's cut out for test matches, really. Next ball is swept out into the deep by Latham. He'll get himself a single. Oh, he was on 48. He wasn't on 49.
He hasn't really excelled in T20s, but there again, he's only had 19 innings with an average of 18. Strike rate of 101 is nothing.
Oh, right. I was thinking it was a bit of a biffer. But there you go. Swept by Will Young. There's an appeal, but it came off the bat, mate, down to the man at short on the 45, and there will be no run. Partnership 100 as well. Off 111 balls, so it's pretty good going.
Karachi.
Abrar comes in. Oh, that one's a horrible ball. Short and wide outside the off stump. He's going to get away with it though. He's only punched out to the man in the deep on the cover boundary for a single. Dreadful.
It was a bit of a dilemma for a batsman as he sees it certainly becoming a wide and almost certainly being a wide. Do you leave it, or do you? He probably rather regrets having not just left it there.
Well, yeah, that was a googly. Seemed to have slowed his pace down from when he started. Abrar. I think when the pitch was new and the ball was harder, he was bowling more flatter. As the ball's got a little bit older, pitch a little bit older, Just give it a little bit more air. He's got fielders out, so he can probably play with that a little bit more. Last ball's just played out square into the deep for a single by Latham. Moves on to 49, retains the strike.
More beer names. Brown in Brisbane says Hendo's Misery or Hendo's Hooch. Will says Silverback Small Beer. Indian Vlogger says New Zealand have to score at least 320. Well, I think they're in a reasonable position to do that at the moment, to be honest. The Harriman says an entire tournament was decided on the toss last time it was played in the UAE. Not sure about this take about slow and low pitches. Where are we? Sorry. There was another one called Harris Sohail, as I recall.
Yes, that was.
That's
That
right.
was Harris Sohail.
Forgot that.
Yeah, the thing about the UAE is it gets really dewy at night, if I remember rightly. It made such a difference in that T20 World Cup. And then the IPL that was played there as well, it was ridiculous, wasn't it? It was like one team who happened to bat first managed to win a game in the dew, and everything else, it was basically win the toss. That was a COVID IPL, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And we actually covered quite a lot of it because there was nothing else to cover.
Yeah. I think Dice Cricket had just about driven everybody up the wall.
Had a little bit, yeah. Tom Latham is going to continue facing up to Harris Ralph. It's into his pads. Don't know if he got bat on that. It was a leg by, but it's gone down leg side. They take one. They won't get a second. I think it has been given as a leg by. Yeah, looks that way. There's no pace off. If it come off the bat, probably one on quicker. Yeah, it's been given as a leg by. So Latham will not get his 50 off that one. Young is back on strike. 101 off 109.
Oh, question. The Mad Old Bat says she joined Patreon the other day. Did she get her name in lights?
Oh, was it a $10?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, I can add you now. What do you want to be known as? Tell us. Do you want me to put you down as Hattie the Mad Old Batty?
Just put Mad Old Bat. I think she'll be happy with that.
Well, you let us know and I'll do it. I'll get it up and I can tap you in immediately. What happened there? I was looking at a computer screen. It looks like it was guided down to long leg. Third man by Will Young, and they got a single.
Man, yeah.
I was having a look at the 7 Emirates of the UAE. Philately is very good for stamp collecting when you're young to teach you geography. Because I remember Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, but I also remember Ras Al Khaimah. You don't hear much from Ras Al Khaimah anymore.
I can't even remember him.
No, nor can I.
There are 3 tiny ones as well. Al Qawain, Ajman, and Fujairah. I actually happen to know someone who lives in Fujairah.
That one is played out by Latham to cover, and there is no run. Well, I've added you, Hattie. I thought I'd put you as Hattie the Mad Old Bat, because that's how you come out on YouTube, so, that's how we'll have you. New Zealand 177 for 3 out of 35.3 overs. Latham still hanging on his 49, waiting to get to his 50.
Haven't heard from our Hattie for a little bit.
No, we haven't. No. That's down leg side. Be given as a wide, I think, unless it touched his leg.
Surely.
Yeah, it has been given as a wide. Yeah. He's trying to cramp Latham for room here, isn't he? But he just keeps getting it a little bit wrong.
Yes, leg by 1 dot wide. I mean, nothing disastrous, but it's Richard Kettleborough, isn't it? God, he's a very familiar figure. I don't watch as many ODIs as I thought I did, because I didn't actually recognise the other umpire. It turns out he's standing in his 67th ODI.
Well, yeah. Oh, that's a bit aerial. Chipped.
Very airy.
But just wide of mid-on. It was always dropping on him. Is that Babar Azam, I think, chasing that down? Has pulled it in. And he should get back for 2, maybe even 3. There is 3. And that is Latham's 50. Well batted, sir. Another milestone.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie.
I think now they've both got that milestone out of the way. I think someone needs to think about accelerating a little bit, don't they? I mean, they're on 181. You want to get to 300 and above. You've got to start putting your foot down a little bit. That's,
absolutely.
Attempted clip down a long leg by Young. He'll get himself a single. I don't think...
Accomplished ODI player, Tom Latham, of course. He's 25th 50. He's also got 700s.
Yeah.
30.
He can lump it a long way, can't he? Was he the guy who came out in the Super Over? Was that Latham? In the 2019 World Cup?
Yeah. Just to talk about acceleration, in one of the the 50 over games against Pakistan, New Zealand managed 120 in the last 8 overs, I think it was. So they can accelerate.
Well, yeah, they're going to need to. That one is worked down the leg side, off about hip. Given as a single to Latham, moves on to 53. Retains the strike. Yeah, I mean, they have got some biffers. And they are going to need. Yeah. I think you need 300 plus on this pitch, and I don't think close to 300 is quite a low score.
I think there's well set for 320 at least. Mayak says, to be fair, Forth, it's a completely different sport when a keeper parries the ball around a post versus a fielder trying to catch a fucking cricket ball to get someone out. He also says Harris is a Muslim name for sure, same as Adam. It's biblical. Mog just says, just bowl the fucking ball. This was when he was having his problems with his run out. Farong says, quiz night, hey, how about the Guru cricket equivalent of Cronje Bingo? Yeah, fix you mean? And Rajesh Mayan says, hope Fakhtar Zaman doesn't bat. I want New Zealand to win. Clap, clap. Well done, Mr. Young, says Stephen Kelk. And Farong says... he did say something. Oh, sorry. Stephen Kelk says there was a bit of a ducket bowling discussion before. Bear says it ain't going to happen. But what does he know?
I know that he's never going to bowl, is what I know. Not in an international.
Mike says New Zealand always wear black. Aren't they feeling so hot in that kit? You'd think, wouldn't you? UAE doesn't get much dew in February, March. It's an issue in the autumn. There you go.
Okay. What up?
And Farong says Duckett is the unknown quantity. He could bowl left and right arm over during each over.
Give it up, man. Give it up.
Keep off his own bowling as well.
Yeah, of course. Well, Shaheen's back into the attack. He's going to bowl at Latham. And it's a nice drive by Latham. Nice. Beautifully, all along the deck, out towards extra cover. No one out there. It's too full as his first ball from Shaheen. And here we go.
Yes, that was a clinical shot, wasn't it? He just opened face just to the right angle. Beautifully done.
Classic. It's almost a test match shot there.
Almost test match. I can't remember any Harrises in the Bible, but there again, I'm not.
No, Harris Harrell rings a bell, definitely.
But not in the Bible.
Oh, right.
Seems to be a biblical name.
Don't ask me about the Bible. I know very little about it, except that I don't believe any of it. That one is an attempted cut by Latham, goes underneath his back, keeps a bit low. That was a slower ball from Shaheen. And
there's some bits, not all of it. I think it's even its most,
Look, you're going to get me started here. You're going to get me started here. I mean,
there are some bits which are historical, and they're almost to be trusted.
So Haris is a Muslim name that comes from the Arabic name Harith, which means guardian angel or ploughman.
There you go. Well, yeah, but I mean, running your life to a book that was written, 2,000 years ago before modern shit gets happening. So it's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Seems a bit pointless.
Well, we probably, I don't know, do we want to get involved in too much?
No, not really, because, people have different opinions. And
there are people who have different opinions, we understand that. I just couldn't remember, the only point I wanted to make was I couldn't remember Harris in the Bible, but Harith, that sounds more likely.
Well, yeah, considering they all weren't white men with beards and were probably all Arabic, and kind of makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? Anyway, don't tell the Western world. Latham is facing up, 57 off 65, all short and flat tap, and didn't get anything on it. Again, it goes through to the keeper. That's probably one for the over. There's one for the over from Shaheen, who haven't got hit for 4 off the first ball of the over. Has bowled 3 dots. Pretty good comeback.
Yeah, that's very good. He's number 1 ranked ODI bowler still in the world, I think.
Is
Shaheen,
he? Okay. Yeah, the ODI and the World International rankings are all a bit weird, though, aren't they? Because
Little bit.
Because so much more domestic takes place.
Yeah.
And the rankings are only counted on international, so they're always a bit funky. Shaheen is in. I think it's a slower cutter, and again just driven. No, not particularly slow, but driven out to cover, and there is no run. 4 dots after being hit for the first 4 of the over.
I think the previous ball was a slower cut. It was the old Andy Roberts slow bouncer.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's what we're going to be seeing quite a lot of over the next 14 overs.
Well, I think Latham was quite right to say why wasn't that given as a wide, because it was a good foot or so actually over his head as it passed him by.
Yeah.
And he wasn't crouching, but it wasn't given. Facing up to the last.
New Zealand always do get a bit upset with ODIs, don't we? I mean, I think we all remember a certain incident.
That one is leading edge, last ball.
That was a drop, wasn't it?
No, it didn't quite carry to
didn't it?
cover. No, he definitely got a leading edge, but it just dropped short of the man at cover. Right. And so it's a good comeback from Shaheen. 4 at the first ball, 5 dots after it. New Zealand really need to kick on. Someone's got to take a chance here. 37 gone, 187 for 3.
Kieran Roseblade says, "Hi folks, I'm distance listening today, so not in the chat. Great to have you. I really want Pakistan to win this tournament with India not in the final. It'd be great for Pakistan cricket." I was relieved you weren't with us last week, to be honest, Kieran, when Hendo was advocating the recall of Johnny
Bairstow.
Johnny Bairstow. I knew you would go ballistic if you heard that.
Yeah. I mean, has Johnny been playing in SAT20 and other things?
Don't
know, exactly. I wonder how he's been
probably
going.
been too busy fighting down the pub.
Well, maybe. Finally, Young has seemed to decide that it is time to go. I haven't seen him step back and thrash it through the offside like that. He's taken a chance, and a very good one as he smacks it on the 4, and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
You should be seeing it like a bloody football. He has faced over 100 balls, and he has got a ton.
And to be fair, the 37th over is probably about the right time.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 7 wickets left and some proper bangers to come. So,
but you don't want to lose a couple of wickets and have to regroup around.
Well, they might have lost one there. That's been hit straight up in the air, and it's a really good catch down. Fahim down there?
Couldn't tell. Good catch.
It was a very good catch. Well, we advocate for it, and he's not very good at it. He hit one through the covers of 4, and then Will Young has tried to pick that up over the leg side. He's got it way up in the air with not enough length on it. And it's been caught down in the deep. We'll see who it was. I thought I saw Fahim on the bat, but I don't remember Fahim being in the side, so maybe it's Faka back on the pitch.
I wondered if it was again a bit of pace off on that ball. I couldn't quite
tell, but caught Fahim. Yeah, he is a sub-fielder, so I did get it right. Anyway, we have to say goodbye to Will Young. Good innings, 107 off 113 balls, but now he makes way for hopefully some banging.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
As ever, it's hard to know whether that's a good thing. I mean, if you make way after a run of ball innings like that, and then these guys come in and crash around for the last 13, then you've paced the whole thing perfectly. But if you lose 2 wickets now, people are saying, well, he was the guy.
Yes.
He was the guy at the crease.
Well, the thing is, you've got 2 at the crease, haven't you? You've got Latham as well. So, I mean, that's it. I think one of them has to stick and one of them has to twist. And now, again, they might have to spend a little time rebuilding, and this bang can get on straight away.
Glenn Phillips.
Young wasn't going particularly fast over the
last he wasn't.
half hour, so it may not be a loss at all.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, you just hope that someone gets, a couple of big overs in the last 10. It's kind of all you need. They do, as we said, they bat pretty deep. I mean, what's his name? Nathan Smith at number 9 is totally not a mug with a bat. In fact, I'd probably have him above Mitchell Santner, but hey, I guess he's a skipper. He makes those choices. Bracewell can certainly lump it. That one is hit back to the bowler. There is no run.
He's got a century, Glenn Phillips, in ODI, so...
Yeah, I mean, he hits a long ball, doesn't he? Glenn Phillips, he can be very destructive.
50 isn't a ton. He goes at a runner ball in ODIs.
Yeah, you want a T20 innings out of him now, really, don't you, though?
Yeah, and he goes well in T20s.
Yeah.
He's got a 141 strike rate there.
Exactly. If you can do that over the next, if you can do one of those and get 30 ball 50 or something, everyone will be really happy, won't they? That's defended back to the bowler, though. There ain't no run. He's got, 12 overs and 2 balls.
He's got time.
Well, give himself 6-10 balls to get in and then crash. Get 6 off 10 and then go for it. But they do really have to put the foot down. I don't think 280 is going to be enough here. I think they want over 300. Yeah, you don't know. It's true. But I guess 280 puts you in the game, but it just looks so flat out there.
Yeah.
I think anyone who's got the intent might well profit. That one's worked down towards long leg for a single. I mean, the outfield is lightning quick, it seems to me.
Yes, it looks that way. You can only assume it'll be somewhat easier for Pakistan with the due factor.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, Phillips got himself off the mark driving that one down to long off. Latham back on strike. He's the man now. 57 off 68, sorry. Guides that one down towards third man. It's a little bit wide of him, they might think about too. Phillips is, as we were told endlessly over the fucking test series, as a all-round sportsman who liked hiking and goats or whatever, who knows. But in Pakistan...
Is that on your dating profile?
Down in New Zealand, we saw his family little reel that went up during the test series about every fucking lunchtime, didn't we?
It was boring as fuckery. Indian vlogger says need to change gears now. Stephen Kelk says these are the so-called boring middle overs. Yeah, they're coming to an end, Stephen. Mog says play the Kettleborough jingle. Then he does something which is totally unreasonable. He brings facts into a vibes-based argument.
Who?
He says why would there be an Arabic name in the Bible given most of it was written in quotes before Arabic was even a thing?
They might not have been called Arabic, but I imagine the language was quite similar. It was just called something else. So okay,
well,
it's definitely
definitely before Islamic was a thing. It probably didn't have the word. The word of Arabic didn't exist yet, but the concept of Arabia definitely existed because that was a country, wasn't it? This wasn't called Arabia, true.
Guided down towards third man at we're single. Do Arabs only become Arabs after the birth of the Prophet Muhammad? Is that a thing? I thought it was a kind of region.
No, we're definitely in danger of talking about things that we haven't got a completely comprehensive.
That's never stopped us before.
Never stopped us before.
Don't see why we should start doing that now.
And not only that, we're here for education for the masses too, you know.
And for
we can all learn a thing or two. Exactly. There's no harm in learning new things. It's good to expand. Phillips is facing up. 194 for 4, 38.1 overs gone. Phillips is 1 off 3. Latham is 59 off 70. Shaheen bowls that down the leg side as a wide.
Yeah, in antiquity, the term Arabia encompassed a larger area than the current term Arabian Peninsula and included the Arabian Desert and large parts of another desert. During the Greek period, the area was known as Arabia. The Romans named 3 regions Arabia. So the concept of Arabia was definitely around way before or at the same time as the Bible was being written.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, the Old Testament was being written over a long period of time, wasn't it?
The Old Testament was, yes, absolutely it was, yes.
When we were great apes, that was worked into the leg side off the thigh of Phillips to get himself a single.
Now, I think it's about the 6th and 5th century BC. It's all brought together and coded up in one of those kings.
I thought you were going to say made up.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
I think big arcs, for example, with 2x2 and shit. Yeah, not sure that really.
Well, the thing about that is, and we might get back to it after this ball.
Although they do every once in a while, they claim we found the ark, but I'm not sure, how much space there is for all the animals in the world in that little boat that they found. That one is clipped out to mid-wicket, and it'll be no run.
They thought they found it on Mount Ararat. They didn't find it on Mount Ararat. But the point about there was a big flood at some point, because you go around that area of the world and all the different cultures have got a story which is remarkably similar to the one in the Old Testament. It just, they've got their own version of it, and it reflects some sort of a flood event in the past.
Probably a tsunami somewhere from maybe a volcanic eruption somewhere that no one was inhabited or didn't have communication lines with in those days, and no one to see cables. As someone goes through Latham through to the keeper, and there is no run.
It would have been a bit strange if one of the Roman galleons had dragged up an undersea cable with their anchor, wouldn't it? Oh dear. Mike says, imagine India miss out and don't make the semis. Seems idiotic that one of the semis still has to be held in Dubai.
Ooh, they might change it then, mightn't they?
I don't know.
Although, as that was short and over the head of Latham, would it be given as a wide? It has been given as a wide this time. And there is no run. Oh, speaking of Norcross, he's going out there. He's not looking forward to it because there's not enough time in the same place. He's basically doing a game every other day and he's got to fly. But he said Dubai is only about an hour and a half from Lahore or Karachi, whichever one is on the south coast. So it's not a big travel, but he only gets one night in one of the nice hotels. The rest of the time he's either travelling or in not so good hotels. He was a bit upset about that. I said, "Oh, you poor man, you." That's cut square on the crease by Latham out towards the man at deep cover. It'll be a single. He moves on.
Norcross will be more upset by the possibility of being in a dry city.
Well, there is that, of course. I'm sure some of the hotels must, have wet zones. Maybe not. I don't know.
Numerous and often detailed parallels make clear that the Genesis flood narrative is dependent on the Mesopotamian epics that came before, and particularly on Gilgamesh, which is thought to date from much earlier. So it was not new news.
Gilgamesh. I read that to my kids when they were kids. Obviously.
Did you really?
Well, the kids' version of it. They sent home as one of the readers for them. That one is driven out to the covers and there's no run.
It's basically the first book in the world.
Yeah.
The epic Gilgamesh. Well, the first one that's ended up being written down, I suppose.
That ends the 39th over, 198 for 4.
Kieran says, I did hear Hendo advocating for YJB while listening the day after. Probably for the best that I wasn't listening live. India Vlogger says South Africa's got much more exciting batting lineup than New Zealand. It is more exciting, but whether it's always going to be more effective, it's going to come off from time to time, and sometimes it's going to fail miserably, I suspect. He also says the pitch is slow, but we need 320 at least from New Zealand. I mean, looking at the pace of the outfield and the fact that the wicket's not really doing a lot, I'd say he also says the dew factor might come into play in the last 15 overs or so.
Yeah, might do. Yeah. Doesn't look like it coming into play yet.
Latham's facing up, and he drives at one outside the off stump. There's a half appeal by Rizwan, but no one else went up. Didn't seem to be anywhere near the bat. Went across him. Good ball, and there's no run. We'll have a change at the end of this over. 40. You're going to do your ball by ball. Hendo's going to come in and join me, and we're going to have 2 in the studio, and you 40.
Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice? Lovely.
Sometimes I know that when there's somebody who's not there, it's only human nature to forget about them. But I think when you're doing ball by ball, you're okay.
Yes. Naseem is in. Oh, now that's played. Has it got enough on it? It's in the air. Nicely picked up off the toes. In fact, very nicely picked up off the toes. The boundary is in a little bit, but it's gone out all the way over mid-wicket for a big one of these. they're doing a kit delivery system in Pakistan again.
Nice.
That's always a good thing. 200 runs up for New Zealand. He's on to 205. He clipped that quite sweetly. It got a lot of elevation on it, but fortunately got enough length. Good timing.
Beautifully timed.
He did. He let the ball do all the work there. It was like one of those a beautiful golf shot where you don't have to put the effort in, but it goes miles.
Yeah, just picked it up. So Nazim coming in, covering the ball. Maybe there's a bit of reverse. Doesn't seem to be. Driven a little bit aerially by Latham. Bounces just before it gets to mid-off. And there is no run.
Yes. Either they're successfully taking a bit of pace off and varying it, or there's a little bit of variable bounce, because we've seen it a few times. They've just been a bit fortunate that the ball hasn't gone to hand with those mistimed little scoops.
There is, but there isn't any real urgency here from the Kiwis. For me,
not enough.
You know, I mean, now is the time to change to basically playing it like a T20 and taking more risk. Maybe not from Latham, but certainly Glenn Phillips has got to get in on the act. That's turned around to deep square leg and he'll get a single. I mean, at this point in the game, you really don't want many dots. If you're not getting boundaries, you want singles. You can't be having 3 dots and over. Even if you are hitting boundaries, you want those dots to turn into ones as well.
Yes, current run rate's 5.17, 205 for 4. They have to accelerate from here. It looks pretty.
Well, interestingly, after 39 overs in their first game against Pakistan, they were 205 for 5 at this stage, and they ended up on 330. So, you know.
Well, they have been playing there for a while. Phillips guides that one out past point. Oh, down towards deep backward point. And Taib comes around from deep cover. They will get back for 2.
You're very good at spotting the Pakistani fielders.
Well, I got a bigger TV than you. And he turned around just in time. I didn't recognise him, I'll have to say. But,
I think a bit nervous going on ball by ball, having to spot the.
I did quickly notice the name on the back of his shirt.
Well, interestingly, the Amazon feed here is exactly the same as your feed today, which is unusual.
I'm luxuriating.
What, in terms of pace?
Coordinated,
yeah.
That's interesting.
Nice.
Oh, well, okay, this maybe looks good for the future then. It's clipped into the leg side, there's no run. Because, I mean, part of the reason I come off a satellite dish is mainly because it's generally quicker than internet feeds, but if Amazon can get it out that quick, I wonder if Sky Go can do it now. I don't think it can. It really fucking irritates me. If they could get it, I wouldn't need to have a spare box. I could change my Sky subscription, save a lot of money.
Okay, we're due to change, aren't we? Like one last one. Stephen Kelk says, Mog, you've been fact-checked by 40. Be afraid.
Wow.
And he says, Kieran says, I believe Arabs, they're named after some bloke called Lawrence, aren't they? The next message is from Indian Vlogger, for whoever's on messages.
Well, it'll be Hendo. Hendo, wake up, mate. You're due on. I think I heard him moving. I see a shadow emerging.
Something to say to you.
With his your flies are open, mate. I don't want to see that.
No one wants to see that apart from Mrs. Hendo.
Yes.
It's Kushdil.
You're doing social, mate.
Always pleasure. Hello, Hendo. It's Kushdil in. He is left arm spin over the wicket to Latham, and that's steered away for a single. And we are moving on to 209 for 4. We've got an all-new commentary team. I'm not sure we've got Hendo in position just yet.
No, we haven't. He is coming. He's gone to get his pillow. So did you take your 1 month free subscription for Amazon?
Yes, I did exactly that. Yes.
Good call. Just remember to cancel it straight away. Is what I do.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll forget.
Yes, that's how they get you.
Of course it is. Round the wicket comes Kushdil to Phillips. Pushes that one through perhaps a little faster. It stays low. Phillips attempts the cut. Fails. They do. I know. I've had to do a similar thing on LinkedIn because I had to link him.
Yeah, the old premium thing.
Yeah, that's $45 a month. I'm definitely cancelling that.
It's outrageous.
That's played out to deep square, and they hurry through for a single. Phillips will move on to 7.
I did it the other time, and sign me up, and I wanted to do it on a personal one, and I did it, and for some reason it signed me up premium with Gorilla, so I had to do it twice. I remember to cancel it twice.
Yeah, just have to remember. They always make it very difficult to cancel as well.
What are you talking about?
Cancelling any service where they sign you up for free, and then
I've just done my Sky.
Oh, right.
It took forever. It took 2 hours.
What, to cancel Sky?
To cancel it, yeah.
Yeah, they rely on that. They rely on you hoping that you'll give up. And that's cut off the back foot, but straight to the man at points.
Well, how come did you have to do it by phone, or was that online?
Well, it takes you ages to find out where you have to go to do it first, and you think you can ring them, but you find you can't. Eventually you find a way of... I'll break off.
Cush still in again, and that one's pushed more towards leg stump, and it's guided to through mid-wicket when they hurry through for a single. Yes, Hendo?
Yeah, and then you find something, and then they say, "Oh, I'll just transfer you to one of our agents," type thing, and that's on a internet chat thing. Yeah, and then they just ignore what you're saying for ages.
Most of it's fucking AI. The first thing I always ask those things are,
no, these were people. These were people. Right.
Yeah. Down the wicket comes Phillips, doing what we've been advocating for some time, showing a little more centre aggression, but that's only going to go for a single, so that's pretty successful over from Cush. Just went for 5 runs at the end of the 41st. New Zealand 2-1-2 for 4.
Right, the next one is Indian Vlogger says, in Pakistan, players... Oh, hello, what have you done?
I don't know.
What's the bear done? He's blocked the screen. In Pakistan, players are escorted to stadium like they're in a top secret mission. Should have brought their own parachutes. Afternoon, chaps, says Andy Lally. Half-hour dinner break. And then there's something in the way of the rest of the word.
I don't know why that's there.
Don't know, something that even the bear can't sort it, so there you go.
Oh, they're 11 minutes behind. That's like 3 overs, isn't it? They lose a field around there.
Quite a lot. It's quite a lot, actually. So they've got 27 minutes to get through 9 overs. Don't think they'll do that. And that's swept round the corner. And on the 45 on the leg side does the fielding. They come through for the single.
Well, Phillips has got to go soon, hasn't he? He's got to give it. He's got to launch.
He definitely has.
You know, Latham can stay out there, but I mean, they've still got big hitters. Santner's a pretty big hitter. Henry, lower down the order, can hit it as well. I think the only one who really can't in this team is Will O'Rourke.
Yeah, he's probably been doing some range hitting.
Abra. Rather slim figure in again. That's the leg spinner, which Phillips he's trying to fulfil the brief. He's trying to get it away. He just cannot time it right now. Muscly fellow at the crease, and that one very nice ball, which Harris Rauf fields very nicely at short mid off. No run again. 1 ... so far. So this is going very nicely for Pakistan so far this over. Phillips needs to explode. Manages to get that one. Manages to get quite a lot of bat on that one. Straight to the sweeper out on the boundary just for the single. Last ball of the over. Latham will face.
It's a pretty bad ball, wasn't it? And he tried to hit the cover off it, but hit the cover, as it were, the deep cover.
I guess that's what happens when you're over anxious to get on with it sometimes. Oh, a reverse sweep, but the ball was so far outside leg that he did well to fetch it in the end, Tom Latham. They can only come through for the single. So very successful over for Abra, just 3 runs off it, and at the end of the 42nd, 2-1-5 for 4.
Yeah, apart from a couple of deliveries, bowled pretty well, hasn't he, Abra? I've no idea who's winning, says Dan De Castro. New Zealand bat deep, so 300 still on the cards, but 2 wickets fall could only be 260. I think that's a fair summary, to be honest.
They've really got to make a move here. I mean, they've been flapping around.
Phillips will have to, because that's what Phillips does.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been flapping around for like 4 or 5 overs now, not going anywhere.
I did think that once Young went, that was the kind of cue for the big
perfect
hitting.
Timing, really, wasn't it? 13 overs to go. In comes some biff. Hasn't happened.
In comes some biff.
Biff of bacon.
Some buffed up biff.
Puffed up bit of bacon.
Yeah. Well, that's 19 fours and 2 sixes. So it's been, they've had to work. But with those wickets in hand now, they really have got to take it on. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's a new over from Cushdill. Down the wicket comes Latham. Leave it to me, and all he gets is the single. That to the sweeper on the leg side.
Well, Latham's never really going to be that player. If he's got pace on the ball, because he's so technically correct, he can hit sixes. We saw it a couple of overs ago, didn't we, when he picked one off his legs. But he's not going to come down the wicket to the likes of these quite slow spinners and smash them over the ropes, I don't think. That's got to be Glenn Phillips doing that.
Hit out or get out, Glenn. Come on now. We're into the 43rd over. Cushdill round the wicket to him, and he just smashes it hard straight back at the bowler. Dot ball.
This might be a good chance for Pakistan, because he looks like he's getting quite frustrated.
Yeah.
He does, and they're whittling through these overs as well, which always puts the pressure even more on. He's launched it. Has it gone all the way? Nice bit of fielding out on the boundary there.
Taib again.
Taib, sorry, yes, and he's managed to do that thing where you block it, parry it back, and they've just come through for 2. Phillips moves on to 10, but off 17 balls.
And he had to launch that, wasn't he?
He was trying to, but he really couldn't get under it enough, could he? Really?
No.
Yeah. Oh dear me, that's straight back to the bowler again. Another dot ball.
He fired that one in. Yeah, very good.
I mean, you're feeling terrible as a batsman at this point. You know what you've got to do. You're very clear about what your role is. You just can't do it to order necessarily.
Here it comes.
In comes Still for the 5th ball. Launch straight back down the ground. That looks like it'll probably go all the way. Yes, it does. So the shackles have been released. That's a big one.
Well, he'll feel a lot better for that, Will Phillips. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. His role is to finish, isn't it? And it's to finish well. And that's still a pretty good hit, isn't it? 85 metres straight.
Yeah, that'll make him feel a hell of a lot better, just for the fact he's middled it above all else, I would imagine.
That might just be what sets him off.
Yep. A bit like mention of Donald Trump set some people off. That maybe this one set.
Don't get me started.
There you are, setting them off in the It didn't take much, just those 2 magic words. It's in fact a dot ball to end the Cushdill over. I mean, not a disastrous over at this point, but the 6 will, as we say, do Glenn Phillips a lot of good. 2-2-4 for 4 at the end of the 43rd.
Yeah, I think the pair of me might have to go and have a rant about that at lunchtime. God, what's going on with the world? Indian vlogger projected score is around 285, which is not enough on this pitch unless New Zealand lend some Indian spinners. I don't know. I think this isn't as easy a pitch once you've got a bit of hardness out of the ball. Pakistan were brave to bring on the spinner very early. And I think it's,
And he's still got an overlap. I've gone on the 295.
In comes Abla. Oh, and that's lofted. But I think he's chipped it short of the man at deep square. Yes, he has. I think, actually, to be fair to him, he just timed that, took a bit of pace off to make sure it didn't reach the man in the deep. Yes. So, well done, the batsman.
Yeah, that's the line at Bet365. It's 295, 294.5, I think, which seems quite high from what they're doing.
And maybe Latham was just giving Phillips the strike with the strategy being Phillips will do the biffer, but he's biffed that straight down to long off and just come through for a single. So 2 1s to start the over is not what the doctor ordered. They moved to 226 for 4.
I think they probably need upwards of 270 for sure.
Yes, well, you just never know for sure with Pakistan. And that's launched by Latham all the way.
Yeah, just straight down the leg side, and he picked it up beautifully, didn't he? Lovely. He does sweep really well.
Yes.
Latham.
lovely aesthetic shots, these. Yeah.
Poor line, though, from the bowler, really.
Poor line, and also that's quite a short boundary. It's only 60-odd metres.
Yes. Having a look at the wicket keeper massaging Ebrar's face for some reason. And that's swept wide of the leg stump. Big dive, big miss, another 4. This is more like it.
Damn, I've just bet over fucking under a certain score, haven't I?
And it's Latham in this over, strangely enough. Yeah, he's lost his line a little bit. Mohammed Rizwan, who's also skipper, I think is just trying to give a little bit of confidence to his bowler, but it didn't seem to do much, did it?
I think he's trying to tell him to bowl it more over the offside here.
Mate. And that's straight on middle, a reverse sweep, but straight to the man at, well, I suppose a sort of deepish gully on the 45. Straight to him, dot ball.
Do you think there's going to be another wicket? How would it fall?
He's got lucky there.
He has a bit.
Oh, big inside edge sweep, and it will indeed go all the way. Lucky, but 4.
Big over.
Yeah, big over that one.
16 from it. And Abra, I mean, he bowled well. He had figures of 1 for 29 before that over, which were exceptional. And he's ended up going 1 for 47, which still aren't bad.
No, not really. So how the fast bowlers are going to shut it down at the end here. Who's got overs to go? I presume Shaheen and Harris. And Harris is generally a death bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, and Naseem Shah got a couple? Or?
Yeah, I presume so. They've got 6 overs left.
When you look at the skyscrapers, the previous highest score off an over was a lowly 10, but that one had 16. So
yeah, well, with 6 overs to go, Ralph, who has 3 overs left, is coming back.
Harris Ralph. Look at some projected scores. Even at 9 runs and over, it will be sub 300. They'll have to look at 10 plus and over, really. Can they do it? 6 overs to go. 36 balls. There's still men in the hatch. You've got to take some risks now. You really have. And that's clipped off his legs. Has it gone all the way? Yes, that's a very nice shot from Glenn Phillips. Gone all the way.
2 plus 2 is on man.
Ralph's first ball back after injury, I believe, was hit for 6 earlier by Young, and his first ball back in his new spell is beautifully timed through mid-wicket for 4.
It's quite full. It was on the pads. Don't expect much less than that, really.
Well, no, absolutely.
So, middling the ball will do Phillips a lot of good after a very stuttering start to his innings, and that's clipped off his pads. This one deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders converge, and they'll hurry back for 2.
Yeah, that's good placement as well. Having got the 4, then hitting it between deep mid-wicket and deep square, and being able to come back for the second. And of course, Phillips is like lightning between the wickets. He really is quick.
Yes, for a big man.
Yeah, we've
big
heard
fast man.
We hear a lot about him all the time, don't we?
Bethel and Smith for England are quite big, fast men. The new breed of supermen. This partnership now 55 off 54. It's not enough, but it could be a launch pad these last 6 overs. That one's played down to long on, just for a single.
I'd kind of argue that Bethel and Smith are a little bit more delicate looking than Glenn Phillips. Yes. I mean, Phillips is like a man. He'd be bench pressing, whereas the others would be, I don't know, doing some sit-ups, probably something like that.
Chatting at the young ladies.
Little shorts out of the 20s. Yeah.
Well, this is quite interesting. Well, not that interesting. Phillips is 24 off 24. Latham 87 off 87. So a nice symmetry to proceedings at the moment, but that will also tell you not quite enough. Not quite enough, we think. But let's find out. In comes Hallis Ralph again. Round the wicket to Latham. He bunts it down to the man at just wide of mid-off, which enables him to come through for the single.
Just wondering whether to go for a run out.
I thought you were going to say I was wondering whether to go for a run there, Bear, in between innings. Were you thinking of going for a jog around?
I think that's unlikely somehow.
Oh God.
Fair enough.
I think. Oh.
In comes Ralph again, and that's launched straight down the ground. Looks like it's going to go all the way. Yes, it does. Much more like it from Phillips.
Yeah, I had to dig that one out. We won't have the six jingle because the Bears just had to go off, and I can't be bothered to move across. But well, I mean,
for his run early.
It's in the slot, really, isn't it? It's right up there. Maybe he's looking for the Yorker, didn't quite get it.
Yeah. Poor bowling. Yeah.
And extended.
Yeah, and it's meat and drink to a guy like the muscles of Phillips.
Yeah, so
yeah,
expensive now,
Grimace
Ralph.
From the bowler.
And the score prediction has gone up above 300 now to 305. I mean, a lot depends on whether Phillips stays out there.
Yeah. Does indeed. It's Phillips facing the last ball of the over from Harris Ralph. 17 off it so far, and make that 18 as they scuttle through. And they're thinking of coming back for another, make that 19. So this has been a very productive over for New Zealand. And Phillips moves. Phillips has got going now. This is good news for New Zealand. And at the end of the 45th, New Zealand 256 for 4.
Right, let's have a look who's been tweeting us on YouTube. What do you guys think? Who will be the highest wicket taker, fast bowler or spinner, says Indian Vlogger. Ooh, that's a very good question. I mean, Australia, for example, are missing 3 top pace bowlers, aren't they?
You'd be a brave man and put your money there.
It's probably going to be an Indian spinner, isn't it? That's my guess. Jadeja. Axar Patel, perhaps. Kuldeep, actually, Kuldeep's got a chance. I would think. I'm just trying to think. Santner, of course, has been good in all formats recently, and now has the added responsibility of captaincy for New Zealand. Rabada for South Africa, maybe if you're looking at pace.
Maybe Shaheen Shah-Afridi in Pakistan.
Maybe Shaheen Shah-Afridi. Well, Naseem's back on.
Yes, Naseem, he's got 1 over. His first 9 have gone for 2 for 54, so not too shabby, but about par. And those 2 wickets have certainly been helpful.
44 off the last 4 overs.
Yes, that was less good. It will be Tom Latham chewing hard, having a look round the field. Naseem in. Right arm over, and a bit of pace off, I think, for that one. Latham waits. He's been around the block a few times. he just waits nicely and just nudges it on the leg side and leaves it. Then says, "Over to you, Glenn. See what you can do."
No, it's got to be pace off, hasn't it? Well.
Yes, I'd say so.
Pace off with it. I mean, he did bowl one really floaty, drivable delivery earlier to Young, which completely foxed Young, but he went through with it, as it were, and kept it up and over, extra cover. He may be looking for another of those here.
Shunting his field around a touch. We're just having a look at the difference between the highest, fastest and slowest, and there's a significant difference of 30 k per hour, and that's a slower bouncer, which Phillips waits for and just pulls down to the Babar, who's fielding about 10 yards in, around about cow, just the single. So this very much on strategy and going well for Pakistan so far, off the first 2 balls of Naseem's over. Yeah,
Phillips is they're trying not to give him anything full because he can strike down the ground. He's just got to stay back and pick the one that is the shorter one, dug in like that. But one that Naseem doesn't quite get into the pitch as he would like.
Or even if he does get it how he wants, just time it to perfection. And that is the reverse ramp, I think it is. Yes, and that's gone over the head of the man at deep leg slip all the way for big
4
boundary.
runs. Big boundary. I'm not moving into the jingle chair, so we're going jingle-less for now.
Just glanced up. Yeah, that was very nicely played, actually.
Very well played.
That's a really good, absolute cat and mouse at this stage of an innings. Slower balls, ramps, reverse ramps, shifting the field around a few degrees can make all the difference. This is very much the exciting end overs of the ODI that we've missed. We don't see so many ODIs these days. In comes Nazim to Latham, chewing hard. Knows a lot, and that's the slower one, which gets up hip high, nudged round the corner. They think about coming back for 2. And then perhaps remembering that Phillips on strike is the better way to go. Although Latham's been doing well the last few overs, they just come through for the single. 1-1-4-1 so far. Okay in the balance. Whether it's a good or bad over for either side, dependent on these last 2 balls.
Well, I mean, even if they get only 2 more runs, they've still got 9 off the over, which isn't terrible.
It's okay.
And they would hope that at least one of these they can get to the boundary.
Indeed. Nazim. Decent crowd in the canvas to Nazim running in. And that's again the slower ball, which is pulled but straight to the man at deep square, and so straight to him and so fast they'll just come through for the single.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get those ones that are pitched in so short and so slow. It is so hard to get power into the shot. You have to wait and wait for it.
Yes,
your whole body is primed to hit it much earlier than that, and then you're hanging on, you're in position, and then it's almost like you run out of patience.
They might almost be regretting that they don't have a little bit more Nazim for the back end. He's bowling well here. 1-1-4-1-1. Latham looks suspicious, sceptical behind his helmet. In comes Nazim for the last ball to Latham. And that's a full toss, which perhaps he wasn't expecting, but he jabs to the man wide at long on. They come through for the single. Latham will keep the strike. 2-6-5 for 4 at the end of the 46th over, Hendo.
Yeah, well, they did only get those 2 extra runs from the end of that over, so Nasim will be reasonably happy. Just the 9 from the over. Pakistan bats are notoriously unpredictable, says Dan De Castro. Let me just see, sorry. Notoriously unpredictable, so 290 might be enough. There's a lot of talent, but they're known for throwing wickets away. Well, yeah, that's true, but they haven't done badly in the warm-up game. So there was a really good run chase that Mohammad Rizwan kind of controlled with teammates after they lost some early wickets. And I think Mohammad Rizwan, there's something about him. He's such a brilliant competitor.
Yes.
Zampa will probably take a lot of wickets for Australia while nobody else takes any, says Messages. You could be right about that. Highest wicket taker will have to be Kohli. Now he's not in the team for his batting, says Linux. Leah. Ooh.
It's Shaheen in for 1. It's remaining 2 overs, a leading edge, but the luck goes with New Zealand because it bisects the 2 gullies, goes all the way for a big 4. Just what the doctor ordered. Latham moves on to 99.
Oh, well, I'm better move to the chair just in case he's going to get the big one.
I think so.
Yeah, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it, really? I think. So.
If there's been any luck going anyone's way, probably New Zealand. The ball has just been eluding the fielders a bit. Mohammad Rizwan cannot believe that hasn't gone straight down the throat of one of the... He's having a really heated conversation with Shaheen Shah Afridi about where the men should be standing at gully. Anyway, 99 off 93, Tom Latham facing up. I think he's got 7 ODI tons, so this would be his 8th. And that's a very nice shot, but straight to the man. Timed it too well, almost. Straight to the man in the...
There's the sort of unpredictability or the weirdness of cricket, isn't he? He played one shot that got a horrible leading edge that split the 2... men on the single just behind square, and then plays the most glorious cover drive and picks out the man straight to him. No runs.
I think there was a possibility of a run out there because I think Phillips was backing up a long way. A direct hit would have seen would have put paid to him, but it didn't happen. Latham facing up against Still on 99. And clips that one off his legs very nicely. That will be his ton all the way down to long on. Delighted teammates on the balcony celebrate a very welcome 100 from Tom Latham.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Sendo says a very technically correct player, but that hasn't prevented him getting to the big three figures and more than the run of ball. So he's certainly done a job for his team here. Not really his fault that perhaps someone hasn't exploded with pyrotechnics at the other end. That's not his job. He's done his job. Phillips, 34 off 28. Still time to make a name for himself in these last overs. Smashes that one. And that was...
leathered.
The fielder at Cow was no more than 2 yards away from that. That whisked past his ears.
How flat was that?
That was outrageous.
That's barely gone above what? I don't know. 15,
well, it's actually gone higher than we think,
yards.
but it's gone pretty flat, and it's a genuine.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air. Smaximum.
A genuine.
A genuine Smaximum.
Genuine Smaximum, absolutely. 40 off 29, Glenn Phillips. Mohammed Rizwan looks shell-shocked after that one. Launches it high. Has it gone high enough? It has, but only just. Harris Rauf leaping, can't quite get there, and it's another Smaximum.
Wow.
Damn! That six is on fire.
You kind of think they could have done with another 3 or 4 overs of this, and they'll get a pretty big score, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, better late than never, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if he comes off with 70. Yeah, they're going to be in a pretty healthy position, I would say.
Yep, so hard to time these things. Phillips now looking good. His strike rate might be only 101, but he's right in the groove as we speak. And he's 46 off 30 in this innings. Smashes that one, mistimes it, but on the bounce out to the man sweeping on the offside, and they come through for a single, which actually isn't a terrible result because he will keep the strike. Shaheen goes for quite a lot, about 17 in that last over, and at the end of the 47th over, New Zealand 283 for 4.
310 will give us an entertaining match. I can't see who said that. I think it was Indian Vlogger. Specialist fifth bowler like Harry Brook. Kieran Roseblade says maybe a spin bowler with a low release point, to quote a greater man. Well, Joe Root, actually. Zampa, Lord Zampa, I should say, says Stephen Kyle, is a fine exponent of spin bowling, better than Duckett even. Well, it might be over-egging it there a little bit.
What?
I know. Where's Furlong? He'll be outraged.
Well, Harris Rauf, who looked a little rattled in the last over, we'll see what he can conjure up. And he must be a little nervous facing a Glenn Phillips, who's suddenly 47 off 31. The current partnership is 92 off 60, so it is going pretty well. If they can get another 30 or even 40 or possibly even more off these last overs, then you'd say New Zealand are favourites. A lot going to rest on these last 3 overs. In comes Rauf, goes a little wider of the crease. It's full and it's clipped off his legs, but with no power to the man at deep mid wicket, and Baba does the fielding, just a single.
Yeah, I think they got the single because it was a good ball. It was a good Yorker, and he got it so low down on the bat that he couldn't get any timing at all.
Yeah,
and it brings Latham back down to face, which is probably what Pakistan would prefer.
They would on balance, although obviously he's batting well, but he hasn't got the pyrotechnic explosion.
Bait there.
It's all going off in Sydenham. Right, Latham facing Rauf. Second ball of the 48th round. The wicket comes Rauf, and he gets hold of that one. Has he got all of it? A diving diving character and they're on the boundary. Can't get there. It's either gone all the way or just short for 4. It's gone all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder, did the fielder come in too much? And
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think he did.
And
if he'd have been planted on the boundary, he would have got there. He was about 5 yards in.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more. It's just hit the boundary sponge on the full. And Harris Ralph was making that point, I think, to his captain and wicketkeeper. That the man perhaps shouldn't have been walking in quite so far.
It always looks bad when it sails over your head and, just goes, it hits the Toblerone like that. Now, gives himself room, Latham. Goes for a big hit. I'm not quite sure what happened. Did it scoop up in? He looked like he was in a bit of pain.
I think that hit him in. Hit him in the helmet.
Yes. Okay.
He almost went down on his front knee. It was a slower ball. He was through the shot. Oh no, he's edged it right up into his grill.
What's happened? That's nasty.
Has that gone? Oh no, it's just above the peak of the helmet. Which, and we have had situations where players, although they shouldn't go through, their balls have got through the top rung, as it were, of that grill. I worried that had happened to him there, but fortunately not. Still, he has been sconed, and he's going to have to take a little bit of a break. Towel is out there, the physio's out there, he's having a drink of water.
Thank God for helmets. I daren't think what might have happened to his head had he not been wearing one. Maybe he wouldn't have played the shot, you could argue, but it was a legitimate shot to play to that ball. He top-edged it straight onto where his forehead is.
Yeah, well, when we were young, we saw bad head injuries. I'm not recommending them.
What, in cricket?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, keepers would quite often, standing up to a medium-paced bowler, and it would just come through and jump a little bit, and they couldn't get out of the way of it.
I think that it's surprising in a way. It's a rather morbid thing to say that there haven't been more casualties in cricket over the years, considering the speed with which the ball flies around.
Yeah,
the field.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, exactly. The West Indies pace attack and all the short stuff. It's amazing how many people didn't get fucking noggined and seriously put in hospital.
Is that the medical term?
Well, no, sconned, I suppose. But,
I always remember there was a test match in about 1976 when Bisham Bedi declared against the West Indies 8 wickets down, saying it's absolutely pointless sending our 2 spinners, whether they were Prasanna and Chandrasekhar, I think, out to face that.
Well, I think there were 5 batsmen in hospital at the end of one of those tests involving India and the West Indies. Yeah, that was. I think that was almost like the sort of peak injury. I think possibly one of the worst injuries of Nari Contractor, I think it was, who got hit on the head quite seriously. Might have even been in a coma for a little while. Oof. In the 60s, I think that was.
That's pretty poor, isn't it?
You'll find it in the worst of cricket somewhere.
Oh right, of course.
But since I wrote I wrote it 21 years ago, I can't really remember.
Textbook.
Should remind people out there, smash the like button and subscribe, please.
We should. We haven't had very much in the way of
super chats lately.
Today.
Come on. No. As you all know, as there's an injury here, a potential injury anyway, we are moving. I'm thinking of getting a blue plaque to stick on the wall here.
Oh yeah.
Outside the house.
That was a great idea.
I think that's great.
But Guerrilla Cricket is moving. We've been here for 8 years. The flat is going. It has to go for various reasons. We've got a commercial studio, but we do need your support to carry on going. It's very important. We survive because of you. We love you all. None of us get paid. We do this out of the love of the game. But moving to commercial space, we have costs, and the best way for us to plan is to have patrons. So please do go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Become a patron, no matter what level you like. There's lots of extras, things like access to a Discord channel, free coffee mugs, archives, extra early access to podcasts, things like that. You can have a look, become a patron. You can even come into the studio. Now we've got commercial space, it'll be much more fun. We're right on a pub. What else could you want? Let's be honest. Please do become a patron. It helps us plan our futures, and we love you for it. So
is this the furthest we've ever been from a pub? I think it is because if you think about it, we started off at above the jet lag.
Yeah, that was true.
Then we moved into the jet lag.
Yeah. Then we were at Katie's flat, and there was a pub at the end of the road.
2 pubs, one right across the road.
Yeah, that's true.
Where else were we in? That's it.
That's it, and then we were here.
And then we were here, and now...
Well, there are a couple of clubs, so the pubs aren't too close. One's up a very steep hill.
Yeah, it's a long walk up a steep hill, and I don't like long walks up steep hills.
Yeah.
I prefer to drive them.
I went to the pub round the corner from where you are, and it's also a doggy daycare centre.
Oh, that's not actually a pub. They serve beer in there. The one that has
to the dogs.
The dog cafe at the bottom of the road.
Oh, do they not serve beer?
No, it's a dog cafe. I think it's just a cafe.
Maybe someone just just taken a couple out and put them on the table, and you nabbed them. Right, I think we're back.
Right, we are back. There's 2.5 overs to go. Harris Ralph is in. He's bowling to Glenn Phillips, who's 48 off 32. The score 291 for 4. Hit straight back down the ground, and will a man come to cut it off? 2 of them go to cut it off, so they just come through for the single. So they haven't had the breaking concentration wickets that we sometimes get after a break.
Also, should remember Bracewell is a good hitter. He's coming in next. And Santner, both big hitters.
Indeed, but there's only 14 balls of this innings to go, so
true.
They won't have much chance to flex their muscles, and that's swept off his legs. It's ended up being chipped really, and they'll think about coming back for 2. I think that's Taib doing the fielding. Big dive from Mohammed Rizwan, and they succeed.
That throw, that would have been close. I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a poor throw, wasn't it?
And as I've got a run out, I want a better throw.
Top score now, Tom Latham.
He's timed that nicely, actually. He just took a bit of pace off himself. Batsmen can do the same thing at this stage of the innings. Ensures that they go for 2 with the field spread, of course. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 off the overs so far. Last ball of it. Harris Ralph to Latham. Digs it in short, cuts it straight to the man at the gully. There won't be a run. The end of the 48th over, New Zealand 294 for 4.
Okay. Let there be carnage, says Dan De Castro. Messenger says, funny to remember that the first cricketers to wear helmets were regarded as soft, health and safety gone mad, etc, etc. There were 6 in hospital in Jamaica 76. India had to end the innings at 97 for 5 as all out because of that. And indeed, that is in the worst of cricket 1. Eric J says hospital bed was the best place to play that bowling from. If you got into the hospital bed before playing them, I think, I would agree with that. I'm coming to the studio one day, but just to get smashed, thanks to the pub, says Mayank.
Marvellous.
When were you in? Was it last summer? I seem to remember you being in. It was a rainy game. I remember you being here for a rainy game.
Been in a few times, hasn't he, Mike?
Yeah.
Over the years. Generally when he's off to see the Paris Open or something.
Yes.
2 overs to go. Shaheen Shah Afridi will bowl one of them. He's in. He's bowling to Glenn Phillips. It's a big old full toss, which, as so often, is not the worst ball at this stage of proceedings. Hits straight down the ground to long on for a single.
And he's gone to a half century.
Oh, okay. I wonder what you were pointing at for a second.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Just to let you know, they're 2 overs behind on the over rate, so they're the extra fielder in the circle for the last 2
That's
overs.
what I thought I saw.
Like Mr. Ben appearing from the ether as the voice of Messi. Takes 1 step back, Latham, and guides it beautifully past the man in the gully for one of these.
Well,
I have to say that was good cricket all round in the phraseology. As he's gone for the Yorker, it's dead on middle stump, but Latham is seeing the ball so well, he just takes a gentle step back, angles the bat and finds the gap. So it's slightly on the full toss, away between the 13-metre gap between backward point and short third man.
In comes Afridi again, and that's an even better full toss, and he can't get this one away, Latham. It goes straight to the man at, how did we describe it? Backward short?
Backward point, I would say. I would say backward point, really.
Backward point,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Really.
Though 300 is up now. So we were expressing doubts, probably only about half an hour or so ago, that they would get, you know, I think someone was saying 285 wouldn't be enough. Well, 300 might.
Like a provincial curate seeking an audience with his bishop, I'm expressing doubts. in comes Shaheen. Oh, and that's a slow full toss, which is dealt so brilliantly by Phillips. He's did straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, it was out the back of the hand, but he got it wrong, and Phillips is now seeing the ball well, that he's not being drawn into the shot too early. He waited for it and smashed it straight.
Such fine margins. He very nearly got it perfectly, but that's the nature of the game at this stage. And he pushes that one a bit wide. It's very full, but straight to the man sweeping on the offside. I think that'll be Baba. And I think they've just come through for the single. Yes, they have. So Latham on 114, Phillips on 55.
Well, 7 balls left. They could get another 15 here. So 320 would be...
You'd say that would possibly put them in the box seat, but maybe evens. Maybe evens.
I think it's a good. I think it's a good score. I think it's a decent score.
Last ball of the over, last ball of Shaheen's spell. Oh, that's perfect Yorker. Dug out well by Latham, can only come through for a single. And that's a pretty decent last over. Or at 11 off it, I think.
12.
12. But it's not too bad. Number 68 Shaheen off his 10. At the end of the 49th, 1 over to go, New Zealand 306 for 4.
Let me see. When do England play, please? Says Daz Reynolds. That will be Saturday against the mighty Oz. Boundaries to the boundary. God, please. I don't know what that means. That's from Stephen Kelk. New Zealand are now clearly winning. 70% easy, says Dan De Castro.
I don't know.
Extra fielder in the circle. Oh, yeah, we've had that. Yeah, very slow overs. Mike says, wonder if there's ever been a situation where the over rate was so slow that all fielders had to be inside the circle.
It's every 3 overs they bring another one in? I don't know. I'm making that up, I think. But
meanwhile, last over. And it's Latham facing. And he goes for a smash and misses it, which is unusual for him. He's been timing it so well recently. Probably pace off. In fact, it's a leg by, which they hurry through for. With Phillips on strikes, maybe not a disaster for New Zealand.
That's just reminded me, Mike, when you were in, was it a one-dayer? And it was raining, and we got into a very long conversation. And I wish for the life of me I could remember what it was.
Mike probably can, he's younger.
It was quite interesting, actually. And we wibbled and wibbled and wibbled. Do you remember what that was about? Completely.
Well, right in, Hank, if you can remember. Phillips is facing 5 balls of this innings to go. Run rate is 6.24. And it'll be Halis Rauf. Goes wider on the crease, a low full toss, which is smashed straight down through the vacant long off period area for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I was expecting that to be fielded, but I'm assuming that because they're behind on the over rate that they've brought the long off in. Is that correct?
No, I think it's just wide of him. He's a bit,
it's just
straight.
wide of him.
Yeah,
it went wider than I thought. It just went at great velocity and wide of him. Phillips, 59 off 37 after a very uncertain start. He's done a good job here.
Oh, terrible ball.
Oh, and that's a terrible ball, which is sprayed down the leg side. Phillips has a half-hearted attempt at it. Mohammed Rizwan can't get hold of it, has to run back himself. It's a wide. It'll be, what, 2 wide?
2 wides. Yeah, it was badly directed, but I could see what he was trying to do because Phillips had gone way outside the leg stump. He was trying to follow him, but he speared it even further down the leg side, and it was rightly given as a wide.
Just seeing Glenn Phillips' bat handle, which has got all the colours of the rainbow on it.
That will be. That's probably the. That's the key to his power. Take that away.
He's nothing. He faces up to Harris Ralph with 4 balls. Because of that wide, there's still 4 balls of the innings to go. A low full toss, effective. Can only be hit down to the man at long on. They shouldn't come back for 2, but they do. And that's very good running.
Well, it's good running, but it's also okay. The throw has to come in pretty hard, and Ralph doesn't take it cleanly. If he'd taken it cleanly, I think it could have been a run out. I think he might have been out by a little way. I think
take a chance at this stage.
Yeah, he'd almost given that up. Actually, I think. Latham.
Shades of Nathan Lyon in 2019.
Ah, yes.
That was considerably more difficult than the one Nathan Lyon had to field in 2019. Let it be said. Anyway, enough of all that. Let's not live in the past. Well, maybe a little bit. Harris Ralph facing 3 balls to go. Scoops it over it does not scoop it over the head. Straight into the arms of the deep slip. And Phillips' entertaining innings of 61 comes to an end.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
I thought he'd got that. I thought he'd got that well, but no, apparently not. It just went straight up, didn't it? Really?
It did.
It's the right thing to do. No one blames the batsman in this situation.
No, it's he's actually still done well to to more or less turn the bat round to be able to play that shot.
He throws his bat onto the ground in disgust, but he shouldn't be too upset with 6 runs first time. It was quite a funny incident earlier where there's that thing that batsmen do where you rehearse the shot you should have played, and he rehearsed a massive swipe and almost took Richard Kettleborough's head off because he didn't realise something behind him.
Well, the new batsman
Bracewell time
is this man. He gets 2 balls.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
He'll be bowling spin, if anything, won't he? I would imagine he's not going to be keeping wicket. Who is keeping wicket today for
Latham?
Is it Latham?
Assume so. He is.
Well, Conway can do it, can't he? As well.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
Well, Michael Bracewell, of course, a famous name in New Zealand cricket, nephew of both Brendan and John Bracewell, and the cousin of Doug Bracewell.
Yeah, so, didn't we actually libel Doug Bracewell on one occasion? I think it was P the J came in and accidentally libelled him.
Don't remind people, someone might go and hunt it out.
Oh, yeah. I'd be surprised if they find it.
So not the most famous Bracewell in his family. Oh, I was looking down and missed that ball. What happened there?
Well, he tried to swing it into the onside, missed it, hit him on the thigh pad, dropped out to the offside. They went through for 1 ball to go.
So his total contribution, unless there's no balls or whatnot, will have been to get a leg bye for his team. But if they win by 1, he can say they all count. Last ball, as Hendo says, of the innings, it'll be Tom Latham. He's on 115. The score is 317 for 5, which is very respectable now, you would say. It may even be a winning score.
Yeah, it's around about where you want to be, I thought, on this wicket.
You'd say so. It'd be greedy to push it further. Harris Ralph in again. Round the wicket. Takes 1 step back. Latham opens up his shoulders, just chips it. All a comical misfield. Just walks straight past it, the man there. And enables them to come back, I imagine, for 3.
Yeah,
for 3. So the final score, New Zealand end up at the end of the innings, 320 for 5. Bracewell just that 1 leg by, and Latham 118 off 104. He did really well. What do we reckon, guys? New Zealand?
I think maybe quite a bit depends on which Pakistan turns up.
Yeah.
Fakhar Zaham is very capable of getting them off to an.
Well, he's going to come out. That's the question. He went off injured, didn't he?
We don't know whether he's been back out there since. I mean, I haven't seen him.
No, I don't think he has.
Okay, well that would be a big blow, I would imagine. Babar Azam doesn't seem to be quite the player in the last year or two as he was. A lot, I think, depends on the likes of Rizwan, Saud Shakil, who's a tremendous batsman.
I don't know what he's like at ODIs, but
he's
not the quickest.
But he's a very, very fine batsman.
Yeah, and they got him in at number 3. He plays the anchor role, I presume.
Yeah, and Rizwan is such a busy player and a good stroke maker. Everything about Rizwan, I like everything about Rizwan. He plays with enthusiasm. He's busy. He plays some really good shots, and now he's got the burden of captaincy. But he's still getting his team out there in a circle and having a good chat to them before they go in for their break. So he's just trying to get some positive mentality into them. Before they just have a little bit of a rest.
I mean, I do think that's a bit of a light batting order when you got Shaheen Shah Afridi at 8. I mean, I don't know. I could say I want a 5. Is he really? I don't know. Don't feel like that to me. I don't know what Taib Tahir is like. Kushdil Shah.
Yeah, and you've got to realise. I mean, it's possible that Will O'Rourke, despite being a very fine Test bowler, bowling as quickly as he does, might go for a few if he doesn't get it quite right.
Yep.
That said, Matt Henry just gets better and better as far as I'm concerned, and I could see him getting a couple of early wickets quite easily.
Well, yeah, but Matt Henry relies quite a bit on the swing and a little bit of nip, and I don't think he'll get either of those.
Well,
I mean, it's a pretty.
Well, he might do with a bit of floodlight action.
Maybe. I mean, it's a very. It seems to me it's a pretty flat pitch with a pretty quick outfield, and 320 is kind of competitive. But you can't. I also think that you look where New Zealand were. I mean, what they were able to score in literally 8 overs at the end.
Well,
if someone wants to push it a little bit earlier, then that might be quite an easy score to get.
Well, I don't know. I mean, 11. They were scoring at about 11.5 an over in the last 10 overs. And I mean, they almost played in the old-fashioned way, really, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they were never slow, but they were never
really
racing
quick.
away with it, were they?
Well, no, but that's what I mean. I think it would be easy. I mean, they took about 36 overs to get to 200. I think you should be able to get to 200 in 30 overs here. I think,
I don't know about that, Bear.
It all depends on whether they lose wickets at the top, won't it?
Well, I think that's it. And New Zealand kept those in reserve, and then having someone like Phillips, admittedly, who struggled in with his first 15 or 20 balls. But once he picked off 1/6, he was up and running, wasn't he? Really. So I think it's a good score. I fancy New Zealand as one of the 3 that could win this tournament, and I think that Pakistan could get off to a quick start, but I also think that if they lose too many wickets, that point you made about Shaheen coming in at 8.
Yeah,
they haven't. It's a bit like the England situation, isn't it?
Very much so. You want your Shaheens and one like that 9 and
9. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know he can wield a bat occasionally, quite well, but not for long. So yeah, I think he's a place too high, really. Maybe even 2 places too high in general terms at number 8. So.
Have you got India and South Africa down for your 2 favourites then, Hendo?
India, South Africa and New Zealand are the 3 that I think can win it. I think India are favourites.
Yeah.
I think South Africa, with a bit of luck, they've got the incredibly fierce hitting of people like Markram and Klassen and 1 or 2 others. They've got the bowling of Rabada and Maharaj.
Yeah.
And we've just seen what India can do, haven't we? We've seen what India can do. And
exactly.
New Zealand have got talent in both areas.
And the thing about New Zealand is they do genuinely bat properly deep.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens as the tournament goes on. First game is not a must-win, but it's always really handy to win your first game when there's not many games to play. You only got 3 group games to play. Getting a win up first up is kind of a little bit crucial.
Makes a big difference, absolutely.
It does indeed.
Okay.
Well, I guess we'll go to a break and we'll play you the latest podcast from Gorilla Cricket, because it was a whoop of gorillas who were basically giving their thoughts on this tournament. Bishop and Bear, well, this is really annoying. Now I can't get it to go back. Home. Yeah, I am having problems with a bit of technology. There we go. Let's just go there. There we go. Right, here we go. The latest episode of the Bishop and the Bear. Thoughts on this tournament. 14th. See you after the break. Are you still on? Yeah, you are still on. I'll see you at the back end. Until then, bye.
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We are delighted as ever to have your company. We're going to focus in this little chat at the bar with on the Champions Trophy, the 9th version of it apparently. It was inaugurated in 1998 with the idea that it was a short form tournament to raise funds for the development of the game for non-test playing countries. I'd be fascinated to know how much it may or may not make actually goes that way now. That's how it started. It was compared to FIFA's Confederations Cup in football, and it is, of course, a one-day, an ODI competition. It starts on Wednesday, and we've got lining up at the bar a cast of characters representing India. We have an Indo.
Hello.
So he's going to tell us who India are going to beat in the final. We've got the Bear, who's going to represent England, but he's here anyway because he's the boss. We've got Messi Jazz representing Australia.
Hello.
And all things cricket generally. And delighted to have the company of Tawid, who is going to give a much-needed voice to the often underrepresented Bangladesh. So welcome to you, Tawid. So I'm going to start with you, I think, if we don't mind. First of all, what would you like to drink, Tawid? What can we get you from the panoply of drinking options at the bar?
I was thinking, what would a appropriate drink be? Well, we're going to Pakistan, aren't we? So maybe a mango lassi.
You are, India aren't, but yes, a mango latte. We can do that. We've got everything you need, although I'm not sure how many mangoes we've got, but I'm sure that we can find something. Well, let's start with Bangladesh then. What are your reasons to be optimistic, Tawid? Give us a few to cheer us up.
Yeah, reasons to be optimistic. So, yeah, I guess there is a bit of a feel-good factor, I'd say, maybe returning to Bangladesh cricket. So it feels like there's a bit of a new dynamism within the team, and that's particularly, I'd say, because Phil Simmons, who's come in as head coach towards the back end of last year, and as you get a new coach with any team, there's always a bit of a reaction, a positive reaction normally. within the team, and that seems to be happening with Bangladesh. They've come off the back of a really impressive tour, I'd say, of the Caribbean back in sort of November, December last year. Beat West Indies at Sabina in a test match at Sabina Park, which is no mean feat. And ended up drawing the test series. They didn't go well in the one-day series with the West Indies there, but all in all, it was an impressive tour there. So that, there should be some good vibes within the team. In terms of the team itself, so I mean, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, maybe, but they seem to have moved on from the baggage that comes with Shakib, and also with Tamim Iqbal as well, maybe to a lesser extent. So, I think that can only be a positive. I think for years now, the team has been dominated by really both of those figures, mostly because of what seems to happen off the field rather than what seems to happen on it. I think for a long time now, the team have actually moved on from Shakib for sure, in terms of just look at the number of games that he and Tamim have played in the last sort of 12 to 24 months. So they've definitely moved on from that. And, I think the team will be more enterprising and more dynamic.
Isn't it the pace attack that seems to be getting quite a few people excited from a Bangladesh perspective, which is not normally where you think first. If you think Bangladesh, you don't go great pace attack, but they've got the likes of
they've got a Fizz.
Well, they've got Shanto, haven't they, who's pretty sharpish.
Well, no, he's a batter. He's a batter, but no, Nahid Rana, is the real kind of.
Taskin, I was thinking of. Sorry.
Fine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so you've got Taskin Ahmed sort of leading the attack, and he has been now for a number of years. Nahid Rana's the real kind of pace spearhead, regularly clocking sort of 90 mph plus 150 k's plus. Had a great tour of the Caribbean, smashed a load of helmets. Did the same when he was in Pakistan back in sort of September time.
That was when they won the Test series, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. So, actually they'll be playing in Rawalpindi, so they've got 2 matches in Rawalpindi, which is where they won both of those tests. So they should have good memories of that ground there as well. But yeah, you're right, Tony, in terms of their pace attack, that's definitely, I'd say, something that's been developing over a number of years now, and it's kind of reached the point where you'd say that, it looks as good as, or as well balanced certainly as any other sort of pace attack that's out there. And like I say, Nahid Rana, he's a little bit of an ace up the sleeve in so much as not many people have faced him, and so there is that sort of element of surprise, the unexpected. So all cause for optimism. I say on the downside, they haven't really played many ODIs recently. So the last sort of ODI series they had was against West Indies, which was back in December. They've then sort of all gone and played the BPL pretty much for the last month or two. So they're coming into the tournament a bit cold. In fact, I think they're playing a Pakistan 11 as we speak, which is their only warm-up match. So it's a real I
think it's the Pakistan Shaheens.
That's right.
So it doesn't count as an official ODI in the records. Yeah, I got to say, their form, if you look at 24-25, doesn't really fill us with optimism. So you've got to find some good counter arguments. I mean, what was it? They lost 3-0 in the West Indies. They lost 2-1 in Sharjah, didn't they, against Afghanistan?
That's right.
They did beat Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that's going back about a year, I think. So
it is. That's 24-25, but obviously nothing yet apart from an unofficial game in 25. So the form book looks pretty stinky, really.
It does, and if you think back to like the last 50 over World Cup as well, they they got beaten by the Netherlands there. The only two teams that they ended up beating were Afghanistan and famously Sri Lanka, courtesy of a timed out.
Oh yeah, that dodgy shit that went down.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite ironic because Shakib absolutely instigated all of that. I often think that his name should be on the scorecard. That when you get a run out and in brackets you've got
the person's name.
Executed it. They should be timed out brackets Shakib. But anyway,
is Shakib out of the side mainly because of his political things and all that's gone on with Sheikh Hasina and all the crap
that's one of the big reasons. But the other thing is that he's
old.
He's old, but he was done for chucking. So back to the one game that he played for Surrey against Somerset, which Surrey actually ended up losing. He ended up bowling a ridiculous number of overs throughout both innings, and then subsequently, it was a bit weird. About a month or two later, he gets called for chucking. He actually played 2 Test matches in India after that stint with Surrey. So it was all very bizarre. But he's been done for chucking. He's been tested twice. Once at Loughborough, once at Chennai. He's failed both tests, but it's really bizarre because
he's a divisive character.
That's kind of weird. He's lasted his entire career and gets called at the end. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Yeah.
It's about being sent off in the last game of your career after the final whistle's gone. I mean,
Well, I've never really thought he chucked it, but hey, there you go.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Well, I'm conscious. We've also Jim has just wandered into the bar. I should say.
He looks like he's just got out of bed, to be honest. Or are you in bed, Jim?
The saloon door open, and
you're on mute.
As he's just arrived. You're on mute, Jim.
And we should.
He's all right. We'll catch him later. He's just nipped to the loo, or he's just chatting to a friend in the corner.
You've got to turn the mute button, bottom left.
I was trying to keep there the illusion that we are actually in a pub.
Well, I know.
But, you don't walk into a pub with a mute button, do you? But there we go.
Some of us are getting a bit thirsty, Tony. We haven't even been offered a fucking drink yet.
All right, if you want the drink, I'll do the drinks all round first. So Tawid, we know he wants his mango lassi, so that's already sorted. Messers, what can we get you?
I'd like a mojito, please.
You can have a mojito. It's
with white rum.
Not a particularly manly drink, but that's up to you. And then... And Indo, what can we get you?
I'd have a Bloody Mary, thank you.
A very wise choice. We do
late
a particularly
afternoon.
good Bloody Mary here. It's the ideal sundowner in my book, and we do a fabulous one in the Bishop and Bear.
I hate fucking Bloody Marys because they got tomato juice in, which is obviously... But aren't they? They're a hangover cure, aren't they? Supposedly.
Can be.
Well, you first got to get the hangover, so I'm working on it.
Well, I'm not offering you a drink because you're the landlord. You can just help yourself to whatever.
I've got a bottle of Jameson's next to me. Don't you worry.
Right. And Jim, are you with us now?
Can you hear me now?
You walked in like it was a western. You smashed the saloon doors open. You strode to the bar, and then you didn't say a word.
Oh no, my bad, man. Sorry, I've been up. Well, I've stayed up, obviously, to join in with the esteemed company that's on here. I've spent the whole day putting together my newspaper. You see, I've got it goes print on Wednesday, so just Mondays are a big day.
Okay,
and she's well after midnight, so I might as well settle in and at the bar, as you say.
And what can we get you then?
Well, I'm a teetotaler, you see, so
I remember that from before.
I'm just going to stick to Coke, no sugar. That's pretty much
you want a strong coffee? Just to see you through this chat.
I don't drink coffee either. But I'll have a Coke, no sugar, but it'll be a large pint glass filled with ice because it's hot as a bastard at the moment. So
we can definitely do that.
Such a changed man from when I first met you, Jim.
Yeah, I know. I have changed, man. Yeah,
bags full of beer you used to come into the studio with, but hey, you look a lot healthier for it. Must be said.
Let's get back to Tawid because we rather cut him off to ensure everyone got their drinks. I mean, one question I had for you is you've got a nice, gentle, easy start. You know, when you look at the Bangladesh's games, underdogs India. So how do you fancy what can Bangladesh do to beat India? And don't just say score more runs and take more wickets. I
think you've kind of. kind of alluded to it there, really. I think they just need to treat it as a free hit. It's, no one's expecting them to win. If ever, it's such a cliche, isn't it, to go out, play with freedom, blah, 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 fearless cricket, etc., etc. But if ever there was a time to do it, it would be in that very first game against India. Like you say, no one's expecting them to win. I suppose in their favour, they've always had a reasonable record actually against India. They did beat them in a bilateral series. It was in Dhaka a few years ago. I was at that series. Phenomenal. A couple of matches that they won from. They ended up. I think they were about 6 or 7 down, and they still had over 100 odd to chase in both of those games that they ended up winning. But they did so.
Famously at the 2007 World Cup.
That's right, of course. Yeah, with a very young Tamim Iqbal smacking Zahir Khan over his head. So, yeah, there's good memories there for them. But yeah, I guess
semi-finals in 2017, wasn't it? That's the furthest they've got, I think. If I'm right.
That's right. So, yeah, you never know if they could, I think the toss. So they're playing India in Dubai as well, which isn't particularly high scoring ground. I think it's a day-night game, so, the dew could well come into it. So, the toss could well be important if they win that toss, manage to restrict India to something, I don't know, half gettable, and then if the dew comes into it, hopefully the ball will come on nicely for the Bangladesh batters, and off they go. I mean, what I would say is that they're a team that they've always been a bit fragile in terms of their confidence. So if somehow they do end up beating India, they can get on to a bit of a roll, and you only need to win 2 games really to potentially get through to the semis. So who knows?
So, do you see them getting to the semis? Yes or no?
No.
Brilliant. So reasons to be confident.
All that
heavily qualified
down.
So forget everything I said. Basically, we haven't got a chance in hell.
20 minutes telling us why Bangladesh is not going to get to the semi-final.
So, all right then. Tawid, who's your tip for the tournament then? Who's your tip for the tournament?
Well, it's difficult to look past the big dogs, isn't it? Australia, India. I mean, it's interesting. I think it's interesting in terms of actually the number of players that are absent from both of those lineups, and just how big a part that might play. Obviously, Jasprit Bumrah's going to be missing the tournament, and he's been such a linchpin, more than a linchpin, a match winner for India in all formats, really. So yeah, I'd expect both of those teams to be there or thereabouts. Don't want either of those teams to win it particularly. So let's go with who wouldn't we mind winning it? Well, I always hesitate to say South Africa. But maybe New Zealand, as we've got Jim on the call.
Well, funny you should say that, because that tees us up very nicely, because I'm very conscious, poor old Jim, he's now slumped. He came in all perky with his Diet Coke, and he's sort of slumped now in the corner of the bar, conscious with his newspaper, though, has been put to bed for the day. Jim, what are you... First of all, Kane Williamson today signs for Middlesex. He's playing for us next season.
I just saw that on Instagram, actually. That was news to me until 5 minutes ago. So.
Middlesex were obviously very proud of it. They didn't even send out an advance press release. They sent it out.
Well, he's barely been sighted all summer here, so he's kind of fallen off the radar a little bit, to be perfectly honest. He hasn't been playing the domestic competition. The Super Smash here, he's been flogging himself in South Africa for more rand, as they say. But it's good. I mean, it's good to have him back in the team. He's not someone I particularly enjoy watching.
Well, Jim doesn't enjoy watching somebody. I'm not sure who that was, but that was the Bishop and Bear previewing the tournament that we are now, 1 innings into, and New Zealand will be coming out on the field very shortly. In fact, they seem to be hovering around the boundary edge, as Pakistan will try and chase 321, I think it is, to win. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined by none other than David Brook. Hello, Brookie.
Hi, Hendo.
Good to have you back. And just sort of easing off the edge of the screen, it looks like Messi Jez. He's trying to hide, seemingly, not be seen on YouTube. He's a very, very shy man, is Messi Jez. Very, very shy indeed.
That's always being said. You know that, Endo. I'm very reticent to be heard.
You are. But better heard than seen, some will say.
Thanks so much. Oh, my self-confidence grows.
You don't need self-confidence at the age of, 71? 71 now?
74, happy, you know.
You're not 74.
I am.
Are you?
75 this year.
Good God. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. God, time flies, doesn't it? Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, absolutely. Well, what do we think, chaps? David, I felt it's 320 is a very serviceable score, bearing in mind that Pakistan tail starts quite early. What are your thoughts on the subject?
Yeah, I think it's a very good score, Hendo. I think it's above par. 2 Centurions, we were saying very early on, weren't we, that New Zealand needed someone to bat long, and then we had 2 guys in Young and Latham who did bat long, and then that wonderful cameo from Glenn Phillips at the end. I mean, I think that's, Pakistan started this game favourites. One wants the host team to win, of course one does, but New Zealand are firm favourites now, and it'll take some, you can never write Pakistan off, and they have got some good batting, but they'll need someone to bat deep. And there's a slight disadvantage, Hendo, in that Fakhar Azam, who had that injury in the first over, 2.5 hours off the field, so he can't bat for 2 hours or something. So he would have been in the opening batting position. So we don't even waiting to see who's going to be opening up.
Well, that's important news, and that's good, interesting news to have. Messi, does that? Well, I would say it makes Pakistan's chase more difficult. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it does, but it's worth considering a couple of things. The first match of the tri-series they had, New Zealand made 330 for 6, and Pakistan were all right for 252. But then the next match, which was also in Karachi, South Africa made 352, and Pakistan chased it down, made 355 for 4.
And that was but they lost early wickets
Yeah.
in that game, didn't they? They lost early wickets, I think, and it was Agha Salman and Mohammed Rizwan that. But I think they both got hundreds, didn't they, to chase that down?
Yeah, they put on 260 for the 4th wicket, which was remarkable. But they're capable of doing that from time to time, so I wouldn't write them off. But I do think that 320 is enough runs to put pressure on them and make it quite tough. And New Zealand bowls smart, I think. So it'll be really interesting. New Zealand just grind people down.
Henry can set the tone. He's done that so often.
What's that? What's in the back?
3-4 years being the best.
Hello? What's that in the background?
New Zealand's white ball attack.
We can hear.
I think the gorilla, the podcast is still going.
Is it? We got the podcast going. I thought we'd got rid of that. The bear was miss.
Sounds a bit like Simon Dool.
Even if it does get a little damp.
Yeah, it's. Why are we getting that?
Jim Birchall.
Oh, it's Jim, is it? No, it's not. No, that's not Jim Birchall. Hang on. We shouldn't be broadcasting that. I'd say Bear. Where's it coming from? David, have you got yours on?
Yeah, I can hear Simon Dool. No, it's not on here. No.
Messi, have you got it on?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Where's it coming from?
So Pakistan will be hoping that is at number 3 whenever that comes about.
So the bear is fixing it.
I'm sorry about that. You were getting bonus commentary from the TV feed. Bear's trying to get rid of it. Saud Shakil is going to come into bat. in place of Fakar Zaman. And no, it's still there. I can hear it. What's going on? Where is that coming through? Bubba Azam also.
I think it might be coming from Fourthy.
Fourthy!
Fourthy! Turn your video off and we can hear the telly.
Can you mute Fourthy?
Fourthy!
Fucking hell, and I got rid of David, not fucking...
well, Fourthy is due on, I believe. Is he on? Is he on? No, he's not. Not yet.
Okay.
He's just making a menace of himself while scoffing food. Right. Well, we sorted that out. Matt Henry is going to open the bowling, and we're almost underway. And that all got really confusing because we were. It was like having a cross line in the old days when you used to telephone. You know, when you have old-style telephones. This one keeps low as Sawad Shakil comes forward to that, the left-hander, and it comes right off the toe of the bat as he pushes it into the offside. The wind seems to be getting up in Karachi as well. There's a certain amount of billowing of shirts. We saw the flag post earlier, or the flag on the flag post, fluttering away in the breeze. As darkness begins to fall, the lights are on, and this one rises on Sawad Shakil. He was perhaps trying to turn it away off his hip, got a little bit front on. The ball took a thick outside edge, again falling in the direction of gully. And I suppose I should do some jingles. Here we go. This is the batsman.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning much, he seemed in quite good touch. He's such a key.
Well, he's not spinning at all. He's if he is, then he's going to be in some trouble because he's batting at the moment. This one is again fails to bring a run. 3 balls in. Matt Henry opening the bowling. I love Matt Henry. Had a really difficult start to his international career, particularly at Test level, but has developed into a really top-class bowler, in my opinion. This is tucked away to mid-wicket, and the Pakistan reply is underway, much to the relief of those festooned in bright green, the other side of the fence. Pakistan won without loss. Babar Azam, who I see is still rated the second best ODI player in the world, which he's not had the greatest of times in recent months, even a year or two now. Has dropped briefly, wasn't he? Or was that just from the Test team? Anyway, Henry in, bowls to him, and he meets that nicely. Pushes firmly without really any great effort up to mid-on, and there is no run. This is the man.
Have you any will? No sir, I don't. I'm a cricketer from Pakistan.
I like that one. Henry's just got the one slip, and that keeps low as well. And Babar is down on that, and just as well, because that could have crept under the bat, and if that had hit pad alone, he might have been in some trouble. So Pakistan chasing a reasonably tall total will not be happy to see the ball doing that. Messi.
Right, so Stephen Kelk says that Fourthy is a bad one.
He is.
Indian vlogger says Santner and Henry, 2 New Zealand bowlers, are in the ICC top 10 rankings. These 2 will get 4 or 5 wickets. Shubman Gill's ODI averages 60 with a strike rate of 101, and he is number 1 ranked. He is pretty impressive. Yeah.
Oh, he certainly batted well in that recent series against England, for sure. So I wonder, Fakar Zaman cannot come in for 2 hours. How many overs do we think will be bowled? Maybe 30 overs?
No, less than that. I reckon
28?
about 25, the way things are going.
Yeah, you could be right. Right, also opening the bowling for New Zealand is another highly impressive specimen. It's this man.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
Excellent stuff. Will O'Rourke will be bowling to Saud Shakil, 1 not out off 4 deliveries. Babar Azam yet to go off the mark, coming in from the Kazaz end. And for the time being, the batsman is not quite happy with what's going on behind the bowler's arm. I think he's now ready. There's just the one slip. If you remember, Pakistan for a couple of overs had 2 slips to both their opening pacemen. Here is O'Rourke. Well, that's very wide indeed. Saud goes after it but can't reach it. He's not a big man, Saud Shakil. He hasn't got an enormous reach, and that is quite rightly designated as one of these by the umpire. O'Rourke was mightily impressive. I mean, I was impressed with him last year, but he was mightily impressive in that last test against England before Christmas. He's in, and that's not that far away from the off stump, and it rises. He's a tall man. He gets good bounce, and Shakil has to get his bat out well out of the way. Sorry, David.
Was that the 400-run defeat you're talking about there? The last test?
No. What, 400-run defeat for England?
Yes.
Was it that much? I must have expunged it from my memory bank. I mean, that was when I thought Bethel batted brilliantly against him, to be honest. I really like Bethel, and I think he's a big loss to this tournament. That said, he's had a lot of cricket, a lot of international cricket. He's been flying all over the place. He's also been playing in the BBL, and yes. Maybe the rest will just be good for him in some respects. O'Rourke in to Shakil. Oh, he's almost dragged that on. He aimed a drive at that and got a thick inside edge onto that. It seemed to come off the bat quite slowly. It wasn't that far away. Just going to see exactly how far away it is in the replay. Oh, I think it's almost... Well, he could have been in even more trouble, because I think the inside edge has then caught the back boot of the batsman, and that could have deflected it onto the wicket. Anyway, Will O'Rourke in again. Bowls to Shakil, who leaves this one some wider outside the off stump, not as wide as the first one, and so a rather watchful start from Pakistan. 2 for no wicket in the second over.
As you say, Hendo, we've already seen evidence of that unpredictable bounce with the 1 or 2 keeping low, so I do think that 320 is a decent score.
Well, absolutely, and especially if you've got someone as tall and a man who gets as much bounce generally as O'Rourke, because then the one that does scuttle is going to be even more difficult to play. A mistimed drive up to mid-on from Shakil. He's just struggling to find the middle of the bat at the moment. Again, no run.
In this tournament, of course, the opening game, winning the opening game becomes really important, doesn't it? You've only got three games before the semis, so a lot of pressure. The pressure will build up on Pakistan. Certainly not writing them off, but just saying that New Zealand will be favourites at this stage.
O'Rourke, and again brings this one back into him. A slightly timid shot from Shakil. Gets again a thick inside edge. O'Rourke not using the full extent of the crease there. His front foot is landing about 8 inches in front of the line, or behind the line. But I suppose any extra time you get to see the ball from O'Rourke, the better for the Pakistan batsman. Here he is again, striding in, and finds the outside edge this time. Nothing more than a defensive shot, but it's going to bring him a single down to third man. Henry does the fielding. He will keep the strike. 2 overs bowled. Pakistan 3 for none.
Just a clarification in relation to Fakhar Zaman. He apparently can come into bat after 20 minutes of Pakistan's innings.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't make sense to me, but that's what they're saying on Cricinfo.
Right.
Just another thing too, the playing conditions say that there shall be 2 innings of 3.5 hours each. That innings, the first innings, took 4 hours and 7 minutes, if you don't mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't get any sleep last night. I can never sleep when I have to get up really early to do cricket. And I thought we were actually due to be on at 8 in the morning. This is pushed by Shakeel out into the covers. There is no run. Henry starting a new over. So I only had about 2 hours sleep. And then I thought, well, there's not much point in going back to sleep because I've got to be in for 8. And then I realised, I looked at the rotor and then realised it didn't start till 9. I thought, oh, I could have had that extra hour, but didn't. And so, that's a nice stroke by Saeed Shakeel. First one that he's really timed as he would have liked. And he's going to get 2 runs through extra cover as Mitchell Santner goes after it. And the score moves to 5 for no wickets. So I was kind of anticipating leaving here at about 3:30 this afternoon. So with the late start and then the extended New Zealand innings because of the slow over rate, might be back in time for Real Madrid, Man City. Again, nicely played out into the offside by Shakeel. And there is no run. Bubba has only faced 2 balls. Soward has had almost all the strikes so far. He's taken 13 deliveries. Oh, fantastic bit of fielding for not much purpose really there from Glenn Phillips. Leapt to his left. Brilliant one-handed stop, but the ball was doing nothing more than dribbling in his direction. Henry in again. Bowls. Oh, has he got an edge to that? Well, he went after it. May have just been a little bit of movement. And lucky not to feather one through. But, there is no run.
So Matt Henry has really filled any void that you might have felt when you lost Trent Bolt. And, you know, he's just filled the gap, hasn't he? He's really stepped up. And top bowler, I agree with you, Hendo.
Yeah, and I suppose he would have got his chance or a more prolonged chance earlier without, you know, Bolt and Southey being there as mainstays for so long. This is nicely played into the offside. It's quite a packed offside field, saving the one. And again, he's unable to get a run. 5 for no wicket. It doesn't really matter if they're a little bit slow off the mark here, in one respect, because it wasn't a particularly quick power play from New Zealand. Henry in, forced straight up towards mid-on, and that is the end of Henry's second over. He's got figures of number 3, and after 3, Pakistan are 5 for none. Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, time for a final coffee of the day. Indian vlogger says, Baba for Pakistan is like Sachin Tendulkar was for India in the 2000s. A single man carrying the hopes of an entire nation. If he gets out now, it will be almost impossible for Pakistan to win. Maybe not.
I'd go along with that argument 2 or 3 years ago, maybe, or a little bit more than that. And I mean, when he first came into the team, he looked $1 million, didn't he? He really was beautiful stroke maker. He struggled a little bit, but then every player goes through difficult times. This one he drives. He's going to get a run. Is he just about half stopped? Well, more than half stopped. Just pushed it away from him, the fielder at mid-off, and then it was Mitchell Santner, the captain, and Baba had to be quick to hurry down to the other end. He's off the mark, 6 for no wicket. Little bit of hesitation there. He needed to know that it had got past Will O'Rourke's outstretched left hand. Could have been could have been tricky had Santner picked it up first time and cleanly. O'Rourke in again, bowls, eased out on the angle into the offside by Shakil, and there is no run. He has 4 from 17. Baba has 1 from 3.
Just looking at... Sorry. No, I was about to comment on, Pakistan have weaned themselves off dependence on Baba, haven't they, in the last couple of years, because as his form has dipped.
Yeah. And I think, looking at, we were talking about that match against South Africa in the warm-ups when that triangular tournament. But Mohammed Rizwan has come on so well. I mean, they have needed him to be at his best. I mean, he rarely seems to fail when I look at Pakistan's scorecard. This is tucked away by Shakil behind square. Devon Conway is down on the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Score moves on to 8 for no wicket. Yeah, I mean,
interesting to note that Babar Azam's batting average in ODIs is still 11 higher than Sachin's was, although he has played 340 fewer ODIs.
Wow. O'Rourke, that's wide, and it gives him the chance to have a go at that, but he's unfortunately he's got an edge, and it's flown down to third man. It's a good low catch down there, and he saw it wide, he went after it, did Saud Shakil, and that is a disappointing moment for Pakistan in this match. They could ill afford to lose one of their finest batsmen at this early stage. He didn't get his foot out to it, so he kind of toe-ended it, and away it went. And it was well pouched, so the first Pakistan wicket goes down. Now here's a little question for you. That was Sting, of course, that tune. And I saw something about Sting's top 10 favourite songs of all time. What do you think was number 1?
Bob Marley song?
Oh, Bob Marley was in the top 3. Bob Marley was in the top 3. But no, the top one.
It's probably Elvis or something like
that.
No.
Think of Water. Think of Water. Water. Yeah, Rizwan's coming to the wicket, so we haven't had 20 minutes because otherwise Fakhar Zaman would probably be on his way. But it is the Pakistan captain, and if they were to lose another wicket now, then that would be trouble. No, it wasn't wet.
It's raindrops keep falling on my head, isn't it?
No.
Can't be sailing.
Not sailing.
Anything by the Little River Band?
No, good call though. Good call. Let's try and think of some other water-based bands. It involves one of my favourite activities in the title.
Sleeping.
That's one of my favourite activities, but I have another of my favourite activities when I'm actually conscious. Yeah.
Ranting.
No, not ranting. We'll come back to that. O'Rourke has a 1 for 5. That was an opening bowler combo caught by Matt Henry, third man. I didn't pick up that it was Henry initially. But
what was Saud Shakil doing playing at that? It was so wide.
It was wide. Yeah. It was, I guess, because he'd got really kind of bogged down early on, hadn't he? What, 4 off? Was it 4 off? Off 17 balls or something like that. Maybe it was 6 off, a few more than that. But 6 off 19 he ended up facing. That's not really what they wanted. But then, of course, he would normally be coming in at 3. Yeah. O'Rourke then to Rizwan. Rizwan onto the front foot, defending to extra cover. There is no run.
I'm desperately trying to think of a song about eating pastries on a lake, and I just can't come up with it.
Well, you're kind of close in a way. Well, actually, it involves two of my favourite things to do while conscious. Actually, I'll come back to that. I say the lyrics involve two of my favourite activities or non-activities. Onto the front foot comes Rizwan, looking to get it through that packed field on the offside. Can't do so. Impressive stuff, this from New Zealand. That's the end of the over. Successful one for them. After 4, Pakistan in some trouble at 8 for 1. Messi.
Mutley comes up with a water-based band, the Thamesman.
Never heard of it.
I doubt so.
Is that
You've
true?
got to give
Is
us
that a real
clue,
band?
Hendo. Are you drinking Foster's?
Am I drinking Foster's? No, I'm drinking Pepsi Max. Caffeine free,
that's all right.
would you believe?
I just saw the can disappear and I thought it looked like a Foster's can.
No.
God.
No. I don't mind a Foster's, to be honest. Henry in bowls to Babar Azam, who's finally going to get his 4th delivery. Defends it on the front foot, lets the ball come to him. And into the covers it goes. No run. Target is 321. So that's only come down to 313 in the time that Pakistan's batsmen have been out there. And,
would sitting be the activity, Endo?
Oh, you're getting close. Onto the back foot he goes and tries to force, but doesn't really time the shot straight back to Henry. No run.
Listening to jazz?
Not many. There aren't many songs with that title or.
Yeah.
No.
Is sitting getting very warm?
Oh, you are getting very
Sitting
warm.
on the dock of the bay.
Yes! Well done. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I told you, wasting time. One of my favourite occupations. Onto the front foot, just outside off stump. Defended, full face of the bat. And there is no run.
That's a great song.
It is a good song, isn't it? It's a good song. I think the last time I can remember sort of singing that to myself while sitting on the dock of a bay in Tasmania, waiting to go across to the Bell Reeve Oval, or come back from the Bell Reeve Oval. I'm not sure which. Anyway, it's not called the Bell Reeve now. It's got some sort of ridiculous name.
It's the Ninja or something like
the
that.
Ninja, yeah. Forced off the back foot up to mid-on by Baba. Again, there is no run. There's not a lot on offer here from Henry. And Pakistan know with the loss of that wicket and with Fakhar Zaman having to drop down the order because of that injury that he sustained, second ball of the morning while fielding, it's put them a little bit on the back foot. Henry in full. Oh, that's a glorious cover drive. Extra cover drive by Babar Azam. That is Babar Azam at his absolute best. That is the kind of shot that turned me onto this man in the early days of his career. Absolutely sumptuous.
Yes.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah. I can remember Knuckle and me both kind of swooning over the Babar Azam extra cover drive.
Damien Martin would be proud of that.
Henry in again. He's hit him on the pad. He's asking the question. I think it was probably just going down the leg side. The umpire is not interested. Henry seems to intimate that perhaps that was the problem. And it doesn't look to me as if Mitchell Santner will refer that to the third umpire. That's the end of a pretty good over, apart from that one boundary, half volley. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 7 after 5. Pakistan chasing 321 are 12 for 1. Messi.
Well, here's a welcome name that I haven't seen for a while. O'Neill Harris says, hello, Gorillas. Hello, O'Neill. Fantastic to have you back with us. Mutley says the Thamesmen were a moderately successful British pop band formed in 1964 and eventually dissolved in 1966. That's a pretty niche sort of piece of knowledge there, Mutley. He said they went on to reform a Spinal Tap.
Anyway,
and that's it on socials at the moment.
O'Rourke comes in, and you just feel with his little bit of extra pace, he just hurries the batsman. I mean, Rizwan, to be honest, is always a player who looks like he's in a little bit of a hurry, in the best possible way. He's full of nervous energy, but you just had to jab at that one a little bit. There is no run. Rizwan yet to get off the mark. Babar Azam has 5. And this will be the 6th over of the first 10 in the power play. He's in again, and he gets a thick inside edge as he almost flinches the ball coming back into him, or maybe just jumping on him a little bit. He's going to get his first run down to long leg. 13 for 1. Pakistan fans, the young ones amongst them anyway, who have not known failure at the level of older Pakistan fans, or older fans of any nation or of any team, are quite enjoying themselves at the moment, even though it's not too good on the scoreboard for the hosts of this tournament. Off a thick outside edge, Babar Azam will take another single down to third man. 14.
Yeah, I don't think they'll worry about the run rate too much. It's a question of not losing another wicket, isn't it, in the first 10?
Yeah, I think so, but
I think that's right.
I think they are a little bit hamstrung by Fakhar Zaman, because he's the kind of guy who can get you off to a bit of a flyer, and of course, if you can, score at a really good rate in the 10 over power play, then of course it puts you ahead of the game a little bit. O'Rourke in short. Oh, he tries to cut that without really any movement of the feet, and he gets a bottom edge into the ground and through to the keeper. That's Rizwan again facing. So Pakistan captains past and present at the crease, and the score is 14 for 1. But neither of these batsmen is a big hitter. Rizwan can score at a really good lick, to be fair, but I wonder whether that sort of responsibility, knowing that he's had to come in a place higher than he would ideally want to, and because he's captain, he's got the hopes of the nation on his shoulders. Home tournament. Onto the back foot he goes here again to O'Rourke, defends into the offside, as we see an aerial shot of a lit up Karachi, which every city looks quite good from a distance, doesn't it, when it's lit up? There are some. I'm not implying anything about Karachi. I have no idea what Karachi is like, but I'm just thinking to myself, you look at and you watch films, and you see some downtown city in America, wide of the off stump. Now, what on earth has happened there? Mohammed Rizwan has left that alone, and then he's got very angry about something. I suspect that there was some sort of movement behind the bowler's arm. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and Messengers might have some more tweets.
Indeed. Soph in KL is with us. Hello, Soph. She says, "Evening, chaps. A water-based band would surely be the Water Boys." That seems reasonable.
Fair point. Fair point.
Mightley says, "Reef stream hopping for a bit." Reet stream. Love and sausages pyramids. So,
what is it? Is that a band? Reet stream?
It must be the sound stream on the YouTube.
Is that predictive text? I hate predictive text. It really drives me absolutely potty. I'm trying to think what came up the other night. I was trying to write on a football fans website about a bobbly pitch, and it came up as wobbly before I'd noticed, and I'd already sent it. Henry bowls to Bubba. Line of leg stump, pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. But there was
autocorrect must be the curse of the age for a wordsmith such as yourself, Endo.
Well, do you know what embarrasses me more than anything is when I think by default predictive or auto-generative text or whatever it is, it always puts its with an apostrophe, IT apostrophe S, even when you want ITS.
So annoying.
Driven by Babar Azam. Didn't quite get the placement right this time, perhaps not even the timing, and Santner is able to slide round to his left at mid-off and complete the fielding. There is no run. 14 for 1 remains the score.
So, just to give you an idea of why it's a good idea to be a patron, on our Discord channel, Brian in Brisbane shared a copy of a text conversation yesterday.
Oh, shit.
In which Blake said, "Happening, mate. Fancy a wank down by the river tomorrow?" To which the response was, "Ha, I'm guessing autocorrect has kicked in there."
Oh, well, I've heard of sitting by the dock of the bay, but what he's suggesting down by the dock of the bay or the river, let's just defend it.
The reply was, "Yeah, my bad. I meant the canal, not the river."
Yeah, boom. Excellent stuff. So where are we? 6.3 overs bowled. No, that's not a problem. I just thought we were further into this Pakistan innings than we are. Henry in again, off the back foot. Nice shot, but it was a decent enough ball, back of a length, and just didn't quite have the room to free the arms to get the power and the timing in it. And so once more, it's fielded in the covers. And so 4 dot balls to start this over from Matt Henry. He's only gone for 7 runs. He's also taken the catch that brought the first and only so far Pakistan wicket. And he's coming into Babar Azam again. Still got the slip, and this is driven a little bit on the up again. Not sufficient timing, not sufficient power, and it bounces away into the offside to cover. It's just 1 ball short of a maiden now, Matt Henry, which would mean if they don't score off this ball that they are going at a meagre 2 runs per over, which is even if you realise that teams can catch up, do some catching up, that's still a pretty slow start. Anyway, here is Henry to complete the over, and it does. Well, it does keep low, and he does bowl a maiden. Baba keeps it out, and Pakistan started the over at 14 for 1. They finish the over at 14 for 1. Messi.
On Blue Sky Armchair Cricket Podcast, says this is a gamble from Rizwan holding Fakhar Zaman back and promoting himself, or is it not yet 20 minutes since the innings start?
Well, I think it is now.
Through the overs too quickly for Pakistan's liking then. And I told him, it was only 18 minutes. And he said, oh, well, so it nearly did his job then. Just 1 more ball could have been enough. That's unfortunate.
Oh, is that right? He was out after 18 minutes? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, hang on. If you allow for the 2 minutes that it takes a batsman to get out there. No, what's happened there? Rizwan has gone for a big hoik into the onside. I think it hit him high up on the arm, looped up in the air, but no danger of a catch. There was no bat or glove involved. O'Rourke beginning his 4th over. Well, that's done a little bit, hasn't it? That's done a little bit off the pitch, to be fair. And you've got someone like Will O'Rourke, who's about 6'7", coming in to bowl to Mohammed Rizwan, who's even smaller than Ben Duckett. Then it's not a fair matchup, is it? Really?
Not really.
Not big men against tiny men. O'Rourke again into Rizwan. Rizwan cuts powerfully, cuts well, but it's parried down into the ground on the bounce by the man at backward point. Frustration for Pakistan, especially the captain himself, who remains 1 not out off 9 deliveries, and Baba has 6 off 16. Saud Shakil was out for 6 off 19. Goodness me, how many scoring shots have there been in this inning so far? We will have had, if you add wides in, of which I think there have been 2, full on the legs, very full indeed. A big appeal from O'Rourke. I don't think so. I think that was going down the leg side.
Way down.
I'm quite
good
surprised.
Yorker though.
Good Yorker, but not quite accurate enough in my opinion. Don't think Santner is going to be convinced.
I mean, it was a feature of New Zealand's innings that just kept the scoreboard ticking over all the time, didn't they? There weren't actually many dots. Certainly Nathan's innings, he managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over because the pressure's building up, as you say.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, in talking about the fact that it's probably quite important to win your first game, it doesn't help Pakistan that they now have to fly, or after this game they'll have to fly to Dubai to play India, I think on Sunday, won't they?
That's right.
They can't be looking forward to that one. Driven by Rizwan, collapsing man at short extra, can't lay a hand on it, and they will get a single. And that's Bracewell who was trying to stop that one. So Rizwan moves to 2, 15 for 1. So I mean, I think, you know, just because the way that the games fall, if Pakistan do lose this game, they're under a hell of a lot of pressure. Because although, of course, they won this tournament by beating India in the last final, their record against India is not good in these tournaments, certainly of late. Driven, and that will ease a little bit of the pressure. Driven backward as square on the offside by Baba. He goes into double figures because he picks up a rare boundary. And he was stretching for that one a little bit, wasn't he? In the same way as Saud Shakil edged, because he probably wasn't quite close enough to the ball. But he played that with more control. He's beaten him with a goodie there. Oh. And Baba looks back down the wicket and nods in appreciation of that delivery. Says that was a good one. It ends the over. 5 from it. After 8 overs, Pakistan chasing 321 runs to win, have 42 overs left in which to get another 302. Messi.
Well, we're very quiet on social media. I can tell you that WinViz has New Zealand at 84%, but it does occur to me that David's been very quiet. I'm just wondering if he wants to get a word in.
Absolutely.
Well, I'd like to say something encouraging from Pakistan's point of view. I mean, that Babar Azam has hit up a beautiful shot, so that's good that he looks in reasonable touch.
Yep.
It's just the New Zealand have been so well organised. Just a very well organised start to the game for them.
Yes, they've been superb. They've done everything well, really, haven't they? I mean, they haven't done anything spectacular, but they've just done the basics well. Henry,
it's
then.
the New Zealand way.
Bowls to Rizwan, who closes the face to the bat and almost scoops it up and along the ground wide of mid-on. They'll only get the 1 run. He goes to 3.
One always wants the host team to get off to a good start. I mean, it now looks like a sellout, doesn't it? It looks like there's no empty seats now. And you can see how much the crowd want to get behind these two in particular, Rizwan and Babar.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I find ironic is that England, with the New Zealander coaching them, are the antithesis of this New Zealand team.
Yes, now he brings that one back, does Matt Henry, off the pitch and is appealing for LBW. Again, I think it's done too much, but it's hurt Baba. I don't know whether that sort of hit him on the inside of the knee where the pad doesn't cover, but he's in a little bit of pain, and Rizwan is walking down to offer him some words of comfort.
A lot of seam movement out there, isn't there? O'Rourke brought that last ball of his over in a long way, and that one seemed to.
That's gone quite a way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Bounced a little bit as well, and quite a painful wrap. Not the inside of the knee; it was up on the thigh. Really, he's in again, dead straight, and if anything, this one keeps a little bit low again. So Babar Azam has to be very watchful in negotiating that one. Looking at one-day internationals between these two sides, there have been 118 of them, 61 wins for Pakistan, 53 for New Zealand, 1 tied and 3 no results. There you go, you're up to date. On to the front foot goes Baba, plays into the offside, and again there is no run. They're just really not being offered anything. The line is very consistent. A couple of balls from O'Rourke that have gone a little bit wider, and fortunately for him, one got a wicket. But Henry has been pretty much on the mark, hasn't he? Just on or outside off stump, generally speaking, and then getting a little bit of seam movement. Here he is again to Baba. Oh, now what's happened there? He's got a bit of an edge to that one. Is that a chance?
No, I think it went off the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, I thought so. It was half stopped by Latham behind the stumps. Yeah, again, it kept low, didn't it? Kept really low. It's actually pretty good effort from Latham just to stop that running away down to the third man boundary. But yeah, Pakistan will be worried by. They actually ended up getting a single for that. 21 for 1. Final ball of Henry's 5th over. And Rizwan is onto the front foot. He's so desperate to get down the other end, get the scoreboard moving, get them rotating, but he can't do it. It is great bowling. 5 overs from Matt Henry, just 2 off that one. He's got figures of none for 9. 21 for 1 off 9.
Eric J says this required run rate should go up to 11, Mutley. Yeah, it's certainly going up quite quickly at the moment, isn't it?
Required run rate is now 7.32. Started at just around 6.5. So it hasn't gone up as much as I would have thought, to be honest.
6.4. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, was it 6.4? No, hang on. 50 overs.
6.42 to be precise. Yeah.
Hang on. 320. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 6.4. O'Rourke in. Ooh, that turned Baba around a little bit. It was a full delivery. And I suspect he was trying to work that towards or wide of mid-on, but it ended up somewhere in the offside.
I mean, it looks as if it's getting more difficult to bat, but then surely knowledge of local conditions Pakistan would have taken that into account when giving New Zealand first go.
Yeah, although maybe the pressure was on to bat second, so they've got more fans in the ground to see them bat. This keeps low again from the tall man O'Rourke, and Baba is sort of groping to try and lay bat on that. Fortunately for him, it's wide of the off stump, so even though he can't make contact, it's not threatening his stumps. Yeah, it's looking really quite tricky. I suppose the only thing, I suppose England need a little bit of baseball here, really. Pakistan. Perhaps they need to try and take the game to the bowlers, because they're going nowhere very slowly at the moment. Onto the front foot comes Baba and just eases out off thick outside edge to backward point, Phillips Fields. And there is no run. At the end of this over, David will be taking over on ball by ball. I will be moving to the socials, and that really wicked fellow who leaves his telly on, Forthy, will be back, and we will be admonishing him mercilessly. In comes O'Rourke, bowls to Baba. Baba's looking to drive, but again, he's not finding the middle of the bat. I think it's so often when the ball is full, it's that lack of bounce, and it's hitting too low on the bat. Even allowing for the fact that these bats do have much bigger and lower middles than they used to. So 4 dot balls again to start this over from O'Rourke. Pressure really building. Rizwan is on 3 from 13, and Babar Azam has 11 from 26. Run rate is now up to 7.44. O'Rourke in, driven. That's a better shot. Oh, he still can't get it past the man at mid-off. Santner he's developed into such a good all-round cricketer. His fielding is brilliant, his bowling's exceptional, his batting's pretty damn good too. Maybe O'Rourke got a little bit on that, did he? Yeah, I think he just got a little fingertip that may have slowed it down, and that helped Santner get across. Babar Azam is very annoyed that that didn't beat the field. He's on to 12. Final ball of the first power play, when 2 men only are allowed outside the circle, and he's cut, and he's brilliantly caught. Brilliantly caught by Glenn Phillips. Wow. Mohammed Rizwan can barely believe that. What a way to end the power play for New Zealand, and the task that was tough before that delivery has now got immeasurably tougher. He's really carved that, and Phillips has just taken off, dived away to his left. He's in the air as it smacks into his left hand. He comes down, he doesn't spill it, he stands up and says, "That was quite good, wasn't it? Are you not impressed?" I think we are impressed. Mohammed Rizwan goes for 3. Absolutely stunning. Phillips is such a good cricketer. What a fielder! What a fielder. Right, it's time for a change. David's going to take over on ball by ball. Messi is going to take a well-earned break. Are you back later, Messi? Or is that it for you? No, you're back in...
I'm back.
10
I've got
overs.
2 more sessions.
Oh, yeah. Okay, David, it's all yours. Is Forthy here? Where's the fourth? Now, Forthy must have taken umbrage and has gone missing now.
No, Forthy's coming in, I'm sure, ready for his...
Where is Forthy? Are you, Forthy? I can't see you. Where are you?
Well, we can see what looks like Fakhar Azam coming out now. And, that really has disrupted Pakistan's plans. The fact that he couldn't come out to bat for the first 20 minutes, having been off the field for such a long time in the first innings. So he's coming in at 4. And, Pakistan expects from him now. Forthy's just sent a message, Bear, in the green room. We need to activate Forthy's video, please. Bear, if you...
Oh, you must have turned Forthy's video off in getting rid of the commentary that we could hear as we were trying to start the second innings. I'll jingle Fakhar up in a minute, as I will jingle up a new bowler, actually, a bit of spin after 10 overs of pace. Is Forthy here? Forthy is here!
Hello.
And this is the batsman.
Green shirt, white shoes, left hand bat, what's he gonna do? You'll hit the ball, run as fast as you can. Every girl's crazy for a car's a man.
It's Michael Bracewell into the attack. First ball is just played out to extra cover by Babar Azam, and Fakhar has come out to join him, as the jingle would indicate. And second ball is also played defensively by Babar. Hello there, Forthy.
Hello there, David. How are you? I think the world was treated to me eating an avocado one rice cake because I forgot to turn my video off.
We enjoyed every mouthful with you. It's Bracewell, and that's driven out to long on for a single. Of course, you're in Melbourne, so what meal is this?
Well, it's a little late night snack, is what it is.
Late night snack, right?
Yes.
It was avocado, just like avocado on toast, or?
Yes, well, just a little salt and pepper, just a little seasoning. It was very nice.
It was actually avocado.
I'm so glad that was the only thing I was doing on video. Could have been anything I was doing.
Yeah, especially the things we've been talking about.
You could have been watching Glenn Phillips taking one of the catches. Well, certainly the catch of the tournament so far. It might well be by the end. Instead of which we had Forthy's avocado on toast. So we waited for Fakhar Azam. That unfortunate little mishap in the field on the second ball of the innings kept him off the field. It's kept him out of the this Pakistan innings until now. So he plays that one defensively, and Pakistan are 23 for 2, and it's 10.4 overs. Worst possible start for Pakistan, because they wouldn't have wanted to lose any wickets too early, and they're behind the rate. So Bracewell, you'd say, would be the perhaps the weak link of the attack, but Fakhar showing his intent by coming down the wicket there, and ends up having to play defensively. But you get the feeling that he won't waste any time. Doesn't tend to when he comes out. So surely Bracewell will be the one that they target. Let's see how Bracewell can finish off this over. He's only gone for 1 run so far. He comes down the wicket, goes for a big one, but that's skewed. It's going to be lucky. It's going to go over the extra cover's head. But Fakhar Azam showing his intent there. But it was, it spun and it took the thick edge of the bat. And he's a bit lucky to get away with that. He takes a run. He's off the mark, and Pakistan are 24 for 2 off 11 overs.
I don't know about you, Forthy, but that was... I thought that was a bit wild from Fakhar. I mean, I suppose the argument is that they've got to get a bit of a shift on, but it's asking a lot of him to come straight in and do that against spin. And in fact, the previous ball, I thought he was actually closer to being done. He was only really at the very last minute he managed to adjust. But there you go.
Well, they're between the devil and the hard place at the moment.
They are,
rock and a hard. 24 for 2 off 11. What do you do? I mean, you probably just got to say, well, we'll just chance our arm.
Indeed.
Now, Hendo, I think you're on social.
I am sorry. Right? Yes, I just.
No, you're fine. I was just checking.
Gentle nudge there from full.
Little gentle coaxing.
Yes, indeed. I don't know. He eats avocado on air, treating us to Simon Dool when we didn't need him, and then he comes on as if butter wouldn't melt, or avocado wouldn't melt in his mouth.
Right. Interesting to see what Buckout does to O'Rourke. Will he try the same thing? No, he's a bit more circumspect there. Just pushes it out on the leg side to mid-wicket for a single. Fourthie. Do you think that 320? We've been saying that that's a really good score on this pitch. What do you? I mean, looking very good now, isn't it?
It's looking better and better by the over, is what it is, isn't it? It's very hard to see a way back in for Pakistan from here, I've got to say.
It requires something incredibly special, doesn't it? From Faka.
I don't think they've got a Glenn Maxwell in their lineup or equivalent.
Well, Faka would be the closest equivalent.
Yeah, the closest. Yes.
Yeah.
And he certainly stated his intentions. Here's O'Rourke. That's nicely guided down by Babrazan, showing his class there. Just a little guide down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
That was beautiful.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Didn't get the Pakistan crowd out of their seats, but at least something to smile about, and they would have enjoyed that bit of class there from Babar Azam. Just a gentle nudge.
Deft, wasn't it? Really deft.
Yes, Ian Bell was a great exponent of the late cuts, and that was.
That's hit hard by Baba, but it's that man again, Glenn Phillips. I'm just laughing at a tweet from our own Gary Naylor. He went to see Hamlet last night, and he said that showed more intent than Pakistan have shown. Yeah, so far. Forgive me, it's the way you tell them, Gary. I didn't do that justice.
Very nice moment in Alan Partridge when the boy genius says, "I saw Hamlet with Alan Rickman. Who did you see it with? I saw it with my wife Carol."
O'Rourke to Bubba. That's short, and one of the first short balls we've seen from New Zealand, and Bubba just sort of bows underneath it, lets it go through. That so judicious use of the short ball, and it's been very impressive opening spell from these two. New Zealand putting the first ones to put their hands up in this tournament. They're looking like one of the teams that everyone's going to have to beat. They haven't got the injury issues of other sides, have they? They haven't got the issues that Australia have. Here's O'Rourke, and he's coming into Bubba has a flip go at that. He gets it over the close field. There's an amazing attempt at a diving catch, but fools the cameraman. I think it's gone through for 4 runs, unless that was it's gone through for 4 because the crowd are clapping wildly. So it was like an acrobatic leap by the fielder at deep extra.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, it was a spectacular effort. It was always dropping short.
It wasn't Glenn Phillips again, was it? No, I'm not sure who that was out there. Oh, it was Matt Mitchell.
Yeah.
But he did go for it. You know, there was a chance of a catch, and he took his chance and he went for it, as opposed to sitting back and stopping the boundary. Yeah, O'Rourke, and this time it's guided off the back foot. That man again, Glenn Phillips, nice acrobatic piece of fielding. What a game he's having. 12 overs, Pakistan chasing 320. What are they now?
33 for 2, I think it is.
Thank you very much.
You can almost smell the adrenaline coursing through Glenn Phillips' body from here, can't you? He's so pumped.
He's pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, some contributions from the social media sphere. I did see Russell Hibbert says, having got that second wicket, would you call that, well, I think you mean O'Rourke's drift. I see what you're doing with that.
Very nice.
Although it probably worked better with a spinner, wouldn't it, if it was Rourke's drift? Anyway, never mind. That's being overcritical. Dan De Castro says, we knew 320 was plenty. Eating avocado on air. How very millennial of you.
Yes, true. Yeah. It's not. It wasn't. What's it called? Wasn't smashed avocado. It was just avocado slice. So not very millennial. More boomer avocado, I'd say.
Bracewell. Even Bracewell's turning. Yeah, he turns that first ball past. Fuck, who's gone for a big shot. It's very aerial. Is there anyone out there? No. It's going to bounce just in front of the boundary. Nice piece of fielding. And they've gone through for 2, but that was certainly aerial. Nathan Smith out there who did the fielding, and but it was certainly a lot of up rather than over. It was you know what I mean? Went very high.
Yes, so did that thing where he leaps in the air, pushes it backwards, goes over the boundary rope, comes back and collects. They practice it these days, of course.
This one's short. Back foot again, sliding stop. Number 32. Chub in number 32.
I don't know who that is.
No, I haven't got my Tony notes here with all the numbers and everything. Does Tony still produce those production notes? And that's gone straight to cover point, and there's no run there. So Bracewell's getting away with it here because he's only gone for 4 runs in his first. He's nearly finishing his second over, 2 balls to go.
They're sort of hiding him, as it were, at a time when it's so hard for Pakistan to get after him because they got to reset.
That was pretty wide, but it's not been signalled wide, I don't think. And Fucker tried to put it over the leg side boundary, even though it was about 2 feet outside legs off stump. So
I think the only thing not to like about New Zealand's performance is Bracewell's moustache so far, to be honest.
Well, he's it's sort of copied Nathan Smith, hasn't he? That's played defensively. Bracewell, 2 overs for 4 runs. That's right, just 2 and over from Bracewell, the 5th on most teams, the 6th bowler. 35 for 2, Pakistan, 13 overs.
Leah, under her other pseudonym, says they don't just need a maxi, they need the Kiwis to feed him full tosses. Pirate Badshaw says, I've never been able to understand the popularity of avocados, utterly tasteless. Eric J says, I like that last comment. And Liam Mahoney says, another stunning catch from Glenn Phillips. Indeed so. Indeed so.
Yeah, I had that thing. You get this in your Tesco's or Sainsbury's, where I'd accidentally put 1 too few avocados through on the self-serve checkout thing. And before I knew where they are, my screen turned into a video of me pilfering an avocado, and a man appeared at my elbow saying, "Are you going to pay for that?"
Oh my God!
I appeared on video, just like some sort of a fugitive from the law, a shady figure stealing an avocado from
a fugitive from the law.
In this country, you get escorted. You get.
I would be marked.
It's change of bowling. Here's Glenn Phillips. He hasn't been able to do anything wrong so far. Let's see what he does with the ball. First ball's turned away by Babar Azam for a single. So Glenn Phillips, who hit that 63. We're on commentary then, Fourthly, for that. Oh, sorry, Hendo.
Yes. Jingle.
Yes.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
His innings of 61, that was quite something. Just the acceleration that New Zealand needed just for that last 10 overs. He's bowling now and treated with respect by Buckner. Just plays it.
In fact, it started very sketchily. He was first 15 or 16 balls. I think he only had 6 or 7 runs, and then the pyrotechnics exploded.
You had a look at it first.
In time-honoured fashion.
Down the wicket goes the fucker. He's really slammed that one. That's going to be a straight 4, surely. Yes, no one's going to get anywhere near that. 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
springs eternal whilst these two are in, that's for sure. Fucker coming down the wicket, absolutely slammed that, didn't he?
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to stick your hand out and get anywhere near it. To be honest, it was thumped.
The only man who would be stupid enough to do that would be Glenn Phillips.
He'd probably catch it too.
He probably would, yeah.
I mean, Rodney Marsh used to be called Iron Fist or Iron Gloves, didn't he?
Yeah.
But in a sense, Glenn Phillips is, but in a completely positive way, because you'd have to have iron hands to catch the catches he catches. It's amazing.
Oh, absolutely. I wonder if he's actually got any feeling in his hands. Maybe he's just hit them with a mallet so often. I don't know.
Gives himself room, fuck up. He hits it, slams it straight to extra cover, and goes back down on his bad knee.
Ooh.
And
good.
Getting back up, but not with bat in hand, which suggests, and he's calling for the physio. So this is not too good news. I'd like to give some good news to the Pakistan fans, but first of all, he hit that straight to a fielder, and then it's obviously jarred something in the process. It was his left knee that went down, and you can see the grimace of pain as he went down, and he needs some attention. And it's the same injury. It's exacerbated pretty the injury that he sustained earlier in the field.
It's not looking good. Of course, famously, Glenn Maxwell scored 200 off no leg.
Shall I do some marketing?
Please.
Yeah, let's just do a bit of marketing.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. That's what I want. /Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
Yeah, buy a t-shirt. In fact, if you're watching us on YouTube, when you first call up YouTube, you will see our merch come into view. It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? Not to just buy one. And we'd be very offended if you didn't. So why not help us out?
What's the best selling item at the moment, Hendo? Do we know?
Well, it's a toss-up between the Ducket Bucket hat and the Gorilla Shower Curtain, unquestionably.
Oh, yes.
I think they both sold one over a period of about certainly the shower curtain's been around for a while. The Ducket Bucket has only been here for a year or so.
Jay Grover's got the shower curtain.
I think he may be the only one. I mean, that will turn up on Antiques Roadshow, won't it? Presumably. What's the thing that Fiona?
Also,
Bruce,
I think
Fiona
when
Bruce
they
does?
do one of those archaeological digs in the future, in several thousand years' time, they unearth the Gorilla Cricket shower curtain, they'll be able to put an entire theory about a civilization together off that.
Phillips calls that we resumed play after Fucker got treated there for his injury, and he pushed a single, went off like a train, and realised he was sort of carrying an injury and had to sort of slow down again. But he made it. So, feeling his knee as he went down, a bit gingerly, wasn't he? So he's put Bubba back on strike.
It's like watching a Ben Stokes innings, isn't it?
Phillips to completely over. Bubba, is Fucker interested in a quick single? No, he is not. End of the over. 14 overs gone. It's 41 for 2.
I was just thinking, actually, they'll find the shower curtain, and they will be trying to work out what the creature is, and they'll say there were some very odd sort of tangents in evolution at that point, I imagine. Anyway, we've done that. Another stunning catch. Liam Mahoney also says his catch against England in the Test match was unbelievable, and in the blast that time too. I have seen him take a catch like that, but I can't remember when and who against. But I'm sure you're right.
Race well, and Fucker aims for a big shot over the mid wicket that doesn't make some sort of contact, but just sort of bobbles down in front of him.
doesn't seem to be inhibited. Seems to be playing fairly freely.
Come on, boys, we are defending champions, says a boy in the crowd with a banner.
That's true.
Next one is just patted down by as if to say, I'm not going for that one, I'll go for the next one.
So 8 years ago?
Yep.
I think it was Portsmouth who won the FA Cup in 1938 and then held it for longer than any other team because it wasn't played again until 1946 or 47.
And this one again, he tries to, it's wide outside the off stump, but he tries to put it through mid-wicket for some reason.
Yeah, but that's turned a lot. That's got to be wide, hasn't it?
I'd say so.
I think that's a wide.
Well, Fucker was aiming over mid-wicket. Kind of going again. The sweep. This is going to get to the boundary. Is it? Yes, it has. Yeah. Nice connection from Fucker, and he moves on to 13. And Fucker could improve this scoring rate dramatically if he stays in for any length of time.
The spin on that.
Plenty to come in this game, I'd say. You know, Pakistan never a team you can write off.
No, never. You'd be foolish to.
Is it? Next ball from Bracewell is short of the game. It's almost as though Farker is deciding he's going to hit certain balls just from premeditated. That one just pats back, and I reckon he's going to go for another big one here. It's the last ball of the over. It's hit one boundary and 4 dot balls. Bracewell bowls, going for the big one, slide. Yes, he's trying to pick his spot, and he's found it.
He's got
down
it.
To deep square legs, so successful over for Pakistan, 2 fours.
Wow, that was all wrist, wasn't it? That was all wrist. Incredible shot. Right, no, we're up to date on tweets, so talk amongst yourselves. Forthy, your chance to
plug your podcast.
that would be inappropriate. If I were to mention that there's an excellent podcast called Sombrero Fallout, alternative music, intriguing themes, released every fortnight, it would be highly inappropriate. So I won't do that.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you say it was called? That you and you wouldn't mention it? Sombrero.
It's called Sombrero Fallout, but I won't mention it. I think that's a figure of speech called Praeteritio, isn't it, Hendo?
I wouldn't know actually.
Or paralypsis.
Pass I've never heard one.
No idea.
That's down the leg side. First ball, Phillips over his no run. Bubba's just played it down to.
Because I think in the Catalan speeches, Cicero keeps saying, "I will pass over the appalling acts of Catalan. I will not mention them," and then he proceeds to mention them, of course. All
Phillips
along
has
this.
dropped that one short. It could be what Peterson would call a pie, and Bubba's helped himself to that, beating the fielder down at deep square, 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
We do indeed have a temporary period of great guns from Pakistan. They're moving up towards 4 and over, so the run's beginning to flow, the boundary's beginning to come, and this is the time they have to attack with Phillips and Bracewell. Phillips coming in, and that one's swatted away by Bubba. There's going to be a man out there to stop it. Are they going to be able to run 2 in Fakar's condition?
I don't think they did. No, that's. I mean, he was well placed, wasn't it? But he, couldn't get back with the second. Yeah.
Well, that was a Clash jingle, but they're sort of contemporaries from the late 70s, early 80s. The Jam lost their drummer yesterday.
Saw that. Yeah.
Poor old Rick Butler. Was taken from him. He was a fantastic drummer for the Jam. Maybe not technically the best, but he fitted in perfectly within Bruce Foxton and Paul Weller's world. Fantastic drumming. Something like 20 consecutive top 40 hits, I think the Jam had over that period.
I can only name 3 of them. That's just took it away for a no run there to fuck out.
Start, that's entertainment. Funeral pyre, Town Called Malice, Going Underground, down in the tube station at midnight.
Wow. Phillips Fucker down the wicket he comes. This time he hits it on the offside for the first time. And it's gone to deep extra. And plenty of intent. and in the end he kept it right along the ground. Decent shot from Fucker, who is definitely carrying his injury, but he's up to 18.
Yeah, it's hard when you're batting with an injury because it's always at the back of your mind. You're adjusting your shots all the time. But as we know from Gordon Greenwich, can be done.
This one squares up, however, a decent ball from Phillips. He completes his over, so New Zealand will be happy that not too much damage being incurred by the sort of bowlers 5 and 6, I suppose you'd say. As Forfey was saying, they're sort of sliding these overs in early doors. That's the end of the 10th. No, what's that? 15 overs. Lost track of time. Thank you very much.
Message says it's all fucking Greek to me, and Eric J says moderation in all things. Sometimes the conversation moves so quickly. By the time you get to a tweet, you haven't got the faintest clue what anyone's talking about.
Talking of O'Rourke's, we had an O'Rourke up front for Coventry when I first... John O'Rourke, you probably don't remember him. Maybe you guys do, actually. Anyway, it's the only other O'Rourke.
No, I can't think of him, I must admit.
No,
I have to get out my Panini Stickers album from 70s to get that one 4 feet. Would I be right in thinking it would be about 76, 77?
Even earlier, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay.
Very early 70s when I first started going with my dad to Highfield Road, which is now a housing estate, of course.
Well, I'll match you on that, because I'd have been going with my dad at that same time to the Goldstone ground, which is now a B&Q.
And now B&Q.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen to Goodison Park. It'll probably be an industrial estate pretty soon. So sad, all these old grounds.
I feel a Joni Mitchell line coming on.
Indeed. In fact, when you go into Apollo Bay in Australia, which is a beach town, it says "Paradise by the Sea" as you go in, and someone's written, graffitied over the top, "They paved."
They paved Paradise.
Yes.
They paved Paradise, put up a parking lot.
Indeed, they did.
Great song, Joni Mitchell. She was such a great, tunesmith and wordsmith. I mean, the combination of music and lyrics that she has come out with is just phenomenal, I think.
I'm told she's an inspiration to the new generation of female artists.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, there's a band with a very unpromising name of Jockstrap, which they chose to be provocative, but they lean very heavily on Joni Mitchell.
I mean, I can understand. Some people say about Joni Mitchell that she would tend to let her voice run away with her a little bit, didn't she? And she'd do this all
a little bit,
yeah. But her actual, "Hissing of Summer Lawns," one of the
beautiful,
in my
and
opinion.
Indeed the Blue album.
The Blue album, Hejara, is it Hejara? I think it's called Hejira.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant stuff.
Did Blue after the breakup for a relationship with Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Yeah, what was the song she wrote about Sam Shepard as well, the actor that she was involved with? Coyote, wasn't it? I think that's a great song as well. Yeah, brilliant song.
Is this the sort of chat one would hear on Sombrero?
It's not impossible. You might hear it on musical podcast Sombrero Fallout, released fortnightly. Alternative music, intriguing. It could happen, yes, but we're not here to plug that.
No. 55 for 2 off 16 overs, Pakistan. Chasing, they need another 266 to win, chasing that score of 320 of New Zealand, which looks a very good score now. That one is first all of the over is played out to short third.
While we're talking about other people's podcast, Grubby of This Parish has just started an excellent new podcast called The Twilight Turntable, which I can recommend to you.
Oh, thank you. Tucker gets himself into a bit of a mess there. Just took one step down the wicket, but he didn't time that. The skipper, Mitchell Santner, holding himself back. He's still Gracewell in the attack. And he's been treated with a lot of respect so far. This one, big swing from Tucker, misses it completely. And keeps his back foot though in. So although Tom Latham did a bit of smart keeping, it was to no avail. Grubby's podcast, what was it called again?
The Twilight Turntable. It's really good.
I like
They take they basically. Well, you'll find out if you go and have a look. They take an old album from the past and examine it. One's an expert, and Grubby positions himself as a disciple, learning about it.
It's packed back by Saka, and there's no run. I must have listened to that. Yeah,
it's really good.
Sounds great. Yeah.
There's a Steely Dan one, so Steely Dan episode. They just
Would that be Pretzel Logic? Would it be Pretzel Logic?
I can't remember if it is, but they did Ram by Paul McCartney this week. It's good.
Oh. Outside the off stumper, leave from fucking can't let Bracewell bowl a maiden over. Surely 5 dot balls here. Surely
he's actually bowling really well, but he's being allowed to bowl really well as well. So he's got his confidence up.
Surely he's got to go for it off this one. He bowls. No, it's defensive from Fakar Azam. It's a maiden over for Bracewell. He's bowled 4 overs for 12. I was quite wrong to say they were going to target him. In fact, they treated him with a great deal of respect. 17 overs, 55 for 2.
Message says Kathy Kirby's actual name was Kathleen O'Rourke.
Oh, that's worth knowing.
Who is Kathy Kirby? I'm not sure who Kathy Kirby is personally.
I sort of feel that she's a 1960s actor. Have I got that right? Maybe.
Don't know. So who is she, Messi? So the way you said it is like we all should know, and I don't.
Hit record said a couple of people.
Could be.
I'm looking her up. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Glenn Phillips now to continue.
Oh, she's an English singer.
Bubba just going to jog a single. So that target 321, Pakistan 56 for 2.
She's an English singer, best known for a cover version of Doris Day's Secret Love and for representing UK in 1965 Eurovision Song Contest, where she finished second.
Oh,
close
but no cigar.
I was only 2, in my defence.
I was 3.
And this one has been squirted away by Fakar. He came down the wicket, but didn't really go where he intended. It's gone out to square leg for a single. So it's a bit of a skittish innings, this from Fakar. It's sort of defence followed by some fairly disciplined shots, I'd say.
It's block or smash at the moment.
Yes, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, exactly. So here's Phillips. Down the wicket comes Bubba, but he just pushes the single. So would that have been 65 Eurovision? So would that have been the year before Sandy Shaw?
Wasn't Sandy Shaw 68? I thought she was 68.
Oh, 3, right. Okay, so it's 3.
I may be wrong.
For that one.
Yeah.
When was Congratulations by Cliff? Would have been about.
Did that win or did that come second?
It notoriously came second, even though with the corrupt Spanish jury as
of course it stands to reason.
Allegedly.
We was robbed.
Phillips is backed away already, Fakar, so he's got to go for this, and it makes very little contact, goes out to point.
I mean, how could Cliff not win? Actually, he entered again, didn't he, with Power to All Our Friends in the early 70s. That wasn't a great effort.
I didn't mind it.
It's swung away down to deep mid-wicket, and just a single, so we had that boundaries, and now it's gone fairly quiet again for Pakistan.
Well, I suppose sorry, I was going to say maybe Fakar thought I've got us moving again a little bit, but they are risking giving it away a little bit again, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
They are, yes.
And
67 Sandy Shaw, 68 congratulations, right. 69 Boom Banga Bang Lulu.
Now you're talking. That's 1 run to Fakar. To Bubba. He goes on for 30, and that's the end of that over.
Oh goodness me! And in the years when Britain actually made some sort of impact in the Eurovision Song Contest.
I've got the final positions here. We won 2 out of 3 years with Sandy Shaw and Lulu, and then came storming back in 76 with Save Your Kisses for Me by Brotherhood of Man. And our final triumph was in 81 with Bucks Fizz Making Your Mind Up.
Yeah.
Final triumph, haven't won since.
We haven't won for 44 years.
No, that's not true.
Oh.
97 Katrina and the Waves, Love Shine a Light.
Bucks Fizz.
That's the last time.
That was 81.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
That was 97 with Katrina and the Waves. Seems I don't remember that.
No, I don't remember it.
Bracewell continue. That's pushed out by Bubba Azam for a single. So surely now Fakar has to make contact.
I think he's looked really scratchy against these spinners, to be honest. I think he does. There's a reason that he's opens the batting in this form of the game. He likes pace on the ball. He likes to hit over the top when there's only two men out. That's not a bad shot.
This one, he's made decent contact and he's found the gap. One bounce, boundary. Spurred him on there, Hendo.
I did.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary. Crossing a boundary.
Regards Kathy Kirby. Eric says, singer, for Christ's sake. Sort of admonishing us for not knowing who she was.
Sorry.
Jay Grover says, Smith's bass player. And Ravi Natarajan says, I love Morrissey.
This one must be a wide. Surely. No signal from the umpire. That's extraordinary. He's letting Bracewell get away with this, because that was pitching.
Yeah, that was a wide. Absolutely right. The Smith's bass player was Andy Rourke, not Andy O'Rourke.
Defensive from Fakar. Another O'Rourke, yes.
Well, I can say helpfully, I'm sure this will move the numbers up quite a lot, because Messengers has now just tweeted out links to the Twilight Turntable and Sombrero Fallout.
Marvellous. Thanks, Messers. That one is just played out into extra cover for no run. So just that one attacking shot from Fakar on this over. And I agree with Hendo, he hasn't looked good against the turning ball. And a lot of dot balls. And this one again is defensive from Fakar. So Bracewell, 5 overs for 17.
Wow.
Excuse me for sounding so surprised, but last time I saw him bowl, he did get the treatment. And that's 65 for 2 off 19 overs.
Right, we're up to date on the socials, I have to say. Fakar, I feel like he came in and he tried to hit the second ball. He tried to smear the second and fourth balls that he received. And was it just because they were so far behind the rate, or they were so slow to start with? He just felt, well, I've got to get us moving, otherwise we're just going to die a very, very slow death. Or is that just because that's the way he plays? I just don't think he's as good against spin, especially if it is turning like that.
He's been certainly relying on sort of one or two shots, hasn't he? Most of it's been aimed over mid-wicket or mid-on.
Yeah.
Phillips is going to continue. He's going to bowl his fourth over. And meanwhile, at the other end, Bubba's just been content with playing second fiddle, really. He's on 31 from 46 balls. So
classic New Zealand performance, making the most out of all their resources, getting all the basics right, all the catching and everything. Yeah,
the fielding's been excellent, isn't it? Down to the leg to that tickled away. That is going to be a single this time.
Oh! Wow.
Direct hit at the non-striker's end. And is the umpire going to go upstairs for that? I think he was well in, but umpires tend to go upstairs any opportunity. But no, well in. So it was Bubba running to the danger end rather than Fakar. If it had been the other way around, it would have been interesting, that direct hit.
It would, yeah.
Well, he was kind of ambling, wasn't he? And then he suddenly had to realised he had to get a bit of a sprint on.
Shit. Yes.
Yeah. Here's the replay. Have a look at it. Yeah.
Amble.
And then...
Yeah.
Comfortably
in. But, New Zealand, as you say, looking very sharp and looking like a tournament team here. Always bring out their A game for these ICC tournaments. As you say, 8 years we've had to wait for a Champions Trophy.
Like Brexit, they look oven ready.
Don't talk politics.
Yeah, you're goading Hendo into some sort of action there. Hendo's resisting the temptation on this occasion.
Well done, Hendo, well done.
I'm too tired. God.
Phillips to bowl to who plays this one. Again, he's block, or what was the phrase you used before 4 feet? Block or smash?
Block or smash, I think. Yeah.
Block or smash. That was a block. And surely this is time for a smash. Here comes Phillips.
And there
smash.
It is.
Gone up in the air, gone very high, and there's a fielder under it, and that's it's dropped.
Oh, he's dropped
down. It is put down. No. Conway out there thought he had it in his hands, and then it just spilled as he hit the ground. So Fakar Azam's got away with that again, and a run through for a single. It was Devon Conway. It went up a long way, and it just spilled out, didn't it, as he hit the ground?
Yeah, for mash get smash, one might say. Actually, that doesn't make a lot of sense unless you remember old advertising jingles.
I think
we're lining up for a 3-person changeover at the end of this over. We've got Messers coming in on socials. We've got Will coming back on summary, and the Bear picking up the ball by ball. Got 2 balls left, and Phillips bowls. And it's been very nice spending some time with yourself, Hendo, and Forthy.
Great.
Oh, lovely.
Great
lovely
to be on. Oh, you're back again, though. You're back again, David, in the penultimate session.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going. Yes, I won't be going too far.
No.
And
I'm going to bed.
What's happened to that one? That's gone.
No, that's the set.
That's showing a replay. That's all right. I just put it down for a moment. Just showing a replay of the spilled catch. Phillips, ugly little sort of scoop shot by Fucker, brings no runs at all. 20 overs have gone, and the scoreboard, having accelerated at one stage, has now gone back to just over 3 and over. Pakistan 66 for 2. They need 255 from the last 30 overs. And after a word from Hendo, it'll be Bear, Messers, and Will.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bear's moving in. I'm going to play you an advert. Please give us money. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
We need your
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Well, welcome back. Pakistan are making a pig's ear of this, aren't they? All right, Will. All right, Messi.
Yep.
Oh, big appeal for OBW. But it pitched, turned, hit him outside off. And, there will be no run.
I am supposed to be here now, aren't I?
Let's have a look.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool.
you don't look too rattled by your recent visit from the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, now, did he get some bat on that? That's just been trickled down the leg side towards very fine leg. Will O'Rourke comes around. They should get back for 2. Because they're a bit hampered because Thacker, we don't really know what's wrong with him, do we? I mean, he's run some okay, and then he's made some really painful things when he's been stretching. I presume it's his Achilles or something.
Strain.
You think it's back? I
Well,
think it's more Achilles.
The fielding was back. I reckon more groin.
Well, that one turns, and Baba just lets it run off the face to backward square leg, and there is no run.
Don't come to us for treatment.
Yeah.
So basically, between the 3 of us, his entire body's gone.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Again, Baba just lets that run off the face down towards fine leg, and he'll get himself another single down to Will O'Rourke. I mean, you look at the comparisons and scores, and they're not actually that far behind where New Zealand were. And they got one more wicket. The question is, they don't have the depth.
Yeah.
And Thacker has been bowled, giving it the big heave ho. Bracewell gave that a little bit of air, and well, Thacker has been hampered in his movement, so I guess the way he's played is not that bad, but actually it still ends up being 24 or 41. Baba's 35 or 51. It looks a long way back for Pakistan here and their home tournament. Oh dear, oh dear.
The crowd says you're out.
And weirdly enough as well, I have to say that the Kiwi spinner seems to be getting a little bit of grip and a bit of turn, whereas the Pakistani spinners really weren't getting a lot going, which is a bit odd.
Is that like a second innings thing, do you reckon?
Well, I guess the pitch gets slightly more worn. But pitches don't. Well, maybe they do change that quickly in the subcontinent, really. But
I don't know. Like I don't know whether it, because like I know in Dubai and stuff, the dew makes it pointless, doesn't it? But
well, it makes it harder to grit the ball. But I imagine a little bit of moisture in the pitch makes it help maybe grit a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know.
Possibly. Well, here's a man who scored a ton in a warm-up game. I find it a bit odd that he's at number 5 though. It's this guy.
Wouldn't it be nice if Aga Salmon could be given just a game or 2, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Someone's got to do something. And now they're behind the rate and the same wickets down. They're only about 25 runs behind with, 30 overs to go. I suppose it's a run and over, but the fact is that New Zealand went ballistic in the last 5 overs. Probably should have been chasing 280, 290, but they let them really get away at the end.
If they had a bit more depth, I'd say it's doable, but
that's the problem. They really don't seem to have
They haven't really got anyone else in the shed, and it's
yeah. Cashdill, is he all right? He's a lefty, isn't he? And maybe I'm thinking of the wrong guy, but I don't know. That one comes in again. Bracewell bowling outside the off stump of Salmon, and it's no run.
I mean, he's all right, but he's not the sort of person that you want to kind of absolutely bank on sort of holding you up so that you can smash it in the last 5 or 10.
I don't know. I mean, these guys have just come off the back of the PSL, haven't they?
Yeah. I don't know. I
mean, yes and no. I mean, they've been playing quite a lot of international cricket as well.
Yeah, true.
Eric J says this pair should bat in sombreros, and when Fakar was dropped, he just said lucky Fakar. Ravi Natarajan says, London-based gorillas, how's the food at the Gymkhana? Have you tried it? I have no idea, but it's got 2 Michelin stars, so I would imagine it's not too bad, but I expect it's very expensive as well.
Yes, it's not in Gorilla's price range, unfortunately. Unless you patrons a lot more, and we can treat ourselves to a business lunch. That one's played out to cover, and there is no run.
Kabir Singh says, out, Fakar bowled.
Yeah, tossed up a little bit this time. Santa's into the attack, Japan, a little jingle really, and his first 2 balls have been dot balls. It's this dude.
Centenor baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi.
Gets a little bit of turn there,
Centenor
prodded up by
baby,
Baba,
and dart them
no
in
run.
quickly tonight.
And Baba's going real slow here. There's no real tactic. It feels like they're a bit disjointed, this Pakistan side, which is nothing new really. That's driven out into the offside. And a good bit of fielding by Glenn Phillips. Baba had kind of gone down a wicket a little bit, and then a moment of excitement. No, it wasn't. It was Salmon, sorry, at the other end. That one's into the pitch, and Baba goes back, plays it down to long on. And there's 1 run.
just look like they're a bit out of ideas.
Well, yeah, but we've seen this with them before, and then suddenly it all clicks and someone goes mental. I remember doing a World Cup game years and years ago, and I think it was Abdul Razak out of nowhere scored about 150 and somehow pulled some game off against someone. They were chasing like 330 and down and out. That one's played back to the bowler and there's no run. Might have been an ICC tournament.
Was that 2015?
No, it was it was definitely when we were doing Test Match Sofa, I think. So it was before Gorilla. And he just played the most fantastic innings.
Yeah. Every now and then you get one like that in ODIs. I think Livingston had one a little while ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know, Maxwell's, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Maxwell's definitely.
But they're
few and far between, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Maxwell's is probably the greatest of them all, isn't it? I mean, that was crazy.
Absolutely. I feel so sorry for Afghanistan. That was it Bangladesh or Afghanistan?
It was Afghanistan. They had them 8 down, didn't they, or something stupid like that?
Yeah.
200 behind.
Yeah, I mean, they should never have.
And they dropped Maxwell on about 15 at short fine leg with an absolute dolly. Bracewell into Baba, who just works it around the corner. It's a square leg, and there is no run. Yeah. But then he was on no legs virtually, and they just kept bowling into his arc. It was crazy. They really lost it a bit. Down the track comes Baba. Total missed time. He might well get away with 2 at least. At least he's got a partner now who can run. But they did only go for 2. That's deep square leg. I mean, that's just bloody unfortunate, isn't it? You lose a man 3 balls into the game.
Yeah.
It's an absolute killer. I really hope he's alright for the rest of the tournament.
Well, doesn't look it, does it? I mean, if you've got a muscle pull that's serious, that's defender out to covers and there's no run. Chances are you're out for the tournament. I mean, the group phase, I mean, it's 3 weeks, but it's basically 2 weeks and then 3 games over a week, isn't it? So if you're out now, very much you're going to be out for the tournament. That's defended by Baba into the ground, and there is no run.
Yeah, having somebody who can't run when you're chasing 9 and over is a huge drawback.
It is, and you know, if he's in pain and he can't stretch even properly to get the big shots out, which he was struggling to do, then you know, at the end of the day, it looked flashy every once in a while, but as that's paid out to cover, and there is no run. You know, he ended up with a strike rate of about 60. So even though he hit a couple of big hits, a lot of balls, no runs. Worked around a corner once more by Baba, but can't beat that guy just round there. And is that another? These overs are going quick considering the first innings went really quite slowly, but at 23 all overs already in just over an hour and a bit. Messi.
Hattie the Mad Old Bat says, my You Fucking Muppet t-shirt must be 3 years old at least. We have sold quite a few t-shirts, I'd imagine.
Yeah, over the years. Never enough volume that you notice a little bit of cash drop in the account, though. It's always, you know, dribbles here and there.
Yeah. Are we doing any new ones for this summer?
Well, we need someone to design them, really. We have no graphic designers amongst our crew. That's hit into the leg side by Salmon. I mean, he came down the track, gave it a big heave-ho. Big fat inside half of the bat. Takes it out in front of the wicket. They've got 2 runs.
I've got quite a lot of ideas. If other people I'm shite with art, but
yeah, we all are.
That's the problem.
That is the problem.
I mean,
we're never sure of ideas.
The one we got to have is a Jasprit Bumrah one, surely.
Oh yes, down the track. Oh no!
Oh,
down the track comes Salmon. Left arm spin does turn a bit. I don't know. Maybe it was an inside edge, but there's no.
I think he did. Yeah, I think there was an inside edge on that, wasn't there?
Oh yes, I think there was. Otherwise, there would have been an almighty appeal. It was pretty straight. Around the wicket, tossed up. Oh, how the fuck me! He's got away with that. Salmon, he's gone to turn it into the leg side. He's not got to the pitch. Santa's given it a little bit of air. It's turned sharply, beat his outside edge. Somehow it missed the off stump. Should have been stumped if he wasn't bowled. Rizwan didn't collect it, and you know what? It's gone for 4 byes. That is shit when you're a bowler.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's really interesting.
I doubt it was Rizwan. It was probably Latham.
Sorry, shit. What am I on about? Yeah, duh. That one's gone straight on, but that one's gone straight on. It hasn't turned. It's kind of darted along the ground, kept low. It's got harder to bat. Interesting that Pakistan winning the toss thought it was going to be easier to bat. It certainly doesn't look that way.
New Zealand spinners are getting it to do much more as well.
They're getting to do it much more, and they're all finger spinners as well. I mean, they had a Bra Ahmed who got a couple to turn, but not really sharply. That's been swept by Salmon down towards deep backward square, and he'll get a single. I mean, he's given it air, and to be fair, the Pakistan bowlers bowling quite flat, but you're going to get a little bit more. But he got out to dip, and it turned. I mean, that was a classic left arm delivery.
I don't know how it didn't bowl him.
I don't know how it didn't bowl him. No. However, that's short, wide. Got cover out there for that one, and it'll only be the 1 run. End of the over. 8 for 3 after 24.
Indian vlogger says, it feels like I'm watching a 2000s ODI cricket. How can you score 3.18 runs per over in the 2025 while chasing 320? Pakistan is still in the past. Well, I mean, to be fair to them, they've certainly been able to score fast in some recent games. I think a combination of the pitch and the bowling have been.
I think definitely there was a little bit of consternation amongst the ranks because of Fakar being injured. I mean, I think they expected him to come out as a pinch hitter, probably against the Pacers. Shout out to Shaquille. I often think as the root role or the Kane Williamson role. I don't think he's a massively quick scorer. He's a good batsman. I've seen him bat well in tests. Yeah, exactly. But then you don't want to. Baba was never going to go off like a train because he doesn't generally, especially not in ODIs. So without Fakar at the top, they kind of lost the balance of the side, and then Fakar's come in and not really done it. So, however, they're not that far behind. New Zealand didn't go off particularly quickly. And to a degree, you're right. It does look a bit old school, but scores are 330, 320. It should be good enough to win you a game. That one is coming back into the batsman. Quite flat from Phillips. He's also getting turn. I mean, he's just a roller. Weird.
Yeah, they're getting more turn than the Pakistanis.
By quite a long way. Off spinners on these flat tracks, generally it does nothing. But, I mean, they're actually getting it to turn. It's very strange. Phillips, again, that's over the wicket. This is driven by Baba, but can't do anything as it just goes to mid-off and there's no run. They do look a bit headless, having said all that, Pakistan. I mean, does Baba think he can catch this? He's good enough batsman to do it, no doubt about that. That's flat and helped. Not particularly, I mean, he got enough of it, but it was a bit aerial, flat tap by Baba. Gets himself a single down deep back square leg. But New Zealand have been on it. If Pakistan can put a bit of pressure on them, they just dropped a catch, to be fair. Don't often see New Zealand drop a catch. Devon Conway.
True.
We shall see. Baba's on 40. Class batsman. He gets 150. Salman's just coming off the back of 100 in a game just not that long ago. Let's see. There's 25 overs to go. That's slog swept by Salman out towards deep square, and there is just the one run. Was Salman Alagos, was he the one in the test matches who did this when England were in Pakistan? Did he get 100 in that? I'm like, is he the same guy? Or I get completely confused with someone completely different.
I shall tell you in a second.
In the, what was it, the second test, I think. That one is just clipped into the leg side. And there will be just one run as it beats mid-wicket. Because they only picked one seamer, didn't they, for the last two tests?
Yeah.
And he was a guy that they picked because he could bat. And then he was coming in at 7 and he got 100 and we...
104 not out, batting at number 8 in Multan.
Was that so? That was Salman Alga, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he got 63 in the second innings.
Yes, that's just played out to the offside, and there's no run. And that's right. And I saw him in that test match, and yes, he got the runs. But did he look like a proper batsman? I'm not sure he did. I can't remember. But to have him coming in at number 5 seems, maybe a place or two too high. But hey. End of the over, Messi.
Richard Camies makes a very reasonable point that the speed of your run chase also depends on what the opposition allows, which is quite true. I think
to a degree.
I think New Zealand have been very, very good in the way they've approached this. They're not. They're not spectacular. They're really working hard at it. And I think that's what they do so well.
First ball just defended, and there is no run. Yeah, but then it's up to the batsman to make. Try something else. I mean, we've said this many a time about Pakistan, as that one is pumped out to deep cover and there's no run. I mean, you don't see any funky flicks and flips and reverse sweeps because, if Duckett was out there, there'd been if he was still in, there'd have been at least, 4 fours down to what would be third man from a reverse. Oh, now that's an appeal. It's not too bad.
Going down a bit high.
I think it might be. That one didn't turn. It was quite flat. It looked like it was sliding on and maybe a little bit high as well. But other teams wouldn't have let them bowl at them like this. I mean, this is the thing to a degree.
Yeah.
They've let themselves be bowled at. Maybe that's because of the change in the order at the top and then also the early wicket that's played out to the offside and there is no run. But you often see Pakistan get a bit like this. They get a bit like headless chickens, and what are we actually going to do, even though they've got enough talent, if they thought about it, to do it, you know? I don't know if it's the weight of the country and the expectations. And they are at home. That's attempted sweep by Salma. Gets an under edge down to short fine leg, and there's no run.
Well, is it also just that Faka would probably be the one that would do the kind of slightly more
that was what I was
stuff, and
I mean, that's what I meant when I having the top of the order being disrupted like it was. Just played out into the offside by Salmon. There is no run, and that ends that over. There's only one run off that. I've seen a maiden and a one run over in the last 5, I think.
Crazy.
It's not good in the 26th over. 84 for 3 after 26.
Stephen Kelk's back with us. He says, escape the boss man for the rest of the day.
Way.
Required run rate's almost 10. That smells like doomed to me.
Yeah.
Indeed it does. Josie Oak's not with us, so luckily somebody took on his role for him. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, their worm has never been anywhere near
the
Kiwis, and the Kiwis weren't quick to start with either. That's hit nicely by Baba off the back foot, cuts it in front of square on the offside, but Nathan is out on the boundary, and there will be no run.
Crick Viz is now 95% New Zealand.
Yeah, I can't see Pakistan come back from this. I'm trying to weave a story where they can, because it'll be entertaining, but it doesn't look like happening. Then Phillips is in, hit aerial, and well. Oh, that's got to be 4. It is 4. Nathan Smith out on the boundary, comes around from sort of deep, straightish cover. Gets on it. Manages to stop it, but has no control over his body or the ball. Flaps at it again whilst he's in touch with the sponge, and it'll be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man.
Which is well needed by Pakistan.
In fairness to Pakistan as well, they've kind of not had the moments.
No, they haven't. Well, there's one of those shots. Proud to see Duckett do that. He ducks underneath it and kind of ramps it over his shoulder to a very fine leg. And 2 4s and 2 balls. Is this the comeback? Maybe this is his format where he excels with a bat. It was off the glove, really. But it doesn't really matter. It's gone for 4 runs. And he'll be very happy.
I mean, Phillips has had 2 of the most sort of outrageous moments in the field that he's had in a very long time, and that's just luck.
That swept hard, square. Aerial for a long way down to Devon Conway on the boundary, but it bounces once before he gets there. And it's just a single, so 10 off the first 4 balls of this over. Maybe this is what they need. Maybe Salmon's the answer. Babo certainly will be able to up his pace later, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
When he's needed to. Phillips, that gets that to turn from short. Babo just plays it out to the covers, and there's no run. They've got 10 required off this over.
Yeah.
He's got to do that for another 23. That's guided by Baba down to short. Third man. Are they gone for a single? That's craziness if they had, but Baba is annoyed with himself for not being able to take it. 2 dot balls to end the over.
We're up to date on socials.
No, blimey, everyone's engrossed by the cricket.
I want to know how Will got rid of the Jehovah's Witnesses in time to get on air.
So I
don't engage with them.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, I was supposed to be getting a wine delivery, so I thought it was that. So I ran down, opened the door, and I was like, oh Christ.
They would have liked that.
Yeah.
Cut by Salmon, first ball of the next over. Down to backward square leg. There's no one out down there. That is a good shot, and it's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And I just did the really lame thing of saying, "Oh, I'm really sorry, I'm going out." But also, looking like me does help with Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't like it. I scare people.
Fair enough. That's good. I think Salmon sort of edged that really, and it went down through where the slips would be. No one down there, and edged away. And another 4, 2 4s off the first 2 balls of this over. Suddenly, there's a little bit of a fight back. Salmon is bringing it. Yeah, it's just a big edge. They often fly away. Santner gives that one a bit of air. Ooh, when it goes on with the arm, and Salmon wasn't quite sure how to play it. Eventually jabbed his back on inside edge, goes down to the man on the 45. There's no run. 25 of 19, Salmon. Baba, 43 or 72. Needs to catch that up.
Yeah.
Santner is swept again, aerial again. It will bounce well short of the man out in the deep. Nathan Smith out there. He'll get himself a single. Salmon's enjoying himself. Hopefully the crowd are a little bit up. I just do wonder whether the pressure on Pakistan just gets too much for them. Maybe expect too much of themselves.
You know, also with the not having had cricket there for so long, and
yeah, well, there is that, but played out into the colours by Babbitt, and there's no run.
Is this the first tournament, like ICC tournament, that they've had there for however
26
long?
years.
How many?
26
36.
years.
26. Clipped into the leg side by Baba, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was Baba. Or was it Salmon? Maybe it was Salmon.
I think.
No, it was Baba. I thought it was Baba. No, it was the end of the over, and they hadn't switched over the bloody thingy. Yeah, so Baba just clipped that into the leg side. It bobbled a little bit before Kane Williamson was about to throw it. Salmon dived in anyway, even though Williamson hadn't collected it at short mid wicket, and they get the single. Baba will face 44-74, 104 for 3 after 28. Anything?
Stephen Kelk says, permission to have a strong, sweet back beer, my gorillas?
Oh,
granted,
absolutely.
Stephen.
Granted. Absolutely. I had my first of the day. That was very good.
Marco's with us. He says, surely all Will needed to do was let the Jehovah know that he was a gorilla. Yes, indeed.
Wow.
I just told them I'd had loads of blood transfusions. That's the thing. I'm very much alive due to other people's genius.
Yeah.
Down the track comes Baba, and
they don't like that.
Flat, and there is no run. No, yeah, I know. I once had a row with a Jehovah's Witness for about an hour, and after that, now I just can't be bothered.
Nah.
Shut the door on them. No.
Logic is not something that appeals to them.
No. Baba just works that to the man on the 45. This time they do get the single.
There was a group of them that doorstepped a lot round the bit of Birmingham where all the uni students lived when I was at uni there, and they always had kids with them, but in the middle of the day. And that's what, I went mental at them over that. I was like, she's clearly 8, 9.
Hold on, let's get back to some cricket, because that's a lovely shot. Someone's gone down the track, smashed that over, extra cover, all the way, and it's gone for 6 runs. That was a great shot. Well, Salmon's playing like no one else in the Pakistan side at the moment. If you can keep this going, they might catch up some runs. Should be interesting. 111
Yeah,
for 3. Down the track he comes again. He's got all of that as well. Has he got enough of it? Well, he hasn't to get for 4. I thought it had gone more towards Cow than that, but it's gone to a wide long on. There is someone at Cow, but he had too far to go. 1 bounce. And another 4 runs. This over's gone big, hasn't it? No. Well, 11. I was thinking it's the last over, and there've been 2 fours off the first ball, 2 balls of the over as well. But Salmon's decided. I mean, this is it. Attack the spinners. Suddenly their lengths will get a little bit different. This is it. You've got to take it to spinners. I think if you let them settle, nothing better than a spinner likes to settle on a length and a line. If the guy's not really prepared to take you on.
It's true.
Well, WinViz has moved from 95% to 92% for New Zealand. Cricket Info has moved from 100% to 85%.
Okay.
Cricket.
Well, that's guided down towards third man. It's beaten third man. Oh, it has beaten third man. Half stopped by, who's that? Will Young. And I think he then managed to chase it down to the boundary. Mustachioed, of course. Very well stopped it. Got 3 runs for that, though. 14 off 5 balls this over. 118 for 3.
This has all gone mental since Stephen Kelt mentioned the doomed word.
Well, I'm just going to see what the odds on Pakistan are, because I do like a long odds shot. It gives me something to play and skin in the game. Not horse racing. I've done that one. Let's go to in play. Cricket. They're 5-1 Pakistan. It's a bit short, but I might have a little pop on that one. That was just worked down to deep back to square leg at Willow Rourke Fields. And there will be 1 run. End of the over. There we go. I've gone on Pakistan at 5-1.
So they got through 29 overs with 3 minutes to go before 2 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
They were way behind.
Roger Naidu, not the Kiwis, no. Says greetings all. Stephen Kelk says it wasn't a Bock beer in the end, it was a Texel's Skoomkopper. But I assume that your permission extended to that too. Any sort of alcoholic beverage is approved. Okay. Richard Cammy says best is to tell Jehovah's Witnesses that you are dyslexic and need some help with spelling on your Ouija board because you have to speak to someone urgently.
Well, back to the cricket, and Baba goes to heave it out to the leg side, gets a big top edge. Fortunately, it goes to no one. In fact, it lands somewhere in no man's land enough that they get back for 2. Is Baba going to? They've got 52 runs in 50 balls, of which Salman Agha scored 39 of them. Baba's just going too slow. He's got to do something. He's got to learn some fancier shots than what he's got. This is limited overs cricket. As he guides that one down at short third man, there's no run.
So, Bear, you're using the wrong betting account. If you're on Betfair, you can get 11-1 about Pakistan.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't have any money in my Betfair account. It's all the way. Can't be asked to switch it around. It'll do. It does feel that's more about where it should be. Clipped out to long on, they've got a single. But, hell, either way, I'll lose my money. I suppose if I win, I'd have got whatever, but it's profit if I win. It's like not taking the right sale item in the sale, but hey. Around the wicket is Santner. That's guided by Salmon again inside the man at short third man. They should get back for 2 this time. There's not much pace on that one at all. Will Young Fields, 124 for 3.
Really like.
And Salmon's nearly caught up with. Salmon's nearly caught up with Baba. He's faced 24 balls. Baba's on 49 off 80. Salmon's on 41 off 24. I guess.
Is Baba just letting Salmon do his thing?
Well, to a degree he is here, and you hope it just maybe pulls something out. But I mean, he's a good enough batsman. I mean, look, they're only 20 runs behind now, exactly where New Zealand were at the same time. Swept by Salmon from a long way outside of the stump. He missed it. His back foot maybe lifted for a second, but Latham was a bit slow on taking the bails off, and it'll be a dot ball. These two have got to go very deep. Much like Thingy and Thingy did.
Yep.
Who were Thingy and Thingy? Glenn Phillips and Latham, wasn't it? Phillips and Latham.
Yep.
That is just guided down towards short third man. That'll be a single. No, sorry, it's Young and Latham, really, wasn't it? And then.
Yeah. Well, Phillips got 61.
Yeah, he did, but he came and blasted at the end, didn't he? I mean, that's the point. That's the point. That's what these two have got to act like those two and take it deep. But they got no hitters. They haven't got a Glenn Phillips. We are due a change. Tony. Oh, he is here. Is going to do some ball by ball.
Leah is the next message for you, Bear.
Okie dokie. Okay.
Cheers all. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. David. Hello. Where's Tony?
I'm here.
All right. You haven't got your video on. There you go.
I am now.
There you go.
They think it's all over. I think it's now.
Well, it's interesting. Pakistan.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Pakistan are still in with a shout. Just don't think they've got the batsman at the bottom end to do what Glenn Phillips did.
They were, when you looked at it, a long way behind. I mean, New Zealand got to 100 for 2 in 22 overs, and after 28, Pakistan were well behind that, and we're now at 30. They've only just passed that, so we're 8 overs on. Against that, however, they have realised that and started to motor.
Well, they're only 20 runs behind.
Can they keep it going?
They're only 20 runs.
Change of bowling though. It's Nathan Smith. Right arm over the wicket, whipped off his legs by Babar Azam.
Oh,
and he will get a single.
As it's his
score moves on to 125 for 3.
It's his first bowl. He'll get a jingle.
It is. He does need a jingle.
Batsman quaking ever crease. They feel the moment of release. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower.
He did rather run out of power in the Test series against England, I seem to remember.
He what?
He ran out of power a bit in the Test series against England. That one is stroked off the back foot by Salman Ali Agha. It's another single, so 2 off his first 2 balls.
I seem to remember he had one decent spell, didn't he, in one of the Test matches? Actually got a few wickets.
Yeah, he took in 2. He only played in 2. He played at the Hagley Oval and the Basin Reserve. He took 7 for 48, 3 for 141, none for 38, 4 for 86, so that might be what you're thinking of, and none for 74. But I seem to remember Brooke got after him in one of those. That one is dabbed by Babar Azam down towards third man, and it'll be 1 more to the score. Pakistan, the holders, remember?
Yeah.
They've got 3 semi-finals to their name.
Well, they got bonus time on their holding, didn't they? I mean, they were champions in 2017. They've got to hold it for 8 years.
Well, they have, rather, when you chuck in a bit of COVID and uncertainty about what they were doing with the tournament anyway.
Well, yeah, generally, wasn't it?
New Zealand won it once.
More than England.
Time ago. That's gone up in the air. This might be trouble. Is there someone underneath it? You bet there is. It's comfortably taken by... Who took that? I'm not sure who that was. Bracewell. He's almost got Saudi-esque teeth, but in a larger gob, as he concentrated on that, and he took it very tidily. It was top edged, and that might be Pakistan know how much they've got to go on with it. Under it came Bracewell, had an eternity to wait, not a sign of nerves, and it's 4 down for 127. Yeah, that's changed the complexion a bit more again, hasn't it, David?
Well, it's always going to be tough after the start they made, but Salman did revive interest. Yeah, I must admit, I was having a look at that 12-1 that Mesters talked about against Pakistan, thinking that they did have a chance. I mean, they still got a chance, but I've been heavily behind New Zealand since early doors from a betting point of view. Obviously, I'd like the hosts to win from a cricket point of view. But,
yes, I would go along with that. I think.
You know, you've got this crowd here. They'd love to see Pakistan win today, and you know, the first ICC tournament in Pakistan and all that. But New Zealand just, you know, they look very, very good side, very well organised, and you know, compared to when we were on Tony earlier, and they had it all to do. They just, you said one of them's got to bat long, and two of them did.
Well, two of them absolutely did. It was magnificent efforts from Will Young and Tom Latham, wasn't it? And then a nice
cameo,
rapid 60-odd. Right, here's the key question, because it's...
well, I know nothing about this lad.
Well, hopefully you've got his jingle handy.
I do.
We do have it. Oh, there's the big test. That's defended by off the bowling of Smith by Tab's first ball.
And it sounds like this.
By Tahir.
Tahir, getting a shot when he's quite elderly.
Oh my God, he's 31 years old. He's ancient.
Ancient. Not as ancient as I'm feeling at the moment. Is that one where, we're watching the wicket again. I've just had 2 jabs in my arm. I went to get my shingles jab, and then she said, "Do you want pneumonia?" I said, "No." She said, "Oh, good, we'll have this jab then." And I had my other arm done as well. That's dabbed down towards third man.
But you did want shingles.
No, I didn't watch. Oh, there's a cat on the pitch. Look, it's one of mine. How did he get there so quick? How did Ella get there? I didn't even know she'd been on a plane to Dubai.
Looks pretty chilled, that cat.
He looks very chilled. It could be lucky.
Why do you get a shingles jab?
Because you get one when you're old and venerable, Bear.
Well, yeah, I get COVID because of things, and I was offered pneumonia when I went.
Basically you're a pincushion. By the time you hit 65, you just become a pincushion.
Well, I've got to go and get a fucking tetanus because of the dog bite, haven't I?
Oh, I know. You told me. Yeah, 128 for 4. I mean, I have to ask, how's the dog?
Well, you know what the doctor said.
Why were you biting it?
No. Well, the doctor said by law I should get in touch with the police and tell, because you have to tell them.
I would tend to agree with that. This one is thrown up. Has Latham taken the catch? Well, he throws it up in the air. It turns prodigiously. We're seeing some real turn there. Sander, he gets that extra height. Tahir could have been in a real pickle there. Gave that a rip, David, didn't he? Look how much turn he got.
He really has turned a lot, this pitch, on occasions.
Around the wicket again comes the left armour, defended by Tahir. Yes. A very interesting conversation as well with the nurse. She asked me what I've been doing. She asked me what I've been doing this morning. I'll hold that story. Around the wicket comes, and it's been pulled by Tahir. He was here for a good time. He certainly wasn't here for a long time. He's gone.
What the fuck was that?
For one, pulled straight to mid-wicket, and the wheels are falling off a little bit for Pakistan now. 128 for 5, and they're a long way behind.
On your bike, mate.
I mean, I don't know what he was trying there, really.
What a way to go. That was poor, wasn't it? Because
it was very poor.
He could have hit it anywhere, and he's put it straight down the short mid-wicket's throat.
Comfortably taken by Middlesex's Kane Williamson, and he was never going to drop that. It's 128 for 5. They still need, 193 from 111 balls. That's looking long odds now.
It does. I mean, you just think Salmon at 5. It looks like if he came in at 7, you'd think, yeah, wicked. But they need to find. They've got to have 2 good batsmen, haven't they? For 5 and 6. Anyway, the next man is this dude.
It is indeed. Let's jingle him up.
I'm wishing I was Sean from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Looks good in one-day green, middle order run machine.
Yeah, but we've got a Shah in to replace him. Not the original models as such, as that one's worked nicely by who's still shy. Get a single, they'd probably need more than that. Barbara Azam, more elegant than raw power, but he's got his 50, and really all hopes, you think, rest on him.
Well, all the hopes on him, but he's got to do something. I mean, he's got to accelerate markedly to.
Anyway, I need to finish telling you my story, but I'll have to wait as this one is thrown in towards Barbara, who just pushes to short mid-wicket. There's no run. So she asked what I've been doing this morning. So I was explaining about cricket commentary. She said, "You're the second commentator I've had in here today I thought that's interesting. Tell me.
Who was the
I'll have
first?
to wait. Well, exactly. Hold on a second. As that one was cut by Barbara Azam down towards deep cover again, he just jog a single. And 32 overs, 130 for 5. I'll throw those socials to you in a minute and finish my story. So anyway, I said, "Ooh, what's his name?" I asked, "Was it Mark Schwarzer?" Because I know he lives near me. Turned out it's Ian Dark. You know, Ian Dark, is a Sky commentator. Yeah. So apparently he's a Claygate lad. I've never seen him around, but he'd been in there to have the same jabs as me. So she'd had a real day of commentator. I said, "Did he commentate on the injection?"
On the jab.
Yeah. Lovely Nina coming in on the right to the right arm.
Yeah.
In it comes.
I like the way the nurse freely breaks client confidentiality in broadcasting. Now, earlier.
She said his first name was Ian. I just basically extracted information. That's launched by Barbara Azam, who we said has really got to get after something in a hurry, and he's gone after Nathan Smith with the first ball of the 33rd over. Launched over deep mid wicket for one of these. It's a bit short by Nathan Smith, wasn't it?
It kept low as well. It sort of came into the arc of the bat, didn't it?
Sweetly. In his arc. Umpire Kettleborough was having trouble seeing with the lights. He was covering his eyes there as he tried to figure out where the ball has gone. That's dabbed by Barbara. It'll bring Kusadil Shah back onto strike. He's just got one, but Barbara Azam really with his 59 or 86, I think, it's him or nothing. You feel for Pakistan. Tayyib Tahir,
very much so.
It's been in any real run of form. Really didn't stay very long. What odds are you giving, David? They're going to be long.
I can tell you on the betting exchanges before that 6, Pakistan had gone to 100 to 1. You said long odds.
Well, yeah, that's long enough. That one's cut by Kusadil Shah. It's cut beautifully. It's cut past point and not going to go for 4 because there was some very nifty footwork by, I think, our man Kane Williamson again.
No, that's Devon Conway.
Oh, was it Devon Conway?
Yes.
Okay. They don't look dissimilar, though, if I may say so. Slightly beardy and not particularly tall.
Wow. Yeah, I guess there is that.
At a distance. With some nifty football skills. We're talking about football. Ian Dark would have loved that. Controlled it, just flicked it back. It looked for all the world like it was going to be 4 runs. But it wasn't. They should, I would imagine, have taken 2. They did.
Stop putting your hand in front of your mouth.
Cut by Kusadil Shah. That is 4 runs. You know, nobody's stopping that. Slapped past backward point, 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, the run rate they need at the moment is just a shade over 10, I think, and they've already got 14 or 15 off this over. So the memo has duly been received from Kusadil Shah and Barbara Azam. The question is,
presumably
scoring comes the taking of risks. That's nicely worked by Kusadil Shah, pass umpire Kettleborough at square leg. They take a single. They take 2, in fact, so that's 15 off this over so far, with 1 ball yet to come. So Nathan Smith, who am I right, David? Wasn't it Nathan Smith who will hold that because that's nicely worked towards
No,
leg.
that's a replay.
They come back for that's a replay. Gave me a chance to talk to David. Didn't he take a handful of wickets for Worcestershire in the county championship last season?
Towards the end, yes, and now he's joined Surrey. Is that
That's
correct?
gone up in the air. Of course he has. Anyone who does reasonably well for any period of time must end up at Surrey. It's the unwritten rule of the ECB. Or do we have to call them Dubai Capital Surrey now? I'm not quite sure. I've got confused. Just a single off the last ball. Barber will keep the strike, which is probably good from a Pakistan perspective. He's on 59. Kusadil's on 10. It's 146 for 5 there.
Oh, yeah, me.
Yes, you.
What have we got here? Stephen Kelk says, 1 for you. I'm addicted, this is for you, Tony. I'm addicted to brake fluid, but it's okay because I can stop at any time. Boom, boom. Oh, that's terrible.
Love it. Love it, love it. I was trying to think of all the various dog jokes I could think of. Given that you'd be after your run-in yesterday. With the not the XL, the ordinary size, the medium bully.
Ah, well, here we go. Stephen Kelk says, catching shingles when you are above a certain venerable age is a very bad idea.
Yeah,
indeed.
that turns into Kustil Shah, and he turns it round the corner. They take a single.
This was an unprovoked attack there, was it? I missed the chat earlier about it.
No, it's a jab. It's prevention. It's prevention. But you do have to have it in 2 stages. You've got to have another one in 6 months' time.
Oh no, I was attacked by a dog yesterday.
You're not talking shingles. Yes, as this one was worked to mid-wicket. They're going to have to hurry. The dive comes in. Williamson it is who got the throw in. However, I don't think there's too many dramas. Kustil seems quite relaxed as he styles out the fact that he ended up belly flopping and sliding along the Dubai surface. But I think he's securely there. Santner's got a lot going for him, hasn't he, when it comes to control? He's got that height. He's finding plenty of turn. He's quite a proposition to deal with at the moment. There is some of that turn, but it suits the left-hander to work it off his legs to square the wicket. And again, they take a single. What was the other great dog? My dog used to chase people on bikes, which was odd, because I never knew he could ride a bike.
Boom. Oh, that's fucking awful.
Santner again throws that up. Right-handed Barber hauls this away through mid-wicket. It's 4 more to him. Means this over's gone for 7 so far. 2 balls left. They're giving it a go. Now, I presume Hendo's on last, isn't he?
Yeah, with me.
So he's been complaining all the time that because I always try and give him the glory slot, games have been finishing early and he never gets to the glory. That one's off the outside edge. Barber came skipping down. He was looking to work it through cover, and it rather squirted to short third, and it's a dot ball.
Giving him the EW Swanton slot.
It's
he needs to come on at the end, just do a close and play summary.
Well, it could be. Often he hasn't even got to that. That's gone up in the air though from Barber. This could be curtains for Pakistan. Oh dear, it's that man again. It's Williamson at mid-wicket. Rinse and repeat, really. Up in the air it went. Williamson had time to settle himself. Steady. Catch was taken, and Barber goes for 64 off his 90. Caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Kiwi captain Santner, and I suspect with that the fat lady is planning her night out in Dubai.
Absolutely.
Now you're gone.
I say old safe hands. He had a go at juggling it, didn't he?
He did indeed. But I mean, Pakistan have really got no one else to blame but themselves. They went way fucking too slow. You know, you've got to put. You know, even if you're going along at 4.5, 5 and over, they were going along at 3.5 and over. I mean, you're chasing down what is quite a reasonable score. It's over 6 and over 50 overs, and to get yourself so far behind the 8 ball with so many wickets down, it's just criminal.
I think when the estimable David and I were on earlier, we said anything around 300 here is a decent score, and they got way beyond that thanks to those 2 centuries and what was a terrific knock by.
Well, they got beyond it actually. It was Glenn Phillips who mainly did the heavy lifting at the end, didn't he? I mean, you got 60 off 34 balls or something.
There was a point when they were 3 or 4 down, and we were thinking, oh, this could be interesting. But I think there is possibly the difference between the 2 sides, that New Zealand bat that much deeper. They've got the extra insurance and reinforcement
and
down the order.
And a proper couple of finishers as well.
Yeah, very much so.
And don't forget, the opening bowling was excellent, wasn't it, from Henry and O'Rourke? I mean, they didn't really give anything to the openers. So
yeah, but in short form cricket, as much as giving anything, is taking stuff as well by the batsman. Odd chances. Only 2 fielders out. Remember, a lot of space in the outfield. You've got to take some risks. I mean, that
was Buck Azam's job, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was. Yeah, I mean, there was that clearly.
Anyway, with Pakistan needing 168 of 96 balls and only 4 wickets left to do them, having just lost Babar Azam, their leading light and possibly greatest hope. We have a drinks break, so we can probably dive into some messages, Bear.
Oh yeah.
And I know I have to remind you, It's not your.
Oh no, it's not my
chosen.
No, Big Brain.
Talk.
61 is our man Brian, isn't he, in the Boston area?
I suspect so.
It's no, is it Philadelphia or Boston? It's Philly. If I say Boston and he's Philly, you'll go mental, won't he? Yeah. Sorry, Brian. Sorry. He says, Ian Dark, you are a Yank in capital letters. Famed American soccer commentator Ian Dark. Does he do what? Does he do the? What's the American?
Oh, he might do. He might well do.
Yeah, he might well do.
I think I can picture what he looks like. So now I know lives near me. I won't go hunting for him, stalking him. But I will keep an eye open for him in case I have to pass him in the street. I'd love to say hello. He was off to do some match tonight, but he didn't know which one.
You've got a lot in common.
Well, yeah, no. In that case, he might work for Sky as well, because this is Sky's the limits here, Eric. And of course, it's Liverpool playing Aston Villa. I don't understand why Liverpool.
Well, there we go.
Well, had a game in hand last week, and by tonight we'd have played a game more than everyone else. It's a bit fucking unfair, I reckon. Anyway,
those floodlights are shining brightly down on the Dubai. What am I saying? I keep saying Dubai. Do you know why I said Dubai? It's because I've been doing that's left outside of the off stump by Q-Still. It's because I've just been trying to do my notes in a hurry for tomorrow. So I'm already in Dubai mode. It's nothing to do with Dubai. We're in Karachi,
tomorrow? It's India versus
Bangladesh. Oh, that one rips and turns from Bracewell. We saw a turn from Santner, and we've seen it again from the off spinner there, and it absolutely went past the outside edge. 2 dot balls. That's not what Pakistan leads. Reverse swept from Kustal Shah. He's going to get at least one. I suspect one might be it, and it's Conway, the Kane Williamson look-alike when you see him from a distance under a cap, who does the fielding.
Didn't see many reverse sweeps either for New Zealand, did we? Are England the only team that really play it, and the Indians?
Yeah. Well,
the Indians
I give you recent form as an indication
well,
of how successful it possibly is.
But they don't often get out to the reverse sweep. It's just that we play it. We just get out to other stupid shots.
Well,
spooning
I'm not quite
sure
what Pakistani is for we can see you sneaking out. But
that's a sad sight, isn't it, to see so many fans leaving.
That's another single, worked a leg. 155 for 6. I rather fear the Karachi locals are voting with their feet a little bit as we saw them heading in their droves towards the exit. I think they've realised the writing is very much on the wall.
Yeah, but it's not just that the writing's on the wall.
Bracewell again, defended by Kusadil Shah. Nicely, but tidy defence pushed out to Phillips is not really the order of the day. They still need nearly 11 and over, and they're going not under 4.5.
It's ridiculous. You can understand the locals to a degree.
There's the sweep from the left-handed Kusadil. He'll get a single. I don't think New Zealand can give away 1s and 2s all they like. They know that at some point Kusadil or Shaheen are going to have to go big, and at that point they'll always bring the chance of wickets into the game. 156 for 6, 165 off 90 needed there.
Where are we at? Raunak says not gonna lie, Pakistan is getting cooked. They're getting absolutely hammered here, and I mean, I didn't want to. Will was saying it earlier, or someone was saying it earlier. They're still playing ODI cricket from years ago. They're just too much propping forward and too many dot balls. I don't know.
That turns. It's slow, predictable turn, and it's pulled meterly out to mid-wicket by Kusadil Shah. 1 bounce for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Made 15 against New Zealand in Lahore, did Kusadil Shah. He's going to need to make more than that with this today, I think. Shaheen Afridi can give it a blat, as we know. Certainly fancied himself doing that while he was captaining the T20 team. Santner again, and he comes, thrown up outside the left-handers off stump. Nicely played by Kusadil Shah to deep backward point. Take a single.
But Shaheen can't do this for 15 overs to get another 100 and whatever, and he runs.
I mean, it was Baba Azam's innings that was the puzzling one. You know, the 64 off 90. Yes, he started slowly, but he never really put his foot down, did he? At any stage?
No, not at all. Never. That's what I mean. There's too many correct shots You know, in a modern game, you've got to have a you've got to be able to play, and he's capable of that. Sure.
Shaheen Shah Afridi, who gets down on one knee and gives it maximum effort for a fairly minimal return because it's just dribbles his way out to mid-wicket and they take a single. Kusadil will be back on strike. Shaheen Shah Afridi with the bat. He made 10 against New Zealand in Lahore. One against. We can't have made one against Pakistan, can he? Because he was playing for Pakistan. So it must be one against South Africa. And then I don't think he batted in the final game of the tri-series. That was a dot ball. 162 for 6. Santner ambles in, gets some turn. Killed by Kusadil Shah. Which would be lovely. So yes, umpire Sis Saikat is standing in for umpire Shah Fadullah. Whereas Richard Kettler, we know very well, is considerably more experienced. That's slapped by Kusadil Shah, reverse slapped in fact, and he's going to get himself. No, was it? No, he's a left-hander, isn't he?
Still,
so yes, it was a reverse slap.
Yeah.
Gone for 4 more round the corner.
Well, this seems apt for that.
Well, 10 off the over, and 10 off that Santner over is sort of in the vicinity of where they need to be. What is it now? 11. Rate's gone up to over 11, so they're going to need to do that every over. Can Bracewell, he's got 1 for his 25. What can he bring to the New Zealand party, which we'll assume there will be? Unless Pakistan can conjure up, David, something out of the ordinary.
Oh, it'd have to be one of the biggest turn-ups, for a long time if they can get anything from this game. But I just can't understand the Babar Azam innings because, we say, look, it's an old-style one-day inning there, but he's been someone who's been very successful in ODIs for the last 10 years.
I know. That's why I know what you're saying, Dave. It just seems there's too much prodding forward. Never
in. That's gone up in the air from Kusadil. It's going to beat the man at backward square. In fact, it's going to run away from Kane Williamson, who gave one of those chases of a man of certain years who doesn't really particularly want to be chasing it, knowing he was going to lose, which he did. 4 runs. It's quite uppish though.
Yeah, well, he didn't get
real
that cleanly
reach for it by the left-hander. If he'd have been more deep.
But this is it. It's quite intelligent though. He knows there's a space. If he gets it, all he has to do is get it over the guy, right?
Well, that's absolutely right. In comes Bracewell, defended in front of his off stump by the left-handed Kusadil Shah, and it's a dot ball.
Which is why Dave's right as well. I mean, look, Barber's a classy act as a bat. He knows where the gaps are. He knows how to play into gaps, and yet he's just getting on the front foot and playing around his pad. It's like you've got to put something back on the bowler, make the bowler think.
In. Well, it's a shout for LBW.
Good shout.
I thought that pitched outside leg, didn't it?
No, he's a left-hander. It pitched maybe.
Oh, pitched outside of his off stump. Yes, you're right.
I think that's not a bad shout. That one's interesting going up.
Mitchell Santner is the go-to guy, and he doesn't look that interested. So 2 consecutive dot balls. Bracewell in again. Stroked, but stroked straight to short extra. No run. 3 dot balls, 5 from the over. And that run rate's going to be climbing.
Oh God, it's got to be over 12 now, isn't it? Nearly 13.
It was. I'm not quite sure how up to date my scorecard is in front of me. It's about 11.6, I think, at the moment.
I think
they're way behind it. That'll help, though. That will help, though, because that's been pulled away by Bracewell off Bracewell by Kusadil Shah for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
I don't know how Kusadil got that ball over to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's outside the off stump, and he reached for it, but he played it really nicely, didn't he? And
yeah, he did.
He's got 30 odd, 21 balls. Should put him up the order.
Well, I think he listed as an all-rounder, Kusadil Shah. I think he is. Yeah, so he clearly can bat a bit as well as bring his spin to the party. It does mean that we're going to see a bit of Glenn Phillips, hero with the bat. He's going to be brought into the attack. He's already bowled 7 overs, none for 46 for him so far. Down the track, launched high. Is it launched far enough?
Yes, long way back.
Gone over the sight screen and is bouncing its way down.
Is that far enough for you, Tony?
I think so. Good hang time, David.
6.
Yeah, it's just when it goes up in the air. Well, he flamingos as well. Look at that. Have some of that, he said. Saying my batting's not been what it used to be. He flamingoed it and held the pose. Everything about a batsman who knows he's hit a cracking shot with that one. He enjoyed that. Gets a fist pump from his batting partner Kusadul Shah. He's going to have to do it a few more times. Phillips in. That one straightens a little bit and squirts down towards short third. And will just be a dot ball. So good recovery from Phillips, who's very much in credit from his efforts so far this game, I would say.
Well, absolutely, that catch to get rid of Rizwan.
Oh, what a catch that was. Absolute worldie. In he comes again. That straightens a little bit, squares up Shaheen Afridi, and again it squirts off the outside edge, and again it's a dot ball. So after being lumped hugely, pretty much straight or over long on, the next 2 balls have been a good comeback from Glenn Phillips. Is it Glenn Phillips who's a bit of an action man? During the New Zealand-England series we kept seeing film of his family, and he's off like canoeing, cycling, running, swimming. Real outdoorsman. That one's defended again, another dot ball.
I can't remember the exact figure. It's something like 400 press-ups a day the guy does. Could have been even more than that.
Yeah, I'm not far off that. I'm probably about 399 shy of that. Onto the back foot goes Shaheen. Oh, misfield. A shocking misfield. Who was that? I think it might have been Mitchell Santner. Yeah, it was. There's Mitchell Santner. Maybe he needs to put his glasses on because that went through him.
There haven't been many of those, to be fair to New Zealand. Their ground fielding, their fielding has been excellent, hasn't it, throughout?
Well, I had to duck out and do other things, but from what I saw of Pakistan's fielding, we didn't see any inverted commas classic Pakistan fielding that I can recall. So that one's worked nicely off his legs by Kusadul Shah. They jog another single. Have it, say New Zealand, we don't mind. It means 8 off the over, 183 for 6 off 38.
Where are we up to?
There, more messages.
Well, Big Brain Brian says Dart was ESPN's lead analyst for the 2010 and 2014 World Cups, and he got loaned to Fox for at least 2 World Cups, and you can still hear him doing the 2010 MLS Cup in front of 3,000 people in Toronto. Why was it in Toronto? It was MLS. I thought it was American only. Well, do you always include Canada?
Well, it soon will be, won't it?
Well, the 51st state, yeah.
Canada and Greenland, when it all just becomes Trump, when he renames it
Trumpland, yeah.
Trumpton.
Yes.
Him and his mate Vlad. I don't even want to go there.
Oh, fuck me, it's mad, isn't it?
183 for 6. Kusadul Shah is going to be facing Bracewell, who throws this up, turned off his legs. They might come back for 2, you know. They really should. They're going to have to. Throw comes in. No, it isn't. It's just throw. It was actually, I thought he was the throw was being aimed at the stumps, but Bracewell just got in the way, said thank you very much, and caught it. So I think Bracewell thought there's nowhere that's not going anywhere near stumps. It's not going to trouble the batsman, so I might as well just catch it, which he did. Good control from Bracewell. He's in his last over of his spell, and he's only conceded 36. That one held up a little bit, kept low, gave Kusadul time to work it to mid-wicket. They will come back for 2. Good running. 187 for 6. Where were Pakistan in the power play? I know. It was,
nowhere. They were on about 30. They were going on about 3 and over, weren't they?
Because New Zealand, they were 48 for 2. That one was an attempted sweep from Kusadul Shah. He ends up falling over because he was trying to haul it from outside of his off stump away towards leg, and the turn of Bracewell did for him. And it'll be another dot ball. So 38 I mean, even if he finishes on say 40 odd, that's a very, very good return indeed for in terms of economy.
Yeah, he was treated with a great deal of respect by Baba Azam and Fucker earlier.
Well, and Faka was trying to hit him, wasn't he? But he was a bit debilitated.
Well, it was either block or smash.
Yes.
Wasn't he? He was playing one or twice and over. The rest of them were dead bat.
Oh, no.
An attempted pull by Kustil Shah.
No, it was an attempted reverse sweep, actually.
Oh, another reverse sweep. Oh, well, again, he failed.
I mean, maybe because of his injury, Fucker was playing about 4 forward defensive shots and over off Bracewell, and twice and over he would try and go for it, sort of usually unsuccessfully. But it must have been his injury hampering him.
Well, it's all off spin at the moment to control the run rate, which Phillips, apart from that big six, did pretty well, and Bracewell is certainly doing. That's another dot ball just pushed into the offside.
Well, this is why. I mean, we were having this conversation about why, people playing spinners off the back foot. You can see the reason why. You've got more
Bracewell.
options.
That is pulled, but there's a man on the 45. Will he take a single? I don't think he did. No, so just 4 from that over. 1 from 38 from his 10 overs is a terrific return for Michael Bracewell. Well done him. We might continue to see Phillips. And what's that rate now? 134 off 66. Yeah, it's now over 12. And they're going at still under 5. Tricky. Bear.
Not a lot here, actually. Eric
you
J
checked on
says
Blue
Tony's
Sky?
next course of injections should be sodium pentothal.
Hang on, who was that? Isn't that
Eric J?
Isn't that what they kill people with?
No, isn't that the truth serum? I thought
Oh,
sodium pentothal.
That's off the outside edge.
I don't know what they wanted the truth about, but
he's going to get. Well, fine. What truth do you want out of me? I'm as honest as the day is long. As that one is going to get them a single. I thought someone had visions of me strapped down and lethal job. Hopefully that's not what they had in mind. I really hope not. I can say the shingles one is some more globully stuff they put in you, and that did hurt a bit more than the pneumonia. On to the back foot, cut straight to a fairly deep gully, which will mean a dot ball. Kusadil will stay on strike, so he's going all right, but they need more than all right. They need something explosive, and I'm not sure either of these two have it in them. Having said that, Kusadil Shah has launched this. Has he launched it for 6? He has. He's hauled it over long on for 6 runs.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Yeah, it's it was an off break, not that much turn, so it sort of started outside of off stump, moved a little bit further, but turned it into by a really good reach from Kusadil Shah. That's thrown up a bit more and flicked off his legs. Don't think they'll get a single. No, they won't, because there is a man on the 45. 194 for 6. Just 2 balls left of our spell.
Yeah.
See, I'll come on when the spinners are on, and it's all over in a flash. I'll have more time tomorrow though, because you're off getting your jab for your dog bite.
Yeah.
That's pulled back at a square by Kusadil Shah. Should get a single for it. Conway is the fielder.
Was that an unprovoked attack? Sorry. Was that unprovoked attack there?
Yeah, completely.
Oh.
Well, no.
Hadn't you gone to ask the bloke for money?
Yeah.
Let's be clear about what I think that sounds fishy to me. Not from your perspective. There, that one is cut away towards cover.
No,
they'll take a single. But if you're going around to ask a chap for money and you happen to be attacked by a vicious dog, that feels to me like he's trying to send you a message.
No, not like that. I mean, if I'd have known there was a dog, this is part of the problem. Is I didn't know he had a dog, because he hadn't asked for permission to have a dog in his flat, right? So I didn't know there was a dog, and I went round there, and we'd arranged for me to go round there, and I let myself through the front door. It's like flats. And I banged on the door really loudly twice, but he was playing really loud music, so he obviously didn't hear. So then I just opened the door, stuck my head round and shouted because I didn't want to let myself in because you're not supposed to do that anyway.
He just didn't want to hear your screams as you were being savaged. I think you were set up.
But then as I looked through, I could see this fucking dog on the thing, and I was like, there's not supposed to be a dog in this flat. And then I thought, and then the dog started barking. Then I noticed it was a bully, and then it was just fucking on me on a flash. It was like, belted it over the room. He came running out after it, managed to get it off me. It didn't really break the skin. It wasn't that bad, but it was just
normally in
quite
any
shocking.
fight between a dog and a bear, you tend to back the bear.
Well, yeah, normally.
Maybe not on this occasion.
Not this bear.
I'm done. I'm done for today.
You are indeed.
I think Pakistan are as well, barring a miracle.
Yeah, I'd say you're right.
Who's next? You and Hendo, isn't it?
Hendo wanted the glory shot. Not so much glory here.
Yeah, there never is the glory, is there? I was actually having quite a nice little snooze. I could have kept going, to be honest. Yeah, it takes a while to sort of just wind down, doesn't it? Henry back into the attack, short and pulled by Shaheen Afridi, who's making a decent fist of this. He's probably not going to get them near, but it won't do him any harm to get out there and feel bat on ball. That's also true of Kushdil Shah, who's moved on to a pretty well-made 43 off 33. And a shame, I guess, that Babar Azam couldn't go on. Although I'm not sure Babar Azam was going to win it for them without some help at the other end. Chopped away by the chunkier of the two left-hand batsmen and less elongated of the two left-hand batsmen. To backward point, there is no run.
He was just going too slow, wasn't he? I mean,
I just think they were completely discombobulated by losing Fakhar Zaman, second ball of the tournament.
Yeah.
Short, and he's, controlled that pretty well because it got up above head height. It was almost playing that with a perpendicular bat, but he controlled it on its way out to deep square leg for a single.
Can they get an injury replacement for the rest of the tournament? Presumably if he's out of the tournament, there are rules that say you can have a replacement, aren't there?
Is there a like for like? Fakhar Zaman is kind of unique, isn't he? He's a unique sort of player.
What about the skipper of the test side? Masood.
Masood?
Shah Masood?
Possible, I suppose. Henry in. Oh, that's way outside off stump. Shaheen's gone after it.
Better. No, I just wanted to catch up with you generally.
Dave, we can hear you, mate.
Can you mute him there?
Oh, for fuck's sake, David. I can do.
I'd like to be able to commentate on the ball. That went flying up in the air because it was so wide that Shaheen was struggling to lay bat on it. Fortunately for him, it dropped between extra and mid-off running in, and they got a single. 199 for 6 around the wicket now. Henry is just brushed away down to backward point by Kushdil. Takes another single. 45 to him. 4 singles in the over. Decent little partnership, I think worth 47 this now. I guess the best that they can hope for here, Pakistan, as has found the edge of Shaheen's bat as he tried to pull that again. It was quite wide outside off stump. He's got a top edge through to the keeper, and Pakistan are falling away. I say Pakistan are falling away, but a lot of the fans, that's quite a big edge actually, isn't it? A lot of the fans had started voting with their feet some time ago. Yeah, absolutely. 7 down.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this.
Stop being shit.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
It is one of the drawbacks of ODIs, isn't it, that sometimes you can see it's over a long time out and you just kind of have to live through it. I mean, from New Zealand, Pakistan's point of view, I guess all they can hope for is to minimise the loss of net run rate.
Well, yeah, I would
beat India and Bangladesh.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they've got to admit the game's gone. 121 off 54 balls. It's not impossible, but it's extremely unlikely.
Kushtil would have to get virtually.
Kushtil would have to go crazy.
Nazim can hit a long ball.
Yeah, but in those circumstances, you'd think that perhaps they just get some practice, get some batting practice in. That said, I suppose they would, will have had some. The lower order may not have, though. And the India match is going to be crucial to their chances of progressing. This he tries to swing away on the onside, gets an outside edge, flies down to third man. Fielder coming round, and I think they just got through for one there. So it was in the air for some time. So Shaheen, I mean, he can hit the ball. Perhaps he could have, with him batting at 8, and if that's the way they're going to go, then give him a little bit more time at the crease. Say to him, look, the game's gone. Let's get ourselves up to 240, 250, if we can, and get yourself some practice. Now, Nazim, first ball, almost jabs it down onto his stumps because his body was retreating. His bat stayed in more or less the same place, and he was lucky not to edge on.
But, are you going to get Shaheen to play a sensible innings? I mean, that's the point. That's part of the reason why he's a tail-ender as well. He's a bowler as well. But, I mean, he's never been one to really been out of stick there. He's always going to give it a flash. Same with Nazim. I mean, they're not the kind of guys who really stick around.
Well, they've got to look at the positives. What are the positives? I can't think of many of them. This one is down the arse from O'Rourke, and it is a wide. A rare wide is given. I'll take that. Another single. So who else is in this group? I mean, they've got to play Bangladesh and India. Now, if we presume, based on the form of India, and this rather disappointing performance from Pakistan, and whether in fact Fakhar Zaman will be able to take his place in that game, they've got to be looking at. I don't know. I mean, Bangladesh. I mean, New Zealand are probably going to beat Bangladesh. India are going to beat Bangladesh tomorrow. They're going to get a single here. Just jabbed out on the offside. I don't think there's really anything that, unless Pakistan can beat India.
Yeah.
They're out.
That's the only thing that gives them a chance here.
Because I'm pretty sure New Zealand are going to win this. They're probably going to beat Bangladesh. India are going to beat Bangladesh. So it looks like possibly that last game in the group, India-New Zealand, will just be about who finishes top. Pulled by Kuchil. Oh, now that was poorly judged by the man out at deep square leg. And that will bring 50 for Kushtil. Well deserved. 50 off 38. That's probably the quickest 50 we've seen today, isn't it?
No, it wasn't. Ben Phillips.
Phillips. Well, it wasn't a lot. It wasn't many fewer balls than that. 38,
no, it wasn't. It's anyway. It's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4. You lift me with your 50.
I'm not sure who that was out there, actually. Was it Devon Conway? He's not had a great day in the field. Not had a great day full stop. Kind of misjudged it. Came to take the catch and then bailed out. And then completely missed it. Kushtil pulls the next ball from O'Rourke. Out through mid-wicket for another 4 consecutive 4s. And he's doing a little bit of damage to what had been hitherto pretty impressive figures from the tall Surrey-born New Zealander. 211 for 7.
34 balls. Phillips took
okay.
50.
Yeah, fair enough. Thought it might have been a few more than that because he did get.
He started off very slow.
A very slow start. Yeah.
Yeah.
O'Rourke in again. Surely that's going to be a wide. Kushtil was coming down the wicket. He tried to flat bat it, but couldn't reach it. Now O'Rourke is one of those bowlers. It reminds me, not as a bowler, but in mannerism of someone like Glenn McGrath, who would just every time he bowled a poor ball, or in what he considered to be a poor ball, there would be that just tiny, imperceptible shake of the head. Nothing very extravagant. O'Rourke in to complete the over. Oh, and that gets big on Cushtill, who somehow manages to scoop it into the offside and run through for the single, keep the strike, and a relatively expensive over that. Messi.
Yeah, a measure of discipline by the two teams. Pakistan bowled 9 wides, New Zealand bowled 3. Stephen Kilk says the boring death march overs. Gorillas, this is over. Please comment on something relevant. Whether Cadbury's cream eggs are better than Crunches. This issue often vexes me.
Different type though, aren't they? It depends whether you want the crunch or the crunchy.
Yeah.
But I mean, the sweetness of a cream egg is.
Well, they're both very, very sweet, I would say.
Yeah, the Crunches are over sweet, I think. They both are.
Henry bowls, and Cushtill is just pulling for dear life, and he's found the gap between deep mid-wicket and long on, and he's picked up, third 4 in 4 balls. He moves on to 59 from 41, and those Pakistan fans that have stayed to see the final machinations of this particular contest are getting a bit of entertainment and a bit of joy from this lower middle order batsman, I suppose you'd say. 47 balls to go, 104 required. That's very wide outside the off stump. I thought he hit over the top of that, actually, Cushtill, but the umpire says no, and that is given as another wide. Suddenly, the wides are being given en masse. Yeah. At one point, Bracewell in particular was turning the ball quite significantly away from the left-handers, and he wasn't being penalised at all. But the fast bowlers are not given so much leeway, it would appear. So Cushtill settles down again, back over the wicket, and he crunches this over the top of mid-on.
That was a good shot.
He's given that flat bat, the cross bat shot. He's playing with power. It certainly stays hit when he hits it, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe Cushtill has not given this one up yet.
If he can do who was it in the Abhishek in the T20 against England from here, he'd win the game.
Yeah.
He stays in. He might well do, actually. I mean, he's going at a good strike rate now, and has been really throughout his innings. To be honest, just needs him not to get out, and someone to be at the other end. Really,
you can see the genesis of this side. Actually, having looked at how Salman batted and how Cushtill were, we didn't see Tyre but do anything.
Another wide short ball, which is crunched, unfortunately for Cushtill, straight out to the deep cover boundary where there is a fielder. So it's just the one.
So if you look at this, you think, well, those 3 finishes if Tyre looks better. I mean, we only saw him for 3 balls, and the shot you got out to was terrific. But if Cushtill was at 8 instead of 7, for example, and they had an extra batsman in the top 6 and a biffer at the top, you can see how that pans out. But it looks a bit light with Shaheen at 8. That's all. They need another batter in the top who's probably a bit more dynamic than Baba is, for example.
Yeah, I mean, they rely a lot on Fakar at the top there to get them off to a really speedy start. Naseem gets in on the fun, just chops this away down to third man. That's all he need do. Give the strike back to the more senior partner, and certainly in terms of batting ability. 224 for 7, 97 required off 44. I was going to say, and I meant to say it at the beginning of the second innings, really, or maybe quite early into the second innings, or Pakistan reply. Back round the wicket, looking for the Yorker, well dug out. It was a good ball, it was a good piece of batting, and Henry is alive to the fact that Cushtill might have just wandered a step or two outside his crease. He picks up rapidly, throws it back at the stumps. There is no run. when they brought Harris Ralph back, and he'd already been quite expensive. I think they had, in the last 6 overs, they had 3 overs from Harris. They had 1 over remaining from Nassim. Short and pulled again by Kudshil. Only be a single, but he'll keep the strike. What did they get off that over? 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12 runs off the over.
Not far behind,
Not
right?
bad. 65 to
Well,
Kudshil. 225 for 7.
Here's a surprise for you.
Yeah.
At the same stage, New Zealand were 1 run behind.
Yeah, but I mean, think of how many
wickets
they had in hand. Yeah, I mean, that makes a big difference, doesn't it?
But it just does take one of these to do the Phillips roll, and they're within shot, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but, you know...
I mean, Phillips got out in the 49th over or the 49th over.
Yeah, and Latham was, you know, so well set. He was batting well as well.
Actually, the 50th over, yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that they went for quite a few runs, didn't they, in those last few overs? O'Rourke starts a new over. Kudshil aims a big cut shot at that one, a drive cut really. Slightly on the up, it's wide. They are now testing the margins, the New Zealand bowlers, to try and prevent him playing those shots, those expansive shots. I just wondered at the time they had quite a lot of spin overs in the locker, and okay, it is a risk, and you're asking maybe less experienced bowlers to do their stuff. O'Rourke in again, pulled, had to wait for that one a little bit, but he's controlled it brilliantly well, and he's hit that away beyond the man at deep square leg, running round to his left for 4. Yeah, it just made me wonder whether they would have been better employing the spinners, even though it was at the end of that innings. It's a tricky decision, and it's a tricky one to ignore your better bowlers, or who you see as your better bowlers. He tries to clear the front leg and drive that almost off the back foot. Kudshil, but doesn't time it at all. Hits it into the ground, runs back to O'Rourke. So 3 balls gone in this over, just the 1 boundary, just the 1 scoring shot. 229 for 7. But this will, you know, odd things can happen, and run rate might come into the equation. You never know. O'Rourke in, bowls, and he's smacked that. I'm not sure he's got enough on it. No, he hasn't, and that is almost certainly the game. It's clutched by Bracewell down at long on. O'Rourke has a 3rd wicket, and Pakistan are 229 for 8. Kudshil gone for...
The crowd says you're out.
Yeah, I don't suppose they'll be saying it with any glee.
No.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get enough on it, did he? And it's quite a simple catch. He just steadied himself, took it in the Australian way, the Antipodean way, and O'Rourke had a 3rd wicket. 229 for 8. 69 or 49, 10 fours and a 6. Strike rate of 141, just the 19 dot balls. It was a really good effort.
It was a good effort. Him and Aga Salman have done good efforts. They just need more from the top, really, don't they? I mean, Rizwan failed, and you maybe expect one of your top order to fail, another one to middle, and you need a couple of them to go.
Well, I think the fact of not having Fakhar Zaman to open put them slightly on the back foot, because I mean, Saud Shakil, as we said, he's not a really quick scorer, is he? And so he had to come in and open. So he kind of had 2 openers there who were not, you know, not the kind of players to hit over the top early on. No, yeah, that's right. Well, I wouldn't say no dynamism, but I would say that they're not going to pick it up and smash it over the top a lot. Anyway, O'Rourke into Harris Ralph. He's in, hits him on the pad rather ridiculously.
No.
Requests the umpire to give that out, but he says no.
Should we have a jingle?
Go on then. Rather disappointed Pakistan fans now. Those ones that stayed on, still trying to believe, now know that hope is gone. Rourke over the wicket to Ralph, who bends his back in getting out of the way of that one. That was quite short. And that is the end of O'Rourke's 8th over. 3 for 39 for him, 229 for 8. 6 overs remaining in which they need to score 92 runs. It ain't going to happen, is it, Messi?
No.
No, it's not. For Wrong, who I would judge to be well in his cups by now, says, at least Pakistan have put in an effort. Me tonight, Morlam concert, which means loud music, dancing and grog until sunrise. It's 11:30 p.m. here. I have to wake up at 6. Therefore, if spinners get away with soft wide calls, then bowl the lad from both ends and let him keep as well. I think you're sort of mixing your matches a little.
Yeah. Actually,
I think obsession may be becoming a little too intense for you, Farron.
Santner back into the attack. He's still got 2 overs to bowl. He bowls a lovely little turning delivery, which Naseem comes forward, and he's completely foxed by, and it's taken by Latham. Santner has 2 for 44, captaining his side to victory, it would appear. A rather late decision to play that from Naseem, who just chops it away down to backward point. And there is no run. Come on now. Get it over and done with.
Yes.
Yeah, they're under instructions to stretch it to as long as possible, aren't they?
He goes back to this one. He plays quite a nice shot off the back foot, but a nice tumbling stop there at extra cover. Player of the match.
Ooh.
I know. I think I might give it to Young. He came down the wicket and then had to wait for it because it was pinged in a short, and it turned and it stood up. And he managed to control a cross-batted shot out into the covers and comes through for 1.
I'd agree about Young because he built the platform upon which they could.
I'd argue that Latham built it better and longer.
But they was, he had the this is defended, a little bit of turn. When Latham came in, it was 70-ish for 3, and I reckon Young had got 45 of those, or something around that. Without him, down the wicket comes Ralph. That's gone very high. Has it gone long? Yes, just about. Clears the ropes. Mitchell was down there. He's a tall man, but he couldn't get it. And Ralph is off the mark with a maximum. It's certainly not a maximum, though. It's almost the complete opposite to the maximum, as it went very, 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 very high. That's quite a good shot, actually. Mitchell was interested. He thought he was in with a chance there, and then eventually found it just getting away from him there, right on the edge of the field. 236 for 8. New over from O'Rourke. In bowls. Naseem comes off his pad, dribbles down to long leg for a single. Oh, it's leg by. In fact, and, the nearer they can get to this target, the better. From you've got to hold out that hope, haven't you? Of that even if you can't win your next 2 games, that you're keep the pressure on. 84 required from 29 balls, 2 wickets in hand. O'Rourke then to Ralph. I'm not sure he's going to hit him for 6. No. Sort of step back towards leg and then just sort of pirouetted in an attempt to hit it over mid-wicket. Missed it by some distance. And it went through to Latham. Another man you could perhaps look at as a... He's probably not because he hasn't really got enough wickets, but has bowled extremely well is Matt Henry. I know O'Rourke's got the wickets, 3 for 39, but you feel like Matt Henry was just so accurate early on. sort of flapped away like an annoying fly from sort of round about his ear by Harris Ralph. He'll take a single, high square leg.
Kenneth Hughes asked a question. He says, I'm a cricket novice, but how did Carr get on the field when he couldn't run? Well, he only had a minor injury when he was fielding, but kept him off the field while Pakistan were fielding. He was able to walk okay when he came in, but then he injured himself again while he was batting, and that's when it got really hard for him to run.
O'Rourke bowls, and Naseem goes back again towards the leg side, defends it, but comes through for the single. New Zealand quite happy for them to take singles now. That's not a problem. 82 required from 26 balls. Ralph has 7. Naseem has 4. And O'Rourke.
I'm not entirely sure that the Bear should have given Stephen Cook permission to have those beers. He now says Duckett will skittle the Indians all out tomorrow, which will be hard.
Now he's got hold of that as Ralph. That's going to go all the way. I said he's not going to hit O'Rourke for 6, but I was completely wrong. He swung that over square leg for a maximum. Ralph goes on to 13 from 7. Takes me back to what's happened to Hassan Ali? He used to be able to
doobie-dooed out of it.
He doobie-dooed away somewhere. He smashed it pretty effectively, didn't he? Around about number 9 or number 10. O'Rourke in looking for the Yorker. Well, he got it up there, and he can't believe that hasn't taken out the leg stump. But it hasn't, and Ralph lives to fight another over. Messi, any tweets of any sort?
Yes, indeed. Leah says, imagine Pakistan now starts to swing the bat for net run rate and loses by about 5 runs.
Could happen.
Farom says, no, not at all. Duckett had 88 million BRU members, along with West Bengal Trial Alliance, adds another 103 million members, all supporting the lad. Final rum. Anyone a chance on the GPL? No, nobody actually entered the GPL today.
Oh, that was good. Well done, you lot, you people. Yeah, you've only given us £11.70 on the bloody super chat. What's going on out there? For goodness sake, here we are pleading with you. If you want us to continue, we've got studio fees to pay. So any late super chats would be gratefully received. If you haven't become a patron, please become one. Santner bowls, and Naseem went back and played a flamboyant shot. There was a follow through and a half really there, but he missed it, and taken by Latham. Santner is into his final over, tosses this one up, he drives, and he's just got that over the top of backward point. And when this ball lands, I mean, whether it was the spin, it took it away from the fielder, and they should have got back for 2 there. They did, yeah. So 247 for 8. And Ralph has 13 now. Naseem 6. Now that is brilliantly connected with by Naseem, and he's smashed that between deep square leg and mid wicket. It's cleared the boundary rope, but it was just a really good shot. It's not a cross bat shot, it's a proper swing of the bat, and he stands and admires that. 77 metres. I'm not sure.
It's huge.
The New Zealanders knew he was capable of that. Santner bowls this one a lot flatter and shorter. Cut though, out to deep point. And they come through for a single. Both players on 13 now. 254 for 867 off 20 balls.
Never gonna happen with an 8 and with a 9 and 10.
There'll be a massive stampede back into the stadium. He's gone for another big shot. I don't think he's got enough on it. Yes, he has. Would you believe it? Ralph has smashed that for another 6. 3 in the over.
2, 4, 6.
Santa's gone for 66. One ball to go.
So, before this match, Rafa played 46 ODIs and hit a total of 5 sixes. He's hit 3 sixes tonight.
Santner already down the wicket. He's had to fetch that. I'm not sure he's got enough on that one. He hasn't, and the catch is taken about 8 yards inside the boundary rope at long on. Mitchell is the man who's pouched it from Mitchell Santner to Daryl Mitchell, and Ralph has to go 19 off 10. A valiant effort, but ultimately in vain. He still hit it pretty well, actually.
Yeah,
he did, but hey, not long enough.
After you're gone,
the game will end.
260 for 9. 3 overs remaining. 1 wicket remaining. Santner ends up with 3 wickets for 66 off 10, although he took a bit of punishment in that final over.
He is a rabbit.
Abra.
Yeah, he is a complete rabbit.
Abracadabra is coming out.
And he has a jingle.
Yeah,
goes like this.
Abracadabra. I wanna reach out and grab ya.
Who's that jingle? Who's that by? Is that a Jeff Perkins or is that? No, I know. Is that Perko or is it?
I think it's Mog.
Is it Mog? The sort of subtle side of Mog. Henry starts a new over, and he bowls a slower ball that is misjudged by Naseem, who is unable to connect.
So this is Abra's 8th ODI. He's only ever been out once, and consequently has an average of 28. Oops, that's it.
Well, he won't be needed. He won't be required to wield the bat in anger, because Naseem has gone across, played a rather unlikely ramp shot, and out of the ground comes the leg stump. New Zealand win by 60 runs. Massive disappointment for Pakistan, coming into this tournament as Champions Trophy
certainly not
title
favourites.
holders, not necessarily favourites. They won the toss and put New Zealand into bat. They'd have felt pretty happy about that, one presumes. But New Zealand played, I guess, old-style one-day cricket. They just batted and kept wickets in hand. They didn't try to do anything too extravagant early on. And in fact, until those last 10 overs...
Well, they were on for about 270, 280.
Yeah, but then, when you have got those wickets in hand, and when you have got someone with the abilities, the hitting abilities and the running abilities of Glenn Phillips, then, you've always got a chance to do that. And
it's
I guess
not luck. They've done it again and again.
Yeah.
Exactly that thing. Scoring at least 100 off the last 10 overs.
But also, not just quick runs from him, two very well-made hundreds from Will Young and from Tom Latham. And that really meant that the second ball dismissal of Kane Williamson, the new star of Middlesex, was not... too disappointing from their perspective.
Blame Tony.
Yeah, blame Tony. I mean, I do think you have to look back on it, because in the end, 60 runs is not that many, and maybe some of those shots at the end wouldn't have been played had they been in with more of a chance of getting over the line. I think the Fakhar Zaman thing really did upset them. You can't lose your most attacking top order batsman second ball of the game and it not have some impact upon you.
No, that's absolutely.
And I think that that meant that they weren't really sure what to do with their order. He couldn't bat for 20 minutes. Saud Shakil, not really that sort of a batsman, I don't think.
Didn't last very long, either.
Didn't last very long.
In fact, but 2 minutes too short, in fact.
Well, yeah, 2 minutes too short. If he'd lasted... Well, I was saying, and the fact that it takes 2 minutes to get a player onto the field and off, he should probably have said that was 20 minutes. Or maybe that was including the 2 minutes between batters. But, and so in the end, you had two kind of very orthodox players opening for Pakistan, and they just couldn't get going. Really good tight lines from O'Rourke and particularly Matt Henry. Matt Henry ends up with 2 wickets, but I don't think that, I don't think his figures flatter him at all. I think it was 2 for 20 odd in 8 or 9 overs, and although those wickets came late in the day, the numbers 9 and 10, he bowled superbly up top. 7.2 overs, one maiden 2 for 25. O'Rourke 3 for 47 from 9. Bracewell bowled well, I thought. Good through the air, got the ball to turn and grip to the left-handers. 10 overs, one maiden, 1 for 38. Santner 3 for 66 from his 10. And Nathan Smith got rid of Salman, which was important at the time because he was going along well, 42 off 28. Smith got him in his first over and he only bowled one more. He ended up with figures of 1 for 20.
See, the difference is the tons, isn't it, really? I mean, Salman is, 20 off what Phillips got, but Babar and Kushtil, 50 runs off each of what Latham and Young got. Otherwise, the scores, throughout the scorecard, not dissimilar, and it's also the amount of balls. I mean, the fact that Barber took 64 to get 90, Latham only got 118 of 104. I mean, it's 14 balls different, and 60 runs, 58, 54 runs difference.
And Messi, if I'm not mistaken, not unlike the score that we got in the warm up in the triangular tournament. Is that right?
Yeah, it is pretty similar actually.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you in a second. It was they got 330 in that one. Pakistan. New Zealand and Pakistan were all up for 252, so very similar. Really.
Yeah, pretty similar, and it makes you wonder: were Pakistan right to put New Zealand in? But it's done and dusted now. I can't change anything, and we move on as a game a day will take up our time. Tomorrow we've got Bangladesh v India. That's the other game in this group. Of the first round of games. Then we move on to Group B on Friday, and of course on Saturday it's Australia v England. A weakened Australia, just a weak England. I think that is what we can say. So that'll be fun. Then of course Pakistan India on Sunday. What a weekend! It's almost as if the ICC fix it.
Yeah, well.
A weekend with Australia, England, and Pakistan and India. I don't think that's never happened before in any sort of World Cup, has it? I don't think so. Anyway, any final tweets?
I bring you big news about our financial situation.
Good.
Firstly, Kenneth Hughes says, in any case, this match was worth watching for the Phillips catches, which is
true. What a catch that was, yeah.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, I will super chat €10 for every over that Duckett bowls this tournament. You could buy a house on that kind of gold-plated financial certainty. Anyway, says, thanks for the coverage, gents. A pleasure as always. Ahmad says, well played, New Zealand. Stephen Kelk says, yes, New Zealand looking solid while everyone else seems to press the self-destruct button.
Apart from India.
Yeah.
Well, so hang on. Are you saying to me that was the only financial news? Stephen Kelk's?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How disappointing.
Sorry about that.
I was expecting the Patreons to have rolled in after I played at least 2 Patreon jingles today. But there you go. Such is life.
Oh, we never know. That comes up on the emails. You never know. That's it. Shall we go then?
Well, are there any? Have we done the final? We've done the final tweets, have we? I think we have.
Yeah.
What time is
Indeed.
it in the real world?
It's
5 to
it's
5.
1 a.m.
Oh, in your real world,
Yeah,
I'm not sure you live in a real world. I think you live in a...
I need to go to pharmacy.
I think you
before
live
6.
in a sort of, I don't know, in some sort of fantasy...
Netherworld.
Netherworld, yeah, fantasy netherworld. All right, that's it then. We will be back tomorrow morning. Now, tell me what's happening. You're going to be injected because you've been eaten by a dog.
Yep. Tony will
be here. I won't be back till Saturday.
So it might be mayhem till I arrive at about 9:30.
Yeah,
we'll
probably
see what happens.
I'll be back Saturday and Saturday.
I'll be here to laugh.
Saturday and Sunday. How am I going to do 2 days in a row? We shall see.
I'm doing 8 days in a row.
Yeah, I know, but you start. It's not your. What time do you start? What time is it for you when you start?
5 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. I rest my case.
I don't mind 9 o'clock in the morning. It's like a job.
Well,
Fine.
8 or 9 o'clock. No, yeah, but my job always started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ah, well, you see.
Yeah, there you go. All right, it's goodbye from all of us. Thanks for joining us. Do join us again tomorrow and the next day and the next day and all the way up until March the 9th.
Indeed. We'll
Till
see
then.
you in the morning.
Ta-da!
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin,